Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Female Deku Became Immortal Hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Toshinori Yagi, better known as the #1 hero All Might, sat in a hospital room, his entire left side covered in bandages and a dull ache in his lungs and stomach. To be honest, he had nothing to complain about. Just a few hours ago, he was certain he was going to die from a wound inflicted by his arch-nemesis, All For One. But now he was alive, permanently weakened but not crippled. And All For One was cold ash, all because of the little girl lying in the bed beside him. Toshinori looked over to the other bed, a growing sadness in his dark eyes as he watched the sleeping girl. Izuka Midoriya, 10 years old. She was dangerously thin and a fair bit shorter than most children her age, with a cute freckled face and soft green curls that had been rather roughly cut into a short style that just barely reached her shoulders. When she had been awake, Toshinori had marveled at the sparkling green eyes, shining with hope despite the awful situation she had been in. Exactly 1 year ago, on July 15th, Izuka's 9th birthday, the girl had been kidnapped by a villain in the employ of All For One. Izuka hadn't been the intended target, but had saved the real target Katsuki Bakugo by pushing him away from the warp gate, only to be taken herself. Her kidnapping had sent the country on a manhunt for the villain that took her, especially since the unique black warp gate had been associated with the disappearance of many other individuals, all with unique and interesting quirks. It was that fact that caused All Might to take a special interest, suspecting All For One's hand in the crimes. When he had gone to ask Inko Midoriya, Izuka's mother, about her daughter's quirk, All Might had learned she was quirkless and his heart had nearly stopped. If she had no quirk to steal and had not been returned, it made it very unlikely she would ever be found alive and made it less likely that the other kidnapped individuals would ever be seen again. All Might had added Izuka's death to the crimes committed by All For One, and it fueled his furious search alongside the murder of his mentor, Nana Shimura. Then finally, 1 week ago, they had finally caught a break in their search. A lesser-known pro-hero by the name of Clementine Man was kidnapped. He had been one of the heroes helping the search and had managed to hide a tracker inside himself, allowing the heroes to pinpoint the location of All For One's base. Then finally, on July 15th, a year after Izuka's abduction, All Might had assembled a team of the best pro-heroes and police officers and attacked the base, which turned out to be a laboratory in the mountains. All Might, leading a team consisting of Eraserhead, Midnight, Power Loader, Endeavor, Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye had been the first to infiltrate the lab. To the shock of everyone, they had found Izuka alive but with a glassy look in her eye, like she had given up all hope. All For One mocked the heroes for failing, but just as the Warp Gate villain was about to take Izuka away while All For One attacked, Eraserhead had temporarily erased All For One's quirks and pulling Izuka away from the villains. The rest of the fight became a blur of action and quirks. All For One unleashed strange mutant creatures that kept the heroes busy while All Might and All For One battled one-on-one. In the end, the mutants were killed. The heroes were left battered, bruised and unconscious, and both All Might and All For One were left mortally wounded and glaring at each other. It was at that moment that All Might nearly lost hope. Little Izuka crawled out of the rubble and All For One ordered her to kill All Might, his cruel voice telling her that all her suffering was his fault, that if All Might was dead, she wouldn't hurt anymore. Toshinori's lungs and stomach were basically shredded and he barely had the breath to whisper, telling Izuka that everything would be alright, that her mother was waiting for her to come home and that even if he died, he'd be happy if she was safe. And then Toshinori Yagi saw the one thing in his life he'd never forget. That little quirkless girl summoned up a fire, and with a beautiful light returning to her once hopeless eyes, she had smiled at him. "I want to be a hero," she declared and spun around, unleashing her flames on All For One. There wasn't even a scream, just a look of pure disbelief as All For One was reduced to ashes. Izuka had then fallen to her knees beside All Might and sobbed, finally crying out all her suppressed feelings from the past year. Toshinori gently took her hand, feeling his life slowly slipping away. If he died without passing on his quirk, one for all, then it would die with him. So he had swallowed his reservations and gently lifted his bloody hand and pushed a finger to Izuka's lips. He felt it when a single drop of blood passed between her lips and felt his quirk react, signifying it had been passed on. Live, young Midoriya, and become a hero, my successor and the new symbol of peace. Talk to Gran Torino, he'll help you. Goodbye, my dear girl. He had choked out, his breathing becoming harsh and shallow. But Izuka Midoriya had to surprise him yet again. She had screamed her refusal to let her savior die and conjured up those same flames, this time with an oddly cute pink hue. She pushed the flames into his wound and the pain caused Toshinori to pass out completely. When he awoke, he was in hospital, in a bed in the same room as Izuka and the other injured heroes. Sir Night-Eye was the first to come and speak to him. "All Might, thank goodness you're all right. I saw your death and thought for certain this fight would be the end. I am all right. What happened? I was certain I'd die myself. All Might admitted. He wasn't in his muscle form anymore. His hair hung more limply and he wasn't as muscular as he should be even in his normal form, but aside from the bandages, he looked like a fairly average fit and healthy man. Recovery girl said that something caused your lungs and stomach to regenerate, though you have become a bit anemic and lost some muscle mass. She says you'll only be able to safely use about 75% of your old power. But considering the alternative, what the hell happened? Night-Eye replied. It was the child. She has a quirk, one revolving around flames. Her flames killed All for One and healed me. Toshinori answered. That had caused Sir Night-Eye to pull a strange face and leave, promising to return after helping the police gather the remains of All for One's laboratory. The other pro-heroes gradually awoke and left to return to their agencies, though Gran Torino and Eraserhead stuck around at the request of Night-Eye. Midoriya had appeared not long later and sobbed her heart out as she profusely thanked the heroes for saving her baby girl. When she learned her daughter had a quirk, Inko was shocked, but upon learning she'd used it to save All Might's life, she had smiled and hadn't left Izuka's side since. Recovery girl had reported that aside from malnutrition and a touch of anemia, Izuka seemed to be in perfect health. Now Toshinori was just sitting around, waiting for the little one to awaken so he could reveal what he'd done. Gran Torino, Midoriya, and Sir Night-Eye had all been irritated by his giving his quirk to Izuka, but they understood his reason. It wasn't until noon the next day that All Might learned he wasn't the only one who'd done such a thing. Toshinori, Inko, and Aizawa were eating a light lunch around Izuka's bed when Gran Torino, Sir Night-Eye, Agent Ness from the government, Recovery Girl, and Principal Nezu all came in with serious expressions on their faces. What's wrong? Toshi asked worriedly. Agent Nest held up a small tablet computer. We were able to recover a lot of files from the remains of the computers in the villain base. A lot of files pertain to something that All for One called Project Phoenix. The subject of the project was Izuka Midoriya. No, what did that monster do to my baby? Inko screamed, hugging the unconscious girl. Nest, a plain-looking man in a black suit, with black feathers in place of hair, frowned and reluctantly pulled up some files. I will read some of All for One's entries. He was nothing if not meticulous in preserving his thoughts. However, a lot of this is highly disturbing. We need to know, Toshinori said seriously. Very well, I will read in order. The first entry was July 15, 2045. Nest stated and began reading. Project Phoenix. Entry number 1, July 15, 2045. The abduction of Katsuki Bakugo failed due to unforeseen circumstances, so the acquisition of the explosion quirk will have to wait. However, the failure has resulted in a far greater prize. Izuka Midoriya, age 9. She was captured when she pushed our target away from Kurogiri's warp gate, only to be caught herself. I examined her and discovered her to be quirkless, so ordered her disposed off. Kurogiri took pity on her and instead of allowing Tamura to decay her, he shot her in the head with a pistol. Death was instantaneous. Inko screamed in horror. They murdered my baby. How is this possible? I'm about to get to that. Nest answered patiently. He knew it must be hard to hear of her child being murdered. After the child was terminated, Anauma was ordered to dispose of the body, but after a sudden flash of light, the child was resurrected and the bullet wound was gone. After a quick scan, it was discovered the bullet had also vanished completely. I re-examined her and discovered that her death had triggered the awakening of her quirk, which I have codenamed Phoenix. It allowed her to return to life after death and, to my disappointment, I was unable to take it. It seems that the quirk is so tightly bound to the child's DNA and spirit that my own quirk can recognize it as a quirk, but not remove it, much like One for All. I have begun work on plans for a new project dubbed Project Phoenix. We can't dispose of the girl, release her or take her quirk, so we'll just have to convert her to our side. Impossible. A resurrection quirk. How can such a thing exist? Toshinori asked, the only one left that could still formulate words despite the shock. This isn't the first quirk that defies death. The government currently has 19 similar cases documented worldwide, with 2 in Japan alone. Well, 3 now I suppose. Nest answered, as so Izuka can come back to life after being killed. Is it one time only? Inko asked fearfully. Nest shook his head. No. All for one. He was very thorough in stress testing her quirk. And no. Oh my god, he didn't. I'm afraid so. The next month's worth of entries are highly detailed descriptions of these tests. I won't go into the gory details, but from his tests, All for One discovered she could resurrect from asphyxiation, drowning, blood loss, terminal disease, massive bodily trauma, poison, starvation, dehydration, and incineration, disintegration, and melting. Nothing can permanently kill her. Inko dashed for a trash bin and promptly vomited between horrified screams and tears. What horrendous torture had that evil creature put her daughter through? Aizawa awkwardly rubbed her back, his own face looking deathly pale. Recovery Girl was gripping her walking cane with whitening knuckles. Nezu's fur was beginning to stand up from rage. Sir Night-Eye looked at the unconscious girl with pity, and Gran Torino was focused solely on Toshinori. The number one hero was furious. No single word could truly express the sheer depth of his anger and hatred, and despite all his chivalry, a tiny bit of Toshinori couldn't help but viciously think that All for One got what he deserved. Being incinerated by the very person he had tortured. Volcanic rage and Arctic hatred mixed with grim satisfaction within him. If it makes it better at all, it seems Izuka was a very strong-willed little girl. She resisted his every attempt to brainwash her. Here, I'll read more entries. Nest began, turning his attention back to the files. Entry number 27, July 29, 2045. Project Phoenix proved to be an appropriate name for my current work. I attempted to repeat the incineration stress test today, as punishment for the child's defiance, but the flames did nothing. No flame of any heat or intensity seems to affect her anymore. On further analysis, it seems her quirk is more than resurrection, but a true representation of a phoenix's power. Through scans with various quirks, I have identified that the Phoenix quirk has multiple facets: resurrection, flame immunity, creation and control, flight via the creation of wings of fire, and healing through the use of pink flames. The pink flames heal wounds by consuming blood from the patient or the child herself to fuel the healing flames. She can heal herself if need be. I may need to research her family bloodline. On the topic of her actual resurrection, I have made a few observations that have proven consistent throughout. 1. Cause of death has no effect on the quirk. 2. It is apparently a mandatory resurrection. Multiple times the child seemed disappointed and sad to be revived, implying she may have resisted. 3. Resurrection always takes precisely 200 seconds, regardless of the body's condition. 4. When the 200 second elapses, whatever is left of her body flashes white and she reappears in perfect condition. 5. After revival, any blood she lost is replenished, but blood spilled remains where it is, allowing us to use her as an infinite supply of blood, and as she is blood type O, her blood is highly compatible with others. Oddly, while removed blood remains after resurrection, actual flesh and organs disappear. It appears blood, saliva, hair and nails are the only things that can be removed and stay removed when she is killed and revived. This needs further study. That's why both she and I were anemic. She used my blood to heal me, and then when she didn't dare take more, she used her own. I'd wager if there had been more blood, I'd be in perfect condition. Toshinori exclaimed. Oh, it gets better. Ness continued. Entry the 29th of July 30th, 2045. My research has paid off. The child is the failed offspring of a quirk marriage between Hisashi Kintaro and Inko Midoriya, instigated by the former. Medical records show her birth was wrought with complications and left her mother unable to bear another child. So when the child was falsely diagnosed as quirkless, the father left the family. Hisashi Kintaro bears the quirk salamander evolution, a hybrid of his mother's fire quirk and his father's auto evolution. It seems the Kintaro family are quirk supremacists, and their quirk evolves other quirks they come into contact with through procreation. Salamander evolution provided Hisashi with fire breath stronger than his mother's own quirk thanks to the evolution aspect, but little else. Inko Midoriya's quirk is a fairly simple telekinesis quirk. The combination of a fire quirk, psychic quirk and evolution quirk has somehow mutated and combined into the Phoenix quirk. It was a 1 in a million chance, but it seems the child beat the odds. In addition, each subsequent death seems to cause the child to evolve a little bit to resist the cause of her previous death. By repeatedly drowning and starving her, we have discovered the child can now go without air for 30 minutes before losing consciousness and 45 minutes before death, and she can last 2 weeks without water and 3 months without food, at least according to my current estimations. Poisons are also less effective, and it has become near impossible to infect her with diseases. Even highly infectious ones such as HIV and tuberculosis have proven ineffective. This doesn't seem to extend to physical trauma, however. Her body remains as vulnerable to physical blows as ever, though her pain tolerance is increasing. Regardless, I have the information I need and can bring Phase I of Project Phoenix to a close. Now it is time to move on Phase 2. Ness skipped over most of the next few entries, which were focused on attempts at re-educating poor Izuka and forcing her to train her quirks by healing herself and fighting creatures called Naumas. Entry number 89, September 22, 2045. The child continues to resist the mental conditioning. She obeys each and every order given, but when ordered to inflict harm on another, she refuses and never willingly accepts the ideology lessons. Kurogiri reports her schooling is going well, and Tamura seems to enjoy playing with her, but no matter what we do, she resists. Punishment quells her spirit, but doesn't break it. Her resistance just becomes less vocal. I have even tried to give her rewards, presents, toys, clothes, nice food, and even a proper room to replace the dog crate, and still she resists. She thanks me for every gift but never gives in. It may be time to move beyond education and into brainwashing. By this point, Inko had finally calmed down enough to leave the trash bin and return to her daughter's side. Aizawa standing close by in case he needed to help her again. The villains researched me and my ex-husband? It appears so. Miss Midoriya, what can you tell us about this? The Quirk marriage, I mean. Sir Knight, I asked politely. Inko looked down sadly. I didn't know that was what Hisashi wanted at first. We dated for a bit and he said he'd fallen in love with me. After only a few months he proposed. I never knew he was connected to the Kintaro company as he insisted on using my name, though he never changed it legally. I suppose it was so I couldn't get any of his money after we divorced. Not that I wanted it. I worked quite happily as a personal assistant at a law firm. Forgive me, Miss Midoriya, but I did a bit of digging of my own after I first saw these files. You are still receiving monetary support from the Kintaro group, Nest pointed out. That's because of my former brother-in-law, Haru. He's Hisashi's older brother and the current CEO of the Kintaro group. His quirk was actually Dragon Evolution, a more advanced version of Hisashi's, which is the real reason he's head of the company. Hisashi wanted to create a stronger child than his brother to convince his father to choose him over Haru. I've only ever seen and spoken to him through video chats, but he adores Izuka and pays child support in his brother's stead. I tried to talk him out of it, but he's stubborn. His quirk lets him fly and control fire too. But instead of resurrection and healing, he can grow horns and scales. Inko explained. Now, what was this about brainwashing? Nest smirked. Your daughter was a very annoying subject for All for One. Here, this is the entry that best describes it. Entry number 213, April 22, 2046. The moment it seems we're making progress with Phoenix, a new complication arises. It took 6 months to finally find a mind control quirk that her will couldn't break through immediately, and results were promising. I was even able to order her to actually harm one of the animals I brought in for the tests. But the moment I ordered her to kill it, something snapped and I felt my control break away. And the girl had the nerve to cut her own wrist to heal the creature. I murdered the thing to teach her a lesson. But even after I repeated the test, she still healed the damage she'd done even knowing I'd kill it. It seems we have hit a wall. No matter what, she will not kill. I had hoped stripping her of her name and dubbing her Phoenix would have enough of a psychological effect to weaken her resistance. But it seems that plan has fallen through. I'd capture her parents to force her compliance, but the heroes are sniffing around her mother and the Bakugo family, and she doesn't seem to care about her father. Izuka always was such a sweet child. I can't tell you how many times she came home with bumps and bruises from standing up for other children. Inko said, a fond smile on her face as she petted her child's hair. Izuka mewled in her sleep and leaned into the touch, likely the first pleasant touch she'd had in a year. Toshinori smiled at the display and turned back to Nest. Are there many more entries of note? Only 3. One is fairly distressing, but will help us get a grasp on her mental state when she awakens. The second has something to do with another quirk, something All for One gave her, and the third answers questions as to what happened to Clementine Man. Nest replied, all right, Miss Midoriya, do you think you're up to hearing more? We can go to another room if you'd rather not. Toshi asked. Inko gave him a grateful smile. Thank you, Mr. All Might, but I need to hear this. If it can help me help my little girl, I want to know. Nest nodded in agreement and continued. Entry number 223, April 29, 2046. Finally some success in the control program. Phoenix has a childish idea of importance, so when given an ultimatum of 2 lives to save, she'll always pick the one she deems most important and kill the other. We introduced 2 subjects, a rabbit and captured homeless woman. At first, she put up the usual resistance, hurting them under the influence of my mind control, but snapping free before killing them. However, after being told that I would kill both subjects unless she killed one of them, her will broke enough that I was able to force her to kill the rabbit via mind control. She still fails to kill humans regardless of threats to herself and others, and won't even kill animals without the mind control, but progress is finally being made. It seems the cause of her rebellion is a sort of mental defense she has built for herself, a kind of metaphorical fortress within her mind that she retreats to in order to preserve her sanity and morality. If I can break this fortress, the girl will fall apart and I will be able to control her completely. With this, I have decided to allow Kurogiri to continue work on Phase 2 with some help from Tamura while I move on to Phase 3. Nest stopped the reading and turned to Recovery Girl. Do you think this mental defense will help Izuka in her recovery? The elderly heroine nodded. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a side effect of her Phoenix quirk's survival-based evolution. If her quirk interpreted her failing mental state as a damaging weakness, it may have helped her create the mind fortress to protect herself. Still, my grasp on psychology is intermediate at best. We'll need a real expert. I can arrange for that. I have an old friend who is very good, I know from experience. Nezu smiled. The mouse principal felt a kinship with the poor child, for he too had been kept and abused as part of a cruel experiment. Nest made a note of the principal's statement and continued. This is where we move on to what Phase 3 is, a focus on the evolution aspect of her quirk. Entry number 245, May 11, 2046. Work on the Link Evolution quirk has officially been completed and the testing on the Naumus has proven it effective. Getting Phoenix to go along with the process was much simpler now that Phase 2 is nearing completion. I have taken to keeping her permanently under mind control. By blending together quirks designed to link two or more individuals together and quirks similar to my own that allow one to use another's quirk, I have been able to create a custom quirk that can create a mental link between the user and any number of participants. The person at the center of the link can use the quirks of the linked individuals, though to a lesser degree and as a side effect. All those involved in the link can communicate telepathically, likely thanks to the telepathy quirk that I used as a base. Upon introducing the link quirk to Phoenix, it blended with her namesake quirk and picked up the evolution aspect, just as I hoped. Now, in addition to Phoenix being able to temporarily use the quirks of those she links to, those linked have their quirks evolved to improved versions. Linking with Kurogiri has increased the range he can make warp gates as well as the number, and Tamura is now able to control his decay quirk's activation and has been able to release the quirk from his feet in addition to his hands. There are limits, however. The evolved quirk requires much more stamina to use if going beyond the original limits, and while the quirk will evolve more the longer the link is held, after a while, we reach a breaking point where the quirk will cease to grow stronger. The only other limitation is for Phoenix herself. Each additional person she links to doubles the stress on her body. We were able to link her to 32 Naumus before her body went into critical failure because of the stress. Maximum safe range seems to be 3 to 5 people. More than that and stress begins to weaken her. Overall, Phase 3 is nearing completion and we will soon begin on Phase IV. The pro heroes in the room gawked at the agent and then turned to the still sleeping child. This girl was immortal, could control fire, fly, survive hostile environments for longer than most, heal others, and now she could link with people to speak telepathically, borrow their quirks, and even permanently upgrade them. And now she also had one for all. Thank God that she wants to be a hero so badly, Toshinori said, slouching in his bed from sheer relief. If All for One had succeeded in making her a villain, we'd be toast. It looks like I picked a really great successor. All Might is correct. If more villains like All for One appear, we'll need Izuka's power. Miss Midoriya, I know your child wants to be a hero and this may be highly selfish of us to ask, but will you please do everything in your power to encourage this dream? Nest asked, bowing his head to the woman. Inko frowned. I want to, I really do. Izuka has loved heroes since she was old enough to toddle about, and even her baby talk was full of words like All Might. It's the only dream she's ever had and it was crushed when we thought she was quirkless. But I can't forget what's been done to her. She's been hurt so much, all because someone wanted to use her power. I won't let anyone else do the same, hero or villain. Shota Aizawa, better known as Eraserhead, stepped forward. I agree with you, Miss Midoriya. We shouldn't go using her, which is why I wanted to offer my own idea. All Might is going to have to spend time training her anyway, so she is able to use One for All properly. So why don't we offer her a sort of junior hero apprenticeship? She can see what real hero work is like from a safe distance under the guidance of All Might and the U.A heroes. It'll give her the training she needs. Let her see what our line of work is like, and if she chooses to really pursue heroism, she has a job opportunity right out of the gate. Nezu nodded. That is a wonderful idea. I am a teacher, but as principal of U.A, I don't get to actually directly teach students much, so I can take on the role of her academic tutor and also as a sympathetic ear if she wants to talk about her experiences with someone who understands. Toshinori, Gran Torino, and Night I can train her to safely use One for All and give her a chance to see some hero work. Aizawa can give her a sneak peek at the U.A hero course, and Recovery Girl can oversee her training and using her healing quirk safely. If it makes you feel even more secure, I can talk to my superiors in the government. Nest added, with so many heroes on side and with how important her powers are, as well as the media attention this rescue will bring, I can convince the higher-ups to make an agreement to allow Izuka to live her life as she wishes. So long as she doesn't turn to villainy, of course. You'll all really protect my baby? Inko asked, tearing up. Of course. It is a shame for us heroes that it took us a whole year to save Izuka, and she was the only one of the missing individuals to be recovered alive. We won't let anything bad happen to her again, Toshinori declared, doing his best to look heroic despite his injuries. Then I suppose I have no choice, but it's Izuka's decision. If she decides not to be a hero for whatever reason, you have to accept that, Inko said, hugging the girl to her. With that, Nest read the last entry of importance regarding the fate of Clementine Man. Entry number 294, July 3, 2046. Phase 2 had another setback today. Since Phase 3 was completed and we're preparing to begin Phase IV, I decided to assist Kurogiri and had him capture a pro-hero, specifically a bizarre man named Clementine Man. His quirk was interesting, but ultimately useless for my goals, so I allowed him to keep it and used mind control to force Phoenix and the hero to fight. The hero's will was nowhere near as powerful as Phoenix's, and he moved in for the kill as soon as I ordered. Still, he was unable to really put up a fight against Phoenix. She may lack any degree of combat skill, but her firepower and healing has made her a worthy opponent for these D-list heroes. Unfortunately, it was another failure. I released the control on the hero so he could try and make excuses for himself, but Phoenix resisted the control and ignored my order to kill him. My control has grown strong enough that she can't break it, but she still seems able to ignore a killing order. However, there was almost an incident when the hero grabbed the girl and seemed to hug her. I'm certain he said something to her, because his actions broke my control on Phoenix. Tamura killed the fool before I could interrogate him, and Phoenix won't say what he told her, though I suspect it's related to the talk of a pro-hero team looking for her. No matter, we searched the hero carefully and he had no tracker on him, so the chances of us being discovered are nil. Cocky bastard didn't think a D-list hero would think to hide the tracker inside his own body. Clementine Man's death is tragic, but he managed to save a child's life even in death. I salute you, Gran Torino said, pointing a hand to the heavens. After a moment of silence for the departed hero, they continued on to the final bits of information. Obviously by these files, All for One had several phases planned for this Project Phoenix. Phase I was testing her quirk. Phase 2 was mental conditioning and brainwashing. Phase 3 was the Link evolution experiment. But what about Phase IV? And was there more beyond that? Izawa asked. It seems there were 5 phases. Phase IV was set to begin in the next week and would have revolved around live training exercises. In other words, All for One would have sent Izuka out with villains in his employ to have her wreak havoc. Phase V was full implementation and would likely have been All for One using her for whatever plan he'd cooked up. The actual details on these phases are limited, and the only data we have is that there were 3 planned attacks: All Might's Hero Agency, U.A High School, and the Center of Government in Tokyo. Names of several villains are attached, such as Muscular, Innsmouth, Kurogiri, and several Nauma with different serial numbers. However, most of the Nauma were killed and All for One has been declared dead after Izuka incinerated him, so I doubt these plans have a chance of continuing. All the same, we're keeping an eye out for Kurogiri and Tamura Shigaraki, Ness stated. The group nodded in understanding. And with nothing left to be said, Ness decided to return to his office to continue his work, and Sir Night-Eye had to return to his own agency to ensure everything was fine there, leaving Gran Torino, Toshinori, Aizawa, Nezu, and Recovery Girl to stay with the Midoriya. They settled into quiet conversation, mostly centered around getting Izuka the help she would need, when finally, at around 7 p.m., the girl began to stir. Izuka blearily opened her eyes, fighting to shake off the best sleep she'd had in a year. The others held their breath as Inko gently helped her daughter sit up while Gran Torino rushed to get a glass of water. Mommy, Izuka croaked out, unsure of her voice and what she was seeing. It's me, baby. You're safe now. We're in hospital and then we'll finally take you home. Inko smiled, happy tears pooling in her eyes. Is this real? It's not a dream, right? Izuka asked fearfully. It is real, little one. You are safe and soon all this will be a distant memory. Toshinori comforted her as Gran Torino lifted a glass to her lips. Izuka tentatively sipped at the clear liquid, but upon finding it was water, she greedily gulped it down, drinking 4 glasses before finally being sated enough. Mommy, are you okay? The child asked, cuddling into her mother's side. I am now that you're here, sweetheart. Her mother smiled. Izuka giggled sweetly and turned to the others in the room. I remember you, she said, looking at Aizawa. You stopped Kurogiri from taking me away. Thank you, Mr. Eraserhead. Aizawa gave one of his rare smiles and ruffled the girl's curls. No problem, kid. Happy you're back with us. The child turned her attention to Gran Torino and Nezu. Sorry, I don't think I know you. Thank you for helping me, though. It's fine, child. We aren't well known, and truthfully, I was only part of organizing the rescue, not a participant. We are just happy you could be brought home safe and sound, Nezu replied, waving her off. Izuka giggled, and after Nezu got closer, she petted his fur, making the mouse principal chuckle and pat her hand. Gran Torino just smiled and nudged Toshinori forward. The moment Izuka's eyes fell on him, they went from shining to impossibly sparkly, like an entire galaxy was contained solely in her eyes. All Might, are you okay? Did my healing work? It did. I am alive thanks to you. I owe you my thanks. Toshi smiled widely, his best and most earnest smile on display. It's okay, I really wanted to help you. Sensei, I mean, All for One. Izuka shuddered. He really hated you. He kept saying that me and Tamura were gonna kill you. He said heroes were bad, but I didn't believe him. All Might patted the girl's back. Well done, my dear. You were very brave to stand up to him. You'll make a great hero, if you want to be one. Izuka's eyes shone brighter, then dulled for a moment. Mr. All Might, can someone like me be a hero? Even if I hurt people? I didn't mean to. Sen, I mean, All for One made me do it. But still, I hurt people and animals, and I killed some animals even though I didn't want to. And I killed all for one. Can I still be a hero after that? All Might sighed and sat down on her bed, taking one of her hands in his own. Killing is always a difficult thing, because it's against the law. Many consider it evil, and in many cases, that's right. However, heroism is not always as glamorous and clean as it is on TV. Most heroes have been forced to kill a villain in dire situations or even just by accident. I'd wager every hero in this room has taken a life, even if they didn't want to. Each one nodded, even Nezu and Recovery Girl, and all looked sympathetic to her feelings. All Might continued, as awful as it is to be forced to take a life, sometimes it is the only thing you can do to protect many others. If All for One had lived, I would certainly have died, and the other heroes on the scene who were injured might have been killed too. You, my girl, are a little hero who was forced to make a horrible choice because of the failures of adults, both my failures and the villains. But the fact you feel guilt for killing All for One, even after everything he did to you, proves that you are as far from a bad person as you can get. I promise you, Izuka Midoriya, that if you truly wish to be, you can become a hero. Izuka began to tear up, sniffling and hiccuping as she squeezed her mom's and All Might's hands. Why, you know what he did. About my quirks. Yes, sweetheart. We know what happened and we're here for you. You don't need to be brave and bear it all by yourself anymore. Inko smiled, tears spilling over and down her cheeks. In a flash, Izuka let go of her emotions, and a whole year of pain, sadness and fear overwhelmed her, and the poor child burst into heartbroken tears. She threw herself into her mother's embrace and cried her little heart out. Mommy, it was really scary, and it hurt so much. I kept being killed, and I didn't want to come back again. I just wanted to stay asleep. I wanted to come home, she cried. The heroes felt misty eyes as they watched mother and daughter crying in each other's embrace, both sobbing out all the negative feelings that had come as a result of their separation. Still, despite the tears, everyone was happy that the family was back together. Izuka was finally home and could begin to truly heal. It was decided that despite Izuka being almost in perfect health physically, she was to remain in hospital for a few more days just to ensure there were no problems that the doctors had missed. Izuka didn't mind too much, but she was rather afraid of any doctor that came towards her with a syringe or anything that looked remotely like surgical tools. All Might, officially introducing himself to the Midoriyas as Tashinori Yagi, remained in the hospital too while the doctors decided if he'd need any medication to help with his new weakness. In his muscle form, All Might was as powerful as ever, though he found it a bit harder to maintain it, but in his normal form he had slimmed down. He was still very fit and athletic, but his build appeared leaner and less muscular. Izuka was also remaining in hospital until after she'd had her first psyche exam, and to get new accommodations prepared for her since her story had broken in the media. The story of Izuka Midoriya, kidnapped child whom was recovered a year later, was a massive story, with the public pouring attention into the news. The story was edited to give credit for the villain's demise to All Might, and news of Izuka's quirks were kept completely confidential, edited down to a fire and healing quirk. Her saving All Might's life was left in the story though, and the general public were practically trampling over each other to praise her. The government had opened a small fund to help the Midoriya family through the stressful time, and the public had donated so much money that Inko had to hire an accountant to help deal with it. And an entire office at the local government office had been converted to a screening room for letters and gifts sent to the family. Saving the number one hero was a big deal, it seems. Of course, Izuka didn't seem to care much. She was just so happy to be home. And on the second day of her hospital stay, things got better when the Bakugo family came to visit. Izuka had just finished her breakfast, which she spent listening to stories from All Might and her mother, when she heard a loud and very familiar voice. "Get the hell out of my way. My friend is in there," screamed a youthful male, followed by a sandy-haired 10-year-old boy charging into the room, quickly followed by a pair of doctors and a young couple with similar features to the boy. "Kakin," Izuka yelled, joyful tears spilling from her eyes. She hopped out of bed and ran towards the boy. Katsuki Bakugo, better known as Kakin by Izuka, grinned and met the girl halfway, capturing her in a tight hug. "Deku. Izuka." Izuka giggled. "It's okay, you can call me Deku. I'm so happy you're okay. After what the villains said, I was afraid they'd come for you again." Katsuki's grin turned into a sad smile. "Damn Deku. No quirk, and yet you still saved my ass," he muttered, a long-standing pain lacing his words. Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki's mother, knelt down and hugged the two children while Masaru, his father, stroked the girl's hair. "Izuka, that creepy feathered guy Ness told us everything that happened. He said you'd need support from Katsuki, so we had to be told." The usually strong and fiery woman broke down in tears. "You silly child. You saved my baby's life. If they'd taken him, he'd have lost his quirk and been killed, or turned into one of those freaks. But you saved him, even though you got tortured. I'm sorry I didn't keep a better eye on you too, but thank you so much for saving my boy." Izuka smiled tearfully, remembering the day she was taken, as it was her birthday. Her mother had asked Mitsuki and Katsuki to take her to the park while she prepared the party. Mitsuki had gotten distracted talking to some work friends, and Katsuki had ditched her to play with some boys from their elementary school. By the time anyone noticed that a warp gate was opening beneath Kaken, Izuka had already pushed him away and been taken in his place. By the looks on the Bakuga's faces, none of the family had forgiven themselves for letting it happen. "It's okay, Auntie. It was scary and it hurt a lot, but I'm still alive and I'm home now. Even with an amazing quirk like his, Kaken would have gotten killed," Izuka said, trying her best to cheer up the family. Katsuki frowned a bit, but shoved down the brief flare of jealousy and irritation. He had matured over the year Izuka had been held captive, but he still felt annoyed when his weakness was pointed out, even in the polite way Izuka had. So that Nest guy was telling the truth. "You have quirks now." Izuka nodded. "Yeah, Phoenix, Link Evolution, and another one," she replied, looking to All Might for confirmation on if it was okay to tell. Toshinori smiled. "Don't worry, my girl. Nest informed me that he was telling the Bakugas everything. Your mother and I agreed to it and thought it'd make a nice surprise. Your birthday was the day you were rescued, so we thought you'd like a late party." The little girl beamed and hugged him, then ran to hug her mother before returning to Kaken. Katsuki smirked. "So, now we can be a hero team together after all." "Yeah, with a quirk, I can be a real hero," Izuka cheered, only for Katsuki to shake his head. "And no, that's not what I meant." He cut her off, blushing a bit. "You saved my life, even though you didn't have a quirk. And even when I picked on you and ditched you for being quirkless, I was acting like a villain, or at least a bad guy, and yet you still saved me. So yeah, even if you didn't have a quirk, I'd still say you're a hero." Katsuki mumbled. He was the most embarrassed he'd ever been in his life, but after everything Izuka went through because of him, both before and after being kidnapped, he would endure it. Inko smiled warmly at the scene. In the year Izuka was gone, Katsuki frequently came over to help her out and had confessed the bullying he had done. Izuka being kidnapped to save him had deeply hurt Katsuki, and the guilt nearly tore him apart. He was still surly, foul-mouthed, and quick to turn violent, but his anger was now tempered by a bit of restraint, and he had moved from being a bully to a genuinely good, if rude, person. She had been there when the Bakugas were told about what happened to Izuka, and Katsuki had burst into angry tears as the torture and repeated death and brainwashing was reported. He had sworn an oath to Inko right on the spot, swearing on his life that he'd protect Izuka forever. Izuka cried happily at finally being acknowledged by Kaken. He was the one whose approval and acknowledgement she wanted the most, even more than All Might and her mom. To finally receive it made her happier than she could ever remember. The two children hugged each other tightly, and the adults cooed over the display of affection. The doctors, seeing that there was no danger, left the room and promised to bring some special stuff for lunch, since it was a late party for Izuka's birthday. The children settled down together on Izuka's bed while the adults took seats around it. "So," Mitsuki began, "when will you be coming home? I'm guessing it'll be a while since the press have surrounded the neighborhood and the hospital." Inko shrugged. "I'm not sure. With the money from my job, the donations from the public, and Haru's money, I'm thinking of buying a new house in a nicer area so I can raise Izuka in peace. Plus, the doctors want Izuka to have a psyche examination tomorrow, just to see how she is doing." Masaru nodded and looked to Izuka, whom had Katsuki's arm around her shoulders. He hadn't seen them that close since they were 3, when Katsuki had declared that he and Izuka would get married and be a hero couple with a bigger agency than All Might. "How are you feeling, dear?" he asked the girl. "I'm okay. I don't have nightmares or anything. I stopped having dreams at all after I was there for 3 months. Recovery girl said it was cause of my evolution quirk protecting my mind from damage." Izuka said happily. "We believe that in order to preserve her sanity, her quirk has sealed portions of her memories from the last year, hiding them being mental barriers." Toshinori added his own 2 cents. Inko nodded. "Izuka has always been quite shy and timid. She's a bit more so now, and tends to look at me or Toshi for approval before doing anything, but aside from that, she's mostly fine." "Yeah, I do still cry about stuff though," Izuka admitted embarrassedly. "But after crying, I feel a lot better. And the crying spells are getting shorter and further apart." Katsuki grimaced. He hated people crying. Even when he was a bully, seeing Izuka cry would always make his insides twist painfully. "TCH, if you gotta cry, then just cry. It may suck, but if you feel better after, then deal with it." Izuka giggled and nodded. After spending a year dealing with Tamura and his tantrums, Kaken's temper seemed more cute and endearing than scary. "You have a good friend there, Izuka my girl." "Katsuki my boy, I'm trusting you to help protect Izuka when we grown-ups aren't around, okay?" Toshinori asked, entering All Might mode. Katsuki's eyes sparkled with awe. "Course I'll protect her. I said it when we were 3. I'm gonna marry her and make a hero agency even better than yours." Izuka squeaked and turned beet red, little flames appearing on the ends of her hair. It was one thing for him to say that when they were 3, but now they were 10. Katsuki smirked at her reaction. "What? It's only normal, right? You're the only girl I can stand. All Might laughed uproariously. Ha! A great hero response. Grow well, young Katsuki. I'll be watching your hero career closely. Izuka eventually calmed down enough that the flames disappeared, though she was still blushing when her mother decided it was time for presents. Before she knew it, Izuka had a rather large pile of gifts in front of her, all wrapped in colorful paper mostly themed around heroes. Inko had bought her daughter a ton of presents, mostly All Might merchandise. Apparently, every time she saw a new item, she had bought it without a second thought. It had been her way of coping and keeping herself hopeful that Izuka would be rescued. The mother was so giddily joyful to finally get to hand over the pile of stuff she'd bought. Izuka's uncle Haru had sent an expensive white gold charm bracelet that had been made by the Kintaro group, which specialized in making items to help people deal with their quirks. The bracelet had a feather charm and a dragon tooth charm to represent both her and her uncle, and also came with a promise that he would tear himself away from work to finally come and see her in person. The Bakugo family had sprung for the new portable gaming system for her, which they had also gotten Katsuki on his birthday. It came with all the games Katsuki had, so Izuka and he could play together. Katsuki had worked hard and saved up his pocket money from the last year to buy an extremely rare figure of All Might. It was a figure of him from when he had tried to use support items, and so it was armored and had a plethora of nifty accessories. Izuka was so happy to receive it that she plucked up the courage to kiss the boy on the cheek, taking a fair bit of pleasure in making Kaken blush for once. Then, to Izuka's surprise, she found she'd been given gifts by several heroes, namely All Might, Gran Torino, Sir Night-Eye, Eraserhead, Recovery Girl, Nezu and the UA staff, and the biggest shock of all, Endeavor. The gift from Endeavor was a surprise to everyone and was a note containing a pair of cards. One was a business card for a tailor of some sort, and the other was a rather generous gift card for that same tailor. The note read, "Saving All Might has given me more of a chance to defeat him and claim his spot as number 1, so you have my gratitude. The tailor specializes in creating fireproof clothing to assist with dealing with your quirk. My son is your age and will likely be in your years should you aim for UA. I hope you prove a worthy rival. Signed, Endeavor." "Wow, I guess Endeavor has a real rivalry with you, Hatoshi," Inko commented, before looking at the value on the gift card and nearly having her eyes pop out from surprise. "Holy cow. We could buy Izuka 3 whole wardrobes with this." Toshinori just shook his head. Leave it to Endeavor to reward someone for saving his life, just so he could keep trying to win. Still, it was a thoughtful gift regardless. The present from Toshinori was a pair of extremely rare hero figurines. In fact, they were the only figures made for the heroes in question, namely Gran Torino and Nana Shimura. Izuka loved them and fussed over them with Kaken, pointing out all the cool little details in the costumes. Gran Torino himself had bought her a set of children's training weights to help her train her body for One for All. Sir Night-Eye had, oddly, bought her a toy from a popular set of girls' toys themed around princesses that turned into knights. It felt a bit out of left field, but Izuka thought it was a lot cooler than most girls' toys, so was happy to play with it, pretending it was a pro hero. Eraserhead followed in Endeavor's footsteps, though in a more personal way. He bought her a cute white fireproof dress meant for girls with fire quirks. It had a ribbon around the waist that was very long, so Izuka thought she could use it like Eraserhead uses his capture weapon. Recovery Girl got her a child's first aid kit and a handwritten note telling Izuka not to try using her own blood for healing again, unless it is a life or death situation. The note was sternly worded, but Izuka could practically feel the concern, plus it was signed with Recovery Girl's signature, so she got another autograph. Nezu and the UA staff had gotten her a collective set of gifts, namely a student ID, a child-sized UA uniform and UA gym clothes, and 2 documents. The first was a schedule, specifically Izuka's new school schedule for when she was ready to continue her education. Nezu would be her teacher, and the other UA teachers would fill in for him if he was busy or if he lacked the expertise. This got Izuka excited, but it was the final document that really made her bounce and scream in joy, an official UA Hero course recommendation signed by Nezu, Recovery Girl, and Eraserhead. No way, a UA recommendation at 10 years old. The youngest ever recommendation before was 12 years old, Kaken said, bewildered. His parents looked at him a tad nervously, though he didn't notice it. They worried he'd be jealous and get angry, but he seemed genuinely happy for his friend. "This is so awesome." Izuka grinned, then fixed Kaken with an odd look. "Is this okay? That I got a recommendation? I mean, you were always so much better than me before. It feels like I cheated, or I got in on sympathy." Kaken scoffed. "Cut the crap, Izujin." He smirked, using the childhood nickname to make her blush. "Even if I got a recommendation, I'd tell him to get lost. I want to get through being the best. And that means I've got to ace the entrance exam. And I bet you got a recommendation cause the heroes were scared you wouldn't want to waste time in school when your quirk is so crazy powerful. You can't die and you can heal people and shoot fire and fly. The heroes would be kicking themselves if they let you go anywhere but UA." The adults grinned at the simplistic view, and Toshinori especially had to choke down a laugh at how close Katsuki actually came to the truth. U.A certainly didn't want to lose a student like Izuka to another school, and the government were desperate for her to be a hero. But the official reason she was given the recommendation was to help her train her quirks, especially one for all. Still, Izuka took Kaken's words to heart and her reservations were stripped away. For the rest of the morning, Izuka and Katsuki played heroes with Izuka's new toys, and then got to have cake provided by the hospital staff, who joined Kaken, Toshinori, and the parents in singing Happy Birthday. In the afternoon, Izuka played dress-up with the U.A clothes and the dress from Eraserhead, with Toshinori, Inko, and Mitsuki all practically fighting each other to take the best pictures. Half the heroes in Japan ended up receiving the pictures when All Might sent them out to his friends, gushing over his new successor and how sweet and strong she was. Eraserhead got a bit of friendly ribbing from Present Mike and Midnight for the girly gift, but he shut them up when he showed them a picture sent just to him, with Izuka using the ribbon of her dress as a makeshift capture weapon and wearing some borrowed sunglasses in a childish imitation of him. The last he heard on the subject was Present Mike muttering about getting a child-size leather jacket and headphones, and Midnight complaining that her costume was inappropriate for kids. Eraserhead suddenly remembered that Izuka was set to start coming to U.A for tutoring and privately told himself to apologize to her for the trouble he had just started. As the day wound down, both Izuka and Katsuki played until they dropped, falling asleep in each other's arms, their game systems forgotten. Mitsuki and Inko giggled to each other as they carefully separated the sleeping children so the Bakugas could go home. As Inko walked them out of the hospital, she stopped them at the door with a bow. "Thank you both so much." Izuka wasn't showing it, but she's been having a harder time coping than she lets on. I know that she cries at night still, she just doesn't tell me since she thinks I'm sleeping. But today was the first day so far that she hasn't had any sad tears, and it's all thanks to you and Katsuki, she said. Mitsuki smirked. "Don't worry about it, Inko. Izuka seems fragile, but she's a tough little girl. She has to be to keep this little terror under her control. You know Masaru and I are always here for you, and I don't think anything could stop Katsuki from getting to Izuka if she needs him, and of course, he loves his favorite auntie too." Inko grinned and hugged her old friend, before hugging Masaru as well, being careful not to jostle Katsuki, whom she pecked on the forehead. "Inko, you know we have a spare room. When you and Izuka get out of the hospital, come stay with us until you move house, or at least until the media stops swarming your house," Masaru offered. I may take you up on that. I don't want Izuka having to deal with the press," the young mother replied with another bow. Finally, the Bakugas took their leave and Inko returned to her daughter's room, only to find Izuka cuddled into All Might's side. Toshinori became flustered as Inko entered the room with a knowing smirk. Miss Inko, I'm sorry, but when you left, she started reaching out in her sleep, so I let her grab onto me. I thought it would comfort her." Inko giggled. "It's all right, Toshinori, and please, just call me Inko." To be honest, if Izuka knew she was cuddling with you, she'd probably be both really embarrassed and really happy. You and Katsuki are the two people she respects most. I don't think you realize how much she values having you care about her. I admit, I have grown a lot more attached than I expected," Toshi said, relaxing. "I don't know if it's because she saved my life, or because she's my successor, or even if it's just her natural charm. Still, as much as she respects me, I doubt I hold a candle to yourself in her heart." Inko smiled sadly. "I don't know about that. You always gave her hope whilst She hesitated. When Izuka was 4 and diagnosed as quirkless, her father Hisashi screamed at her. He had declared he didn't want a quirkless daughter, and while he and Izuka had never had a close relationship, I knew that it hurt her deeply, especially after being told she was quirkless. Then, with tears in her eyes and watching one of your videos, she asked if she could be an amazing hero like you, who saves people with a smile. She was so upset, being rejected by her father and being told she was quirkless, and yet when she asked me that, I just told her I was sorry. I didn't comfort her or tell her she could fulfill her dreams, I just apologized." I think in her young mind, she took that as me confirming what her father and so many others said, that she couldn't do anything without a quirk. Ever since then, she tried so hard to be a good girl. She studied hard, helped out around the house, and did everything I asked without question. I've never had to ground her, give her a timeout, or even raise my voice a little. And Ko began to choke up. It's like she was trying so hard to be perfect, so I wouldn't abandon her too. And when she was taken, I just kept thinking to myself, if she never comes back, I'll never be able to make it right. She'll have died thinking that she wasn't good enough. I'd never be able to forgive myself." She finished, breaking down into sobs. "And now she has a quirk. If I go and apologize to her now, she'll think it's just because she has a quirk now. She'll think that her being quirkless really was a problem, when in reality, it was my short-sighted words that were at fault." Toshinori looked at the woman and gently raised a hand to her shoulder. "I understand. Sometimes even the best people will accidentally hurt the people they love, either out of ignorance, a misunderstanding, or even an attempt to help them. I think Izuka would understand that. After all, when she first woke up and every other time she's cried, it wasn't me she wanted to be held by. Inko, you're a good mother, and I think you and Izuka both have a habit of downplaying how important you are to the people who love you. Toshi looked down at the child in his side. Am I right, young Izuka? Inko's eyes shot towards her daughter, whom slowly pulled herself out of Toshinori's side. Izuka's eyes were red with tears and her small shoulders were shaking. Mommy, she whimpered, holding her arms out to her mother. Inko broke into sobs as she took her daughter into her arms and cradled her. And Mommy, when the bad people had me in and kept killing me, it always really hurt. I was so scared, and sometimes, when I was dead and not revived yet, I'd want to stay dead, just so it didn't hurt anymore. But when it was over and I was left alone for the night, I'd feel bad for wanting that cause I knew you would be sad. Even though it hurt, I wanted to live so I could come home and make it better. When I kept getting mind controlled, I always refused to kill anyone, because you told me once that if you kill someone, even if they're evil, they'll never have a chance to change and be good. When you apologized to me when I was 4, I didn't think I was useless or that you'd abandon me. I wanted you to acknowledge me and say I could be a hero. I was good because I wanted you to see it, see that I didn't need a quirk, I just needed to try really hard. Mommy, I want to be a hero. I want to save people with a smile like All Might. I want to be strong and make people feel safe like Kaken. But most of all, I want to be a hero that makes everyone happy to see them, like you. If I didn't have a quirk, I couldn't be a hero like All Might and Kaken, but I could be a hero like you. And I think that's the best kind of hero to be. Inko kissed her daughter's cheek, hugging her tighter. Oh Izuka, I'm so sorry, she said, before sitting the girl on the bed and kneeling so they were eye to eye. I'm going to say what I should have said from the beginning. Izuka, my beloved child, you don't need to be a hero. You already are a hero, and to be honest, I don't think you need to become a hero like All Might, Katsuki, or me. I think you can become a hero like Izuka Midoriya. Inko leaned in to whisper, I think that's the best kind of hero to be. Both Midoriyas smiled warmly and embraced each other. Inko finally feeling the guilt of the unsaid words leaving her, and Izuka feeling the love and acknowledgement of her own personal #1 hero. Toshinori watched the exchange with a proud smile. I think she's the one, Nana-sensei, the one to truly carry on your ideals, he whispered to himself. The Midoriyas eventually fell asleep together on Izuka's bed. But unfortunately for Toshinori, he ended up trapped beneath them and ended up having to sleep sitting up. Though he did get to discover that both Inko and Izuka have an adorable habit of quietly snoring in such a way that they sound like purring cats. The next day, Izuka was escorted to her psyche examination with Dr. Miragi Nekazawa, a woman whose quirk allowed her to read and understand a patient's emotions in a form of empathetic telepathy. Though the woman also had brown cat ears and a tail to match her brown hair as a result of inheriting the physical attributes of her mother's quirk. As they walked, Izuka looked up at the woman. Excuse me, Dr. Nekazawa. Can I ask how you know Principal Nezu? Toshinori said he recommended you especially. Please call me Miragi, okay Izuka? The doctor said kindly, her voice sounding like a slightly deeper version of Inko's. Nezu is an old friend from years back. He was in the same predicament as you after being rescued from a lab that experimented on him because he was an animal with a quirk. I helped him out and we've been friends ever since. Truthfully, I specialize in child psychology, because I find it so much more pleasant to read their emotions compared to an adult, and despite his age and intelligence, emotionally Nezu is more like a kid, Miragi explained. Izuka giggled. I like Principal Nezu, he's cute but still an awesome hero. She chirped as Miragi led her into her office. Dr. Miragi's office definitely reflected that she preferred child patients, as it was brightly colored and looked more like a mix between a daycare and an elementary classroom than an office. There was no desk either, just a bunch of bookcases surrounding a large beanbag chair and a short, kotatsu-style table. Miragi gestured for Izuka to sit wherever she liked while the doctor dragged the table over to her and sat beneath it with Izuka's file. Now, let's have a few ground rules, alright? I'll ask you some questions and I need you to try your best to answer them as truthfully as possible. Nothing you say will get you in trouble, and I won't tell anyone anything that they don't absolutely need to know. You can take as long as you need and don't try and hide how you feel. If you need to cry, then don't be embarrassed, and if you get angry, I have plenty of soft stuff for you to go crazy at until you feel better. I'll stop the moment you ask me to and can get your mom or anyone else you need if you need them. Okay. Izuka gulped, but nodded bravely, making Miragi smile. Good girl. Now I want to get the hard questions out the way first. Agent Nest and All Might already told me about the things we need to keep secret, like your quirk and such, so please don't be afraid of telling me something I shouldn't know. Now, please tell me what happened over the past year. Remember, we have as long as you like and can stop any time. Izuka nodded shakily and began. Oh okay. Well, it started with me and Kaken and Auntie Mitsuki in the park on my 9th birthday. Inko and Toshinori were playing a silent game of Othello, both trying to keep their minds off the examination happening elsewhere in the hospital. They had been asked to stay behind unless Izuka asked for them, but both were left anxious about it. The Bakugas weren't coming to visit today, as it was Monday and Katsuki had school, but since Izuka would be discharged tomorrow, they would come then to help get the Midoriyas settled in their home. A knock at the door caught the attention of the two, but before either could get up or speak, it burst open to reveal three men. Two of the men were practically identical, tall, bald men in sunglasses with earpieces and jet black suits, each standing on one side of the third man. The third man was around the height of Toshinori in his civilian form and had curly, very dark crimson hair that had been tightly gelled and combed into a businessman's hairstyle. He was dressed in an expensive design suit in the same dark red as his hair with a dragon-shaped pin in his lapel. "H. Haru," Inko shouted, getting to her feet and approaching the panting man. "Inko, I'm glad I caught you. Where is Izuka?" Haru demanded, worry evident in his voice. Toshinori put his hands up. "Whoa there, what's going on here?" "Inko, is this Izuka's uncle Haru Kintaro?" The man turned to look at Toshinori impatiently. "Yes, I am, Haru Kintaro, CEO of Kintaro Quirk Solutions and head of the Kintaro Group. Now where is Izuka?" "Haru, I don't understand. What's going on? Why are you so flustered?" Inko yelled, becoming fearful. Haru growled, "It's my brat of a brother. Hisashi saw on the news about Izuka and her quirk. He got the family lawyer to draw up guardianship papers to try and reclaim her. That isn't possible. No court would allow a man who abandons his child to claim her, especially one with the media attention Izuka has." Toshinori shouted. "Hisashi isn't going the court route. Like it or not, my brother knows he won't win in a legal battle. The papers he had drawn up require Izuka to sign them, but if she does, Hisashi will have full legal control of her. That damn lawyer knew how to work around the law, and if she signs and we contest it, we won't have a legal leg to stand on." Haru frowned. "Izuka would never sign that. She hates her father." Inko spluttered. Haru raised an eyebrow. "Inko, I love you to pieces, but don't be so naive. You know he won't take no for an answer. He was on his way here before me, and since neither he or Izuka is here, I'm beginning to worry." Toshinori scowled angrily and pulled out his phone. "Mr. Kintaro, Izuka is in a counseling session right now. Room 19, just past the psych ward. It's the office of Miragi Nekazawa. Inko, go with Mr. Kintaro and make sure Izuka is safe." "What about you?" Haru asked as Inko hurried out the door. Toshi gave a small smile. "Let's just say I have a very close relationship to a certain hero." Miragi listened carefully to every word Izuka said, occasionally smiling gently at her to urge her to continue when she paused. So far, Izuka had been very methodical about explaining her experiences, telling the story almost as if she wasn't the subject in a way to distance herself from the pain. She still got choked up at times, and when she described what it felt like to be decayed by Tamira for the first time, they had to stop for a few moments while Izuka cried. To be honest, Miragi couldn't have been more thankful for the evolution aspect of Izuka's quirk. Without it and the mental protection it had created, the doctor highly doubted Izuka would ever mentally recover. As it stood, Izuka would likely suffer very few long-term consequences. It seemed to Miragi that in Izuka's mind, if it happened to her and not someone else, it wasn't a big deal. Miragi wasn't sure if this was a result of the girl being confident in her phoenix quirk or just her poor self-esteem. Either way, Miragi would recommend fortnightly meetings with her to either build her self-esteem or break her dependence on her quirk. Immortal or not, it wasn't healthy for someone to value their own life so little, especially a 10-year-old girl. Izuka, on the other hand, was finding the assessment to be a lot more pleasant than she expected. It was therapeutic to tell her story, especially to someone who wouldn't become really upset at her experiences. Every detail she revealed made her think back on the events differently, less like a victim and more like a survivor, someone that resisted and kept to her morals despite the pain. It was one of the few times Izuka felt proud of herself. Izuka was just wrapping up her story, having spoken of her feelings while healing All Might, when the door to the office suddenly burst open. Miragi looked up at the man in confusion, while Izuka froze and paled. The intruder was actually two men. One was a plain-faced man whose eyes were hidden behind glasses, but he had a prominent horn, like that of a rhino, on his forehead. The other man was very familiar to Izuka, his curly red hair looking like a shorter, color-swapped version of her own. He was wearing a black suit with a red shirt and black tie, with a tie pin shaped like a stream of flame. This man was Hisashi Kintaro, Izuka's father. Father, what are you doing here?" Izuka squeaked, edging closer to Miragi. The doctor's face turned from confusion to anger as she stood up, hiding Izuka behind her as she marched over to the man. "We are having a private meeting here. You have no business barging in. Please leave, or I shall call for security," she demanded. Hisashi regarded her with a critical eye before ignoring her completely, brushing past her to see his daughter. "Izuka, you have grown up. I'm glad to see you have recovered from your ordeal. Why do you care?" You said you didn't want me, Izuka snapped, the pain of those words still raw despite the years. Hisashi smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. I said I didn't want a quirkless child. You are not quirkless. In fact, you have surpassed my expectations, fire and healing. But those quirks and my family's evolution quirk in your veins. The next generation of the Kintaro family will be unmatched. And you even went and got the #1 hero in our debt. Izuka and Miragi exchanged a subtle glance. Thankfully, Hisashi didn't know the truth of her quirk. If he did, he'd do anything to take her away. All Might isn't in my debt. He saved me and I saved him, so we're even. And you disowned me. I'm a Midoriya and always will be until I marry, Izuka shouted, losing her temper. Hisashi ignored her outrage and took a document from the other man. My lawyer here has written up documents to correct that. Sign these and you will be Izuka Kintaro, my rightful heir. You'll want for nothing, and if the rumors I've heard are true, you have a recommendation to UA, so your education will be top-notch. I don't want to be a Kintaro. I am Izuka Midoriya and I will stay that way. You abandoned me. You don't get to just come back into my life cause I have a quirk and expect me to do what you want. And you think you'll have a better life with your mother. I am extremely wealthy, even as the second son of the Kintaro family, while your mother scrapes out a living among the lesser people. Can she even afford the hospital bills here? Her father asked mockingly. Izuka glared with all the might her 10-year-old body could muster. She marched over to the door and held it open. I'm not going with you. Please leave, Mr. Kintaro. Miragi smirked, oddly proud at the girl's defiance. Izuka was terrified on the inside, but she had experienced much worse than her horrid father. He couldn't scare her anymore. Hisashi's eyes narrowed. I'm getting bored with this little rebellion, Izuka. Your mother's influence is strong, but I will fix that. You are my daughter and you will do what I say. Izuka is my daughter and you have no right to demand anything, screamed Inko Midoriya, who came marching in with Haru Kintaro and his bodyguards hot on her heels. Ah, Miss Midoriya, you have my thanks for raising my child for the last few years, but it is time I reclaimed her, Hisashi said dismissively, ignoring his ex-wife's outrage. That's big talk for the man that abandoned her for 6 years, Inko yelled. Hisashi's smile turned cruel. That's big talk for the woman that allowed the child to be kidnapped, experimented on and tortured for a year. He shot back, causing Inko to flinch. Hey, at least Mom tried to find me and was there for me when I was saved. You didn't even care until the news said I had a quirk, Izuka yelled, defending her mother. Little flames were beginning to form on the ends of her hair and the tips of her fingers. Haru stepped forward. Enough, brother. You forget. I am head of the Kintaro family, not you. Stealing Izuka from a loving family will not let you take over. Ah, but you forget, dear brother, Hisashi smirked, you don't have an heir. You prefer the company of other men. And there is no way that the board or the rest of the family would approve of an adopted heir, when I can provide a flesh and blood one. Plus, with all might in my pocket thanks to that little debt, I wouldn't be surprised if the family threw you out just to let me take over. Now if you don't mind. He turned to Izuka and flapped the papers at her. Sign these. I have 6 years of education for you. Izuka's temper flared, and in a rare show of physical defiance, she breathed fire over the papers, incinerating them. Hisashi recoiled from the fire. Don't make this so difficult, girl, he growled, before the cruel grin returned to his face. You know, I hear that a certain little law firm is being bought by a larger office, one that happens to be owned by a friend of mine. Why, a word from me, and I'm sure my friend won't mind replacing a certain personal assistant. Izuka paled. The threat was clear. Obey Hisashi, or her mother would lose her job. And if that assistant should lose her job, I know of a very reputable hero agency that could use a good personal assistant, bellowed a new voice. In a burst of wind, All Might appeared in the room, dressed in his full costume and flashing a secret thumbs up at Izuka. Hisashi turned his attention to her newly appeared hero. Ah, All Might, I was hoping to speak to you soon. I wanted to arrange a business partnership between Kintaro Quirk Solutions and yourself. It's not much to ask, especially since my daughter saved your life. All Might shook his head. Not a chance. I fully support young Izuka's wish to stay with her mother. Hisashi frowned, his temper beginning to rise. Mr. All Might, I don't know what Izuka or her mother has told you, but you don't know the situation. Oh, I know exactly what's going on. Sir Night Eye may be the one with the foresight quirk, but I have a bit of foresight myself, so I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. All Might's smile was replaced with a furious scowl. His teeth bared like a bear before its prey. You are going to tear up any replacement documents you have and stay away from Izuka and her friends and family. If you do not, many things will happen. Firstly, I'll announce publicly that my agency will never do business with the Kintaro group, citing immoral practices on the part of the Kintaro family's second son. Secondly, I will urge my fellow heroes to do the same, telling them what you tried to do. Thirdly, I'll tell the media why you abandoned your child and that you threatened her mother when she was rescued. Also, you could exploit her. I wonder what would happen to you after all that. Everyone in the room could tell immediately. If All Might followed through on that threat, the Kintaro group would be ruined. They'd practically bend over backwards to kick Hisashi to the curb just to save face. Hisashi would be left completely destitute either way, with barely enough money to rent a low-end apartment. But you can't do that. I've done nothing wrong, Hisashi argued weakly, his arrogance evaporating in the presence of the formidable hero. All Might leaned in, his face inches from Hisashi's. I am a hero. It is my job to stop villains, and from where I'm standing, you seem rather villainous. Take my advice. Cut your losses and get the hell out of here. Hayashi gulped and nodded, fleeing the room without a backwards glance. The rhino-horned lawyer just watched and sighed before turning to Haru. I apologize, sir. I tried to report his actions, but he kept a close eye on me and dragged me here as soon as I completed the papers. Haru nodded. It's fine, Hisagawa. I was alerted by your assistant. The lawyer, Hisagawa, turned to Inko and Izuka. I apologize to you as well, Miss and Little Miss Midoriya. For the record, even if Izuka signed those documents, Hayashi would only be granted visitation rights, not guardianship. I am rather well versed in legal jargon, and Hisashi isn't known for his patience in reading documentation, he said, pushing his glasses up his nose with one finger. Izuka sighed with relief. Thank you, Mr. Hisagawa. Thank you too, Mom, All Might, Uncle Haru and Mr. Bodyguards. Oh, and thank you, Miss Nekazawa. With the adrenaline leaving her system, Izuka suddenly blinked. Wait, Uncle Haru, she yelled, leaping at her uncle. I finally get to see you in person. Your hair is really fluffy. She squealed happily as Haru lifted her onto his shoulders. Haha, glad to see you too, Munchkin. And yes, my hair is very fluffy. Kintaros often have that little trait. You have our blood, which is why your hair is fluffy too, Haru joked, reaching up to pet Izuka's hair. With Hisashi gone, the others relaxed too, but while Izuka and Haru chatted, All Might directed Inko to follow him to a side room beside Muraga's office. Inko, as much as I hate to say this experience with Hisashi has made me think. Is it safe for Izuka to go about like everything is normal? People are going to want to exploit her, and the Warp Gate villain is still on the loose. I fear it will be dangerous for Izuka. Inko went pale. I hadn't thought of that. What should we do? I think Izuka and yourself would be safest if you stayed with me. I need to train Izuka anyway. And you did say you wanted to move to a nicer neighborhood. My home is big, far too big for just me, and I would be glad to open my home to you and Izuka. I think it would be for the best. All Might explained, returning to his Toshinori mode. Is it really all right? Don't take this the wrong way, but normally I would never consider this. Do you really think Izuka will be safest if we live with you? Inko asked. All Might nodded. Well then, I suppose there's no other choice. I want Izuka to be as safe as possible without taking away her freedom. If it's not too much to ask, where do you live? Inko asked. I live in Nabo Ward. It's where most wealthy families in the city live, and is home to a lot of the top heroes around. My home is somewhat modest for the area, but is still considered upper middle class. I have my own gym, bedroom, study, dining room, kitchen, living room, den and 5 spare bedrooms, all with their own bathrooms. Plus, I've got a pretty big yard for running and playing. Toshi grinned. Inko blinked. You consider that modest? Toshi just laughed at the outburst, which Inko soon joined in with. Once the two calmed down, they returned to the others to find Izuka was hovering above the ground with her fire wings, while her uncle Haru had taken off his jacket and shirt so he could sprout his dragon wings to hover as well. Thankfully, Izuka was wearing her fireproof dress from Eraserhead, so her wings didn't burn her clothes. Toshinori and Inko exchanged a smile, the same thought crossing their mind. Just wait until we tell Izuka she gets to live with All Might. The day had finally come. 5 days after being rescued from the clutches of All for One, Izuka Midoriya was being discharged from hospital alongside All Might, and was preparing to deal with the press for the first time. The Bakugas, Gran Torino, Sir Night-Eye, Agent Nest and All Might's friend, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi were all assembled in the hospital foyer, with the police keeping the media from entering or blocking entry to the hospital. The group had come to serve as an escort for the Midoriyas, so they could safely get home and begin packing their things for the move to Toshinori's home in Nabo Ward. Katsuki had been disappointed that the Midoriyas wouldn't be coming to live with them instead, but Toshinori had promised that he could come visit whenever he wanted and would key the Bakugas into the house's biometric security system. Moving vans had already been delivered to the Midoriya's apartment, and government cars were waiting outside to get the group to their destination. Toshinori sighed as he watched the media buzzing about. We aren't going to get out of here easily. The police are holding them back, but we still need to pass the media to get to the cars. Sir Night-Eye pushed up his glasses. The best result would be to speak to them a bit. Appeasing them and then appealing to their sense of sympathy should get us through the fastest. Do you think you can handle that, sweetie? Inko asked, looking to her daughter, whom was dressed in the clothes Eraserhead had bought her. I think I can do it. They're not scary like Hisashi or the villains, Izuka said bravely. Ever since the encounter with her father, Izuka had well and truly cut the man from her life, not even calling him father anymore. Alright then, before we go, here is what the official stories are. Izuka's quirk is fire and healing. All Might killed all for one, and Izuka has accepted tutoring by Principal Nezu and is moving to a secure location to live safely. Under no circumstances is anyone to mention any detail of Project Phoenix, Izuka's true quirks, or the location, residence of her new home. I also strongly urge you all not to mention anything about the incident with Hisashi Kintaro, or the UA recommendation. If asked, then refuse to comment. Does everyone understand? Nest asked. Everyone nodded and the group left the hospital, the heroes flanking the group and Izuka kept safely in the center of their little formation. Immediately, countless flashes of light and voices flooded Izuka's senses as every news source in the country took pictures and asked questions. All Might led the group to the edge of the press line and lifted Izuka onto his shoulders. Everyone, please be calm. Young Miss Midoriya has graciously agreed to answer your questions. Please keep your words calm and respectful, Detective Tsukachi shouted over the crowd. The press calmed down a bit and the pictures slowed down to only one every few minutes. But the questions still came, along with people shouting for her attention. Nest, Inko and the pros had already begun answering questions, but most were for Izuka herself. Swallowing her nerves, she pointed to a lady reporter she recognized from her local news network. Miss Midoriya, can you comment on your abduction? Why were you targeted? What did the villains want? Well, I wasn't actually targeted. My friend was, and I got captured by mistake when I pushed him out of the way. Izuka saw Katsuki look down ashamedly. And the villains wanted to steal strong quirks. I was a late bloomer, so they thought I was quirkless, but my quirk manifested to heal me when they hurt me, Izuka answered. Another reporter, this time a man from a Kyoto newspaper, stepped forward. Does this mean the rumors of torture and experimentation are true? Nest cut in. Miss Midoriya was subjected to physical and mental abuse at the hands of her captives. I'll thank you not to dredge up those experiences. The villain's ultimate goal is presently unclear, and Miss Midoriya has already provided all the information she possessed to law enforcement. Many of the reporters looked sympathetically at Izuka, but the little girl smiled brightly. It's okay. The heroes saved me and now I'm safe. All the heroes worked really hard to help me and stop the villains. All Might and Eraserhead were the best ones, beating up the villain and stopping the other one from kidnapping me again, she gushed, entering her fangirl mode. The media absolutely ate that up, and their questions turned away from her experiences and more towards how she liked different heroes. Izuka was highly complimentary towards every hero mentioned, and at one point, All Might had laughed and patted her head. Young Midoriya is a spirited child who loves heroes more than anything else in the world. All Might grinned. Mr. All Might, how do you feel to have been saved by the very child you yourself had saved moments before? A reporter asked. I was very lucky. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for Izuka, I would have died. Izuka's healing quirk creates flames that consume blood to heal wounds. And the dear girl even cut herself to use her own blood to heal me when my own blood wasn't enough. Young Midoriya is as much a hero as I am, willingly sacrificing her own health for the sake of others, All Might declared. Izuka blushed and tried to bury her face into All Might's hair. The press cooed and many pictures were taken of the sweet sight. After that, the questioning tapered off and the group were able to get to the cars and drive away with minimal fuss. It had only been 15 minutes, but both the Midoriyas and Bakugas were exhausted as they relaxed in the large people carrier. Holy crap, that was annoying. Katsuki cursed. I can't believe even we got asked questions, Masaru complained. Katsuki here even got asked what his relationship with Izuka was. Imagine asking a 10-year-old a question like that. Damn tabloids. Izuka looked curiously towards her friend, whom smirked. Naturally, I told him I was gonna marry you. Kaken. Izuka meekly protested, getting a playful flick to the forehead from her friend. Just kidding, Izuchan. I told him we were childhood friends, he said with a cheeky grin. You should have seen the looks on everyone's faces when I got back to class on Monday. They were all going crazy, asking about you and when you'd be coming back to school. Izuka blinked in surprise. Between being quirkless, quiet, studious, and well-behaved, Izuka hadn't had any real friends. Boys hadn't wanted to play with a girl, and girls didn't want to play with a tomboy like Izuka, even if she still liked girly stuff. Kaken, you know I probably won't be going back there, right? The sandy blonde nodded. Course I do. If that Nezu guy doesn't become your permanent teacher, you'll end up with tutors or some high-class school, like Saume or something. It doesn't really matter. I told most of the people in my school to get lost. Acting all caring cause you got a quirk and fame. Freaking parasites, he growled. The rest of the car ride was fairly quiet, and by the time they got to the Midoriya's apartment, most of the press outside had left following the interview at the hospital, and the moving crew was raring to go. It didn't take long to actually pack their things into the moving trucks. Neither Inko or Izuka had a huge amount of possessions, and with All Might and Gran Torino helping out, it was done before lunch. Inko and Izuka both teared up a bit as they left the apartment for the last time. It wasn't much, but it had been their home since before Izuka had been born, and leaving it was a sad occasion. The family said their goodbyes to the neighbors and piled back into the car for the trip to Nobo Ward. When All Might had described Nobo Ward as the rich and wealthy district, he hadn't been exaggerating. The ward was made up of 48 blocks, arranged in 6 rows of 8, and each block was not a street or apartment complex, but a single home. The buildings were all built in a Western fashion, and no two buildings were the same. The only blocks that weren't filled with manors or extravagant homes were the ones occupied by a large park and a shopping center that catered to the rich and famous. A single hero agency was based here, Lady Noble the Golden Eye Hero Agency. Toshinori's home occupied one of the smaller blocks, specifically located directly to the north of the shopping center. His home was large and modern with a well-kept garden surrounding the entire property. The place was walled off like every block in the ward, and the only way in was through a large wrought iron gate that opened onto a gravel driveway. The only clue that All Might lived here was a fountain in the middle of some flower beds with numerous stone heroes carved into it, with All Might himself at the top. Izuka and Katsuki stared up at the house with awe as the adults began unpacking behind them. "Well, let's go in. Welcome to my home," Toshinori announced, unlocking the heavy oak front door and letting the group in. Izuka and Katsuki didn't need to be asked twice and ran in, eager to explore every corner of the house. The front door opened into a large foyer, which really only acted as a hub to the other rooms on the ground floor, and also contained the staircases that led to the second floor. The entire ground floor was carpeted with cream carpets, and the walls were painted a plain white. To the left of the foyer was the west wing, which contained the gym and den. The gym was decked out with every imaginable workout machine, some in normal size and some specially upgraded to train All Might's muscle form. The den featured a massive plasma screen TV, and the walls were filled with shelves of DVDs, Blu-rays, and video games. A pool table and a few arcade cabinets were also situated behind the mini-movie theater. To the right of the foyer was the east wing, which held the sitting and dining rooms, which were neatly decorated, but clearly not used often. Straight ahead from the foyer was the kitchen, which had its own small dining area and doors that led to the den and dining rooms. There was also a dumbwaiter that led to the upper floors. The second floor was where all the bedrooms were, 6 of them in total with their own bathrooms. Only All Might's room was occupied and was locked tight. The other 5 were all identical, with king-size beds, wardrobes, and a vanity, as well as a window that overlooked the back garden. The third floor only contained a study, but Toshinori whispered to the children that his hero study and armory was hidden on that floor too, though they couldn't get in without him. When the two were finally done exploring, the moving crews had already emptied their trucks, and now boxes of the Midoriya's things filled the foyer. "Thanks for the help. We'll take it from here," All Might said, handing the working men a healthy tip. He had slipped into his civilian form before arriving at the Midoriya's, so the public didn't know they were living with All Might. With the moving crew gone, Toshi turned to group. "That's the hard part done. Inko, I'll keep any furniture you don't feel like using in the garage. There's plenty of space. Also, feel free to redecorate anything in the east wing. I never really use it, so you can make it into your own Midoriya family space if you like." Inko nodded happily. "Thank you so much, Toshinori. I think we'll leave things as they are until we get settled a bit more." "Righto. Now, young Izuka, you get first dibs on which room you want. Mine is the one on the far left, so the other 5 are unoccupied. Inko, young Katsuki, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, feel free to take your pick of the remaining ones." Mitsuki's eyes widened. That's really nice of you, but why us? We're not moving in too." Toshinori grinned. "Maybe not, but I have plenty of rooms and I'd like you to come visit as often as you like. You might as well be comfortable." Izuka and Katsuki shot each other excited smiles and ran off to choose their rooms, opting for the 2 in the middle since they had the best view, showing the wide back garden. "It's not much yet, but a lick of paint and your stuff in this place will feel like home," Toshinori said, leaning in the doorway. "It already feels like home to me, 'cause you and Mom are here." Izuka smiled sweetly, hugging the man. Katsuki laughed at Toshinori's flustered expression, but he soon shut up when Izuka hugged him too, making him blush as badly as Toshi. Inko selected the room between Toshinori's and Izuka's, and the Bakugas ended up picking the one on the other side of Katsuki, leaving only the one on the far right unoccupied. With everyone working together, Izuka and Inko had their personal belongings put away in their new rooms, making their rooms look like larger versions of the ones they had at their old home. By the time they were finished, everyone was famished and sat down for dinner in the dining room. "This place really is amazing, Toshinori. How do you keep it so clean and tidy?" Inko asked. Gran Torino snorted. This idiot can't even work a vacuum. His only domestic skill is cooking." That's so mean, Toshi sulked. But it is true, I have a cleaner and gardener that maintains the place. I do the food myself. Well, we can help you there. Izuka and I cook together all the time. Inko smiled and Izuka happily nodded. Cooking with mom is fun. It'll be even more fun with you too. She cheered. Katsuki smirked. I bet you could cook without even using an oven, with your fire quirk. I tried cooking a fish I caught with explosions, but it ended messily. Masaru shuddered. Don't remind me. I was cleaning fish bits out of places I didn't even know I had. I found one of its eyeballs in my ear. The children giggled while Tsukachi and Gran Torino smirked and Sir Night-Eye looked a bit green. Toshi, hoping to change the subject for the sake of his sidekick, looked to his successor. It'll be nice to have someone else to cook for besides myself. Now, I think we should discuss how we'll begin your training. Izuka nodded excitedly. Yeah, I've got to go to UA for some equivalency tests on Monday. Then I'll start tutoring with Principal Nezu. I also have to have my counseling sessions with Dr. Muragi every other week, but the rest of the time is all for training. I'm glad you're so enthusiastic. I know you're proficient with your Phoenix and Link evolution quirks, so we'll be focused solely on one for all. But this is important. Until I tell you otherwise, you are forbidden from even trying to use one for all. Emergencies are fine, but otherwise, never use it. All Might warned. How come? Is it dangerous? Izuka asked. Yes, both for you and for others. It puts incredible strain on the body if you aren't used to it, and with your current physique, you'll be shattered with even a tiny bit of the power. We'll be training your body first, so you can use the minimum power safely, then we'll work on controlling the power output. I warn you, it'll be extremely difficult, and when you actually start using one for all, I imagine it'll hurt a lot until you're used to it. Your healing quirk is really a godsend in this situation. Holy crap, your quirk could seriously mess up her body, Katsuki asked. Unfortunately, I was lucky in that my body is perfectly suited for it. But Izuka, you are never likely going to have the muscle mass that I do, so you'll need to use the power differently. Toshi explained. You may be better served using kicks, acrobatics, and speed as opposed to punches and raw power. Sir Night-Eye added, judging from your mother and your rather reprehensible father, you will likely be slender, and any muscle you build will likely be based more in your legs and abdominal muscles. Izuka nodded. I can also use my fire as a booster to further strengthen my blows without causing myself any damage. You also have that evolution factor as part of your quirk. Chances are, that'll help you adapt to it faster. Inko added her own opinion. I'm not sure about that. Evolution helped my mind, as well as making me more resistant to poison, disease, and other environmental effects. But it never really worked to make me physically tougher. But there is a difference between taking blows and overworking my own body, so it might work. Izuka replied. She wished she had her hero notebook with her, but her mom didn't like when she wrote at the dinner table. From there, conversation turned into the heroes creating a proper training plan for Izuka. All Might would focus on the actual muscle training. Gran Torino would teach Izuka how to fight with kicks and acrobatics, and Sir Night-Eye would help improve her natural ability for strategy. Inko would contribute by helping cook the special diet that Izuka would need, and Katsuki would join in on the training as well, so he and Izuka could get stronger together. Mitsuki and Masaru were a bit lost, not being sure how to assist, but Izuka assured them that just cheering her on was enough. For the rest of Izuka's first week in her new home, she rested and helped run errands with Inko and All Might, getting to explore a bit of the neighborhood. Since most of the people living in the area were very wealthy or famous themselves, they had very little interest in Izuka, or were understanding and kept her presence in Nabo Ward a secret, allowing her to move around freely without worry, though All Might insisted he accompany her whenever she left the house. On Monday, Izuka woke bright and early and dressed in the child-sized UA uniform, practically vibrating with excitement. Today was the day she would finally get to see inside UA and begin her tutoring. After breakfast and a big hug from her mother, Izuka hopped in Toshinori's car for the drive. I see you're excited. Toshinori grinned as he drove. I am. I've wanted to see inside UA since I was a toddler, and now I'm gonna be a student, even if it's only tutoring, but then I'll get to be a real student in high school. Izuka gushed. I'm glad, but I have to ask, are you really okay with this? I know you and young Katsuki are very close. Would you rather being going to school with him and other children your age? He asked, watching her out of the corner of his eye. Izuka giggled. It's okay. Kaken is my only friend my age, and he practically lives with us. Toshinori smirked. Izuka was right too. They had moved into his home on a Wednesday, and out of the 4 days they'd been there, Katsuki had stayed 3 times. He only begrudgingly went home Sunday evening so he would be ready for school the next day, though he promised he'd come back after school. The pro hero was actually glad that Izuka had such a devoted friend, even if that friend did like to tease her a fair bit. When the duo arrived at UA, they were met at the front gate by a familiar man in black clothes and many gray scarves. Eraserhead, Izuka cheered, running over to him as soon as she got out of the car. "Thank you so much for the present on my birthday, and for saving me from Kirigiri," she said, bowing politely despite her massive excitement. "You're welcome, kid. You already thanked me anyway, remember?" Eraserhead smirked. Izuka straightened up and nodded. She had sent thank you notes to all the heroes that sent her presents, which, unbeknownst to her, had caused Present Mike and Midnight to gush over the cuteness of the little drawings of Eraserhead, Recovery Girl, and Nezu that she had put in their notes. "Anyway, I don't really go by my hero name when not on active duty. I'm Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you," the tired man introduced. "Ah, and I'm Izuka Midoriya. Nice to meet you too, Aizawa-sensei." She smiled. "So, how come you came to meet us, Shota?" All Might asked. Aizawa pointed at the UA barrier behind him. "It's the summer vacation right now, so the security system is going through maintenance. Only the UA staff are allowed in right now, but Nezu made Izuka's ID the same as a teacher one to get around that. I'm here to collect her since you won't be allowed in, and to make sure she doesn't wander to places students aren't allowed," he explained. "I see. Well then, this is where I leave you, young Izuka. Have a good day, and do your best," Toshi said, kneeling down to stroke Izuka's hair. The little girl leaned into the touch and then hugged him tightly. "I will. See you later, Toshi." She smiled cutely. "Come pick her up at 4 o'clock. If you don't show up on time, I'll let Hisashi and Nimiri fill her up with candy," Shota threatened, the deadpan expression making it clear he was very serious. Toshi returned to the car with a wave, and Izuka followed Aizawa-sensei into UA, looking around at anything and everything. As they walked, Aizawa spoke. "Nezu is actually not here right now. He's off dealing with a situation at the first-year hero course training camp. He'll be back by this afternoon, but he left me with instructions for the day." Izuka nodded. "Aizawa-sensei, don't you have a class yourself? I heard from Toshi that you're the class 1 a homeroom teacher. I expelled them all within the first week," Aizawa said nonchalantly. The small girl squeaked in shock. Really? What did they do?" "It's more what they didn't do. Every damn one of them thought that since they already got into UA, they could screw around and not take it seriously. Or worse, they were only in the hero program for their own sakes, to boost their ego or fame. I've got no room in my class for someone like that, so I kicked him out. Some got transferred to support or general education if their abilities or grades were good enough, but most left UA altogether." Izuka gulped. Aizawa-sensei was actually quite scary. But he certainly took being a hero seriously, and had a rather fierce work ethic despite his lazy appearance. The girl couldn't help but feel respect bubbling up within her. "Anyway, we're going to the staff room. You'll be taking some equivalency tests so we know what you need to learn or catch up on. Then we'll have lunch, and this afternoon, I'll show you around the school while Nezu grades your papers. You got all that?" Aizawa asked. "Yes, sensei." Aizawa smirked into his scarves. It seems this kid actually had the proper spirit. He decided he'd watch her carefully. The UA staff room was empty when they arrived, though a small child-sized desk had been placed next to Aizawa's and a small bag of cookies was sitting on it, a good luck note pinned to it. A gift from Lunch Rush, no doubt. Aizawa shook his head. Izuka's eyes sparkled at the gift, and she carefully placed them into her backpack and sat down in her desk, her face practically glowing from happiness and excitement. "I'm ready, sensei," Izuka declared. She'd already unpacked her things, namely her pencil case, eraser, and notebook. Aizawa looked at the notebook with a raised eyebrow, and Izuka opened it, showing it was blank. Being prepared is a good habit. Here are the tests. You have 45 minutes for each one, and I'll let you know when to start the next one." Aizawa handed over a packet of 5 test papers, which Izuka took with a grateful smile and set to work. The tests were math, science, Japanese, English, and social studies, and Izuka tore into them with gusto. Aizawa settled at his desk to finish some paperwork, but truthfully, he spent most of his time watching the girl at his side. Izuka was focused completely on the papers in front of her, her tongue poking out the side of her lips in concentration. Aizawa was mildly surprised that she didn't seem to be struggling, with the only signs of difficulty being when she swapped to her notebook to perform calculations. This was surprising, as the papers had been designed by Nezu himself, and from the brief glance Aizawa had given them, they were suited more to 11 or 12-year-olds, not 10-year-olds that hadn't been to school in a year. When Shota questioned Nezu on this, the infuriating mouse man had just waved him off and told him to wait and see. Izuka finished each test within 30 minutes and spent the last 15 minutes of each one checking her answers, occasionally making small alterations or adding to her answers, another good study habit that Aizawa wished his older students would employ. The underground hero thought back to the reports he'd been given by Nezu the previous evening. They had been reports from Izuka's elementary school, and almost everyone said the same thing. Izuka Midoriya was an intelligent and very hard-working young girl, but was cripplingly shy and lacked assertiveness, which Aizawa read as being a side effect of bullying due to her not having a quirk. He growled to himself under his breath. Those teachers hadn't done anything about the bullying, all because the bullies had quirks and Izuka didn't. The man hated that the poor girl had to be kidnapped and tortured for that to change. Finally, the last test was completed and Izuka sat back in her chair, stretching her arms and sighing with relief. That was tougher than I thought it would be. You did good, Aizawa said approvingly. I'm going to go grab us some lunch, you sit tight, he told her, handing her one of his juice pouches before standing up and heading for the cafeteria. It wasn't actually open, but Lunch Rush had stored a couple of bento boxes for Shota and Izuka in the fridge in his kitchen so no one snagged them. Aizawa couldn't count how many times he'd used his scarves to strangle Hisashi for eating his lunch. With lunch in hand, he returned to the staff room, only to sigh in irritation at the sight he was met with. The other teachers had showed up. Izuka was blushing, her eyes sparkling as she looked back and forth between all the pro heroes surrounding her. Recovery Girl, Present Mike, Cementos, Midnight, 13, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, and Hound Dog were all sitting around her, introducing themselves or gushing over the cute child. They had all been told not to come to the staff room because of Izuka's tests, but now that they were finished, that order no longer applied. Will you all give the kid some space? She needs to eat. Aizawa deadpanned, handing the bento to Izuka. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Izuka smiled as she took the box. Present Mike and Midnight promptly swooned at the adorable child. Shota, how could you keep this adorable little green bean all to yourself? Hisashi Yamada Aka Present Mike complained, ruffling Izuka's hair. I've been having her take tests, not playing. Shota shot back. Leaving this poor cutie taking boring old tests all day. How mean, Nimori said dramatically, picking Izuka up and depositing the girl in her lap. Izuka looked like she was in heaven, being fawned over by the pros. It wasn't so bad. It was kind of fun actually, like solving a tough puzzle. Izuka smiled, a good attitude to have. Have you been taking care of yourself properly? Recovery Girl asked. Yeah, I've been eating a lot and resting, and I haven't used my quirks at all. Except once, when I got mad with someone. Izuka answered, feeling a bit guilty at the end. That doesn't sound like you. Was it a bad person? The nurse asked. Izuka grimaced, thinking about her birth father. He was. She said, Arg, is someone bullying the cinnamon roll? Who is it? I'll beat him up. Present Mike growled. Not quite. What happened was, Izuka told them the story of Hisashi Kintaro. The UA heroes all knew the truth about Izuka's quirk and what happened to her with All for One, so she felt it was safe to tell them. How despicable. A father abandoning his cub. I'd rip the fool apart. Hound Dog barked. It's awful that he tried to take you away. We'll keep you safe. 13 added, petting the girl's hair. The space hero was a little upset that they couldn't take off their glove and touch the soft curls directly, especially since Midnight and Present Mike seemed to enjoy stroking them so much. Maybe we should reconsider working with the Kintaro group in future, Power Loader commented, only for Izuka to become panicked. No, please, don't do that. Hisashi is a bad guy, but Uncle Haru is really nice and a lot of people work at their companies. I don't want them all to suffer cause of me. Izuka argued. Easy kiddo, I take it back. Geez, no wonder you want to be a hero. Your heart is far too big, Power Loader said, recoiling both from Izuka's words and the glares that the other heroes shot him. At that moment, Nezu walked in, carrying a pair of files and wearing an angry frown. Apparently the incident at the training camp hadn't ended well. Everything all right, Nezu? Recovery Girl asked. Not really. The incident was worse than I feared. 2 of Blood King's students got into a petty argument that escalated to violence and quirk usage. A 3rd student tried to peacefully intervene and had to be airlifted to hospital for his efforts. And the Pussycats are furious, especially since their forest and campground was damaged. UA has to foot the bill for the repairs and the medical bills for the injured student. That student will miss at least a month of school and the 2 instigators have been expelled. The mouse man grumbled as he placed the students' files on Blood King's empty desk. They got expelled. It must have been really bad. Izuka commented, resisting the urge to pet Nezu's head to comfort him. I was reluctant, since the 2 boys were very promising. Despite their issues, but Blood King won't have them in his class any longer, and if he won't, Eraserhead certainly won't. Nezu replied. Aizawa snorted, damn right I won't. A hero that hurts his own comrades is no use to anyone. Nezu sighed and turned back to Izuka. Never mind all that. It seems you're quite popular with my staff. How did you handle the exams? He smiled. Tough, but I could handle it. If the tutoring is as tough as that, it should be really fun. Izuka grinned, expressing the joy of a child that truly loved to learn. Nezu felt cheered up by the smiling girl. Very good. Now, you all go and give Izuka the tour while I grade these papers. It'll be nice to do some real teacher work again after this morning. The pros nodded and cleared out, hurrying Izuka out. Though she gave a cheerful thumbs up to the principal as she left, Nezu grinned. While he had a strong distaste towards humans for their treatment of him in the past, Nezu loved kids, which was why he decided to work as a teacher. He sat at Aizawa's desk. not wanting to face the mountain of paperwork in his own office, and began to look through Izuka's tests. As he worked, his face turned from concentration to astonishment to pure joy. Izuka had done amazingly well. The tests had been purposely hard to reveal her weaknesses, but somehow she hadn't gotten a single question wrong. Her scores weren't perfect. Some answers needed more detail and some had too much detail in the wrong area, but the overall answers were correct and well thought out. Izuka wasn't a super genius, but she was very intelligent, working at the level of a 13-year-old, despite being 10 and not having been to school in a year. Oh yes, Nezu could definitely work with this. When Aizawa finally returned to the staff room a few hours later, Izuka trailing behind him a bit sleepily, he found the principal eagerly writing a whole series of schedules. Did everything go okay? Nezu asked without looking up from his work. Yeah, the tour went smoother than I expected. The others ended up being roped into cleaning the support workshops after they trashed some of Power Loader's tools while showing off. Still, the kid had fun, right? Aizawa said, turning to the little girl. Izuka nodded with a big smile, her sparkling eyes drooping a bit. It wasn't that late yet, but Izuka had had a busy day. How did she do on the tests? That depends. Do you want me to judge her on her age, or as a teenager 3 years older? Nezu smiled. Aizawa whistled. That good, huh? As a 10-year-old, she's a genius. As a 13-year-old, she'd be considered the top of her age group. It's remarkable that she's learned so much, Nezu declared. Izuka blushed. I like to study. It made Mom happy when I did well, and it was the only way I could compete with the other kids before I got my quirk. I also used to hide in the library a lot when the other kids would bully me. You shouldn't sell yourself short here, Izuka. Your intelligence is a result of hard work. Be proud, especially after no education the past year. Actually, Izuka cut the principal off. I did study with the villains. The Warp Gate villain, Kurogiri, would make me and Tamura study together at some bar he'd warp us to. All for One wanted us both to be smart for his plans. But Tamura hated it and made me do his work for him. If I messed up, Kurogiri would tell All for One that I was rebelling and I got punished. It was hard, but I suppose I got used to it. Shota's eyes narrowed. What sorts of things did they make you study? The same sort of stuff in normal school, I guess. Since a lot of it was in the tests I just took. It was a bit skewed though. I was made to study a lot of stuff around biology, social studies, and history. Nezu looked over to the test papers. Izuka's words made sense. Social studies and science were her best subjects by far, and he could understand why All for One wanted her to study such things. After all, he was a man that experimented on others and sought to bring down the current structure of society. How better to continue his work than to learn the workings of the body, society, and the various failures and downfalls of the past? Well, it seems the villains and their atrocities have borne us another unexpected gift. Izuka, we'll be focusing on bringing up your math and language skills first, since those are your worst subjects. Once you're roughly at the same level across the board, we'll begin a more balanced curriculum. Sound good? Nezu asked. Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to it. Izuka grinned. Good. Work hard. Little Izuka, I'm going to be pushing you hard, Nezu said, petting the girl's head. And with that, Izuka's road to heroism truly began. For 3 years, Izuka Midoriya trained and learned under her pro-hero teachers, strengthening her body and sharpening her mind, with her childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo at her side. As a result, much had changed for the now 13-year-old Izuka. Her tutoring with Nezu had been brutal, even compared to her physical training. The mouse principal pushed her hard, setting no homework but giving Izuka the kind of classwork more in line with high school students than the middle school, junior high student she was. Izuka had enjoyed the challenge and found her time with Nezu passing very quickly, with a whole day of lessons passing in what felt like minutes, though when she finally stopped, Izuka would often mentally crash for a while. Because of this, she only had classes on the Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with all other days devoted to training. But as a result, Izuka was at the level of a 16-year-old in intelligence. At age 11, she had also begun direct tutoring and healing with Recovery Girl and was now adept in first aid without her quirk and was quick to diagnose illnesses and injuries, as well as good medicines to help treat them. Her healing ace was still her quirk though, and she used it whenever she didn't know how else to resolve an injury. Between her lessons with Nezu and her work in the nurse's office, Izuka became quite well known among the students of UA, with most in the hero course having been healed by her at least once, since she turned 13 and the new school year began. An enthusiastic boy named Mirio Tagata had become a frequent patient and the two had struck up a friendship. But it was in her physical development that Izuka really shone. She'd grown taller, and thanks to vigorous and dedicated exercise with all might, she'd managed to accumulate some lean muscle, primarily on her legs and abdomen, though her arms held a fair bit as well. Izuka was happy with her strength, which was easily on the same level as Katsuki, though she was less pleased with her physique. Because of the year of poor nutrition with the villains combined with inheriting her mother's genetics, Izuka would always have a short and petite figure. She was at least an inch shorter than the rest of her age group and was very slender, with only a hint of a womanly figure. This figure also made her muscles less noticeable, but at least she had them. Without them, her limbs would be like sticks. Izuka still wasn't allowed to use one for all yet, as Toshinori was worried of the effect it would have on her slender frame. With Gran Torino, Izuka learned how to fight, practicing the basics of kickboxing, judo and taekwondo as well as acrobatics to create her own fighting style that revolved around using her flexibility, speed and strong legs to dance around an opponent and take them out with rapid kicks. She had named her style Phoenix Might, a name that symbolized her dual origin as holder of the Phoenix Quirk and successor to All Might. Izuka's work with Sir Night-Eye was more like her tutoring than combat training, as it revolved entirely around Sir Night-Eye providing her with a written situation and a set of constraints and tools with which to resolve it, turning difficult hero situations like sieges, hostage situations, and natural disasters into complex puzzle. Izuka took everything and constantly worked to improve herself, with Katsuki proving to be an eternal source of support as well as a nearly indomitable rival. He studied hard in his own classes, becoming top of his class every year and building his strength and skills as a hero as well. He joined Izuka in her kickboxing lessons and was much more skilled in it than Izuka herself. He and Izuka would spar frequently and were fairly evenly matched. Katsuki had raw power and was a combat genius, while Izuka was more skilled and adapted better to the situation. Over the 3 years of training, their wins were at 133 to 127 in Katsuki's favor. Outside of training and learning, the two teens and their families and friends continued their lives quite happily. Sir Night-Eye left All Might's agency and started his own, deciding that now that All Might had Izuka to become his successor and future sidekick, it was time for him to begin making a name for himself as a full-fledged hero rather than a sidekick. He and All Might had separated on good terms, with Sir Night-Eye making a final joke that his leaving would give All Might practice for when Izuka decided to break out on her own. Toshinori was happier than he had been in years, as within 3 months of the Midoriyas moving in with him, he started a romantic relationship with Inko. The two were both quite shy, but very affectionate, and Izuka absolutely adored Toshinori, whom she began calling Uncle Toshi. That nickname had only lasted until just a few months before Izuka's 13th birthday, and had been replaced by a new one, Papa. Toshinori asked Inko to marry him after 2 years of dating, and Inko had said yes. Their wedding was small, and only those that knew both All Might's and Izuka's secrets had attended or even knew about it. But it was a wonderful day for all, with the wedding held in Toshinori's beautiful gardens and Izuka acting as Inko's maid of honor. Sir Night-Eye was All Might's best man, and Gran Torino walked Inko down the aisle and gave her away. Inko and Izuka kept the name Midoriya for security reasons, though they both referred to themselves as Yagi Midoriya. The wedding had also been the day that Katsuki had made his move. He had teased Izuka about marrying her since her rescue, and over the years that followed, he had never let up on it. His teases started being accompanied by gentle touches, then hugs, then kisses on the cheek, but on that day, during the wedding reception, he had kissed on her on the lips for the first time. It was chaste and sweet, and for the first time, Izuka had seen self-doubt in Katsuki's face. She had ended that by returning the kiss just as sweetly. Since then, very little had really changed outside of wording. Their hanging out became dates, and instead of referring to each other as friends, they called one another boyfriend and girlfriend and adopted more pet names. Izuka was Izuchin, Deku, and Little Rabbit, while Katsuki was Kakin, Lil Baku, and My Lion. Both their parents had been supportive, though All Might had been far too eager to use his new papa status to give the threatening father talk to Katsuki. Of course, Katsuki would have been very foolish to ignore the orders of All Might, and so life carried on, until the day Izuka got to be a hero once again. It was a cool October day when Nezu and Aizawa came to the Yagi household. Izuka answered the door to them, smiling with surprise as she saw the visitors. Nezu-sensei, Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here? She asked, moving aside so the two could come in. Toshinori wandered in from the den to see the guests, giving each a nod of acknowledgement. It was odd for the two teachers to be there, as it was Thursday, a physical training day. We have come for a special reason. Your physical and mental education has reached a fairly high level now, am I right? Nezu asked. Izuka blushed bashfully. I think I'm making good progress. You've gotten a lot stronger, but only in areas that everyone can. Aizawa cut in. You have talents that others don't, beyond strength and intelligence. You mean my Phoenix Quirk? Izuka asked. Correct. I also mean your Link Evolution Quirk. Tell me, have you really used either in the years since you've been free? Aizawa asked. Izuka thought about. She really hadn't used it much. She occasionally flew to escape Kakin after teasing him or to correct herself if she tripped or fell. She rarely used her fire abilities, using it only to burn small bits of trash or to jumpstart a fire during her occasional camping trips with Kakin. She hadn't died at all since being saved, and outside of her lessons with Recovery Girl, Izuka only ever healed the odd paper cut or bruise. She hadn't even thought of using Link Evolution since being saved. Not really, no. Just little things that everyone does, I suppose. That's good, but we need to begin working on that. Most kids get their quirks as small children and experiment with it as they grow and learn to control it. You learn control while in captivity, but we want to help foster some creativity by giving you an opportunity to use both quirks in an appropriate environment, Nezu explained. Aizawa nodded, before adding, plus, the bigwigs in the government and the Hero Union want to test out your Link evolution for themselves and decided this was a good kill two birds with one stone scenario. Izuka tilted her head. So I need to link up with someone and train my Phoenix quirk. In a simplified sense, yes, Shota grinned. We've arranged a special junior hero training camp. We planned from the beginning to give you this sort of thing as an apprenticeship. But between all your training and the hunt for the remains of All for One's agents, we haven't had a chance to implement it. From here on out, your Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays will be hero work observation and quirk training. Each week will be with a different hero, usually a UA hero or someone from Sir Night-Eye's agency, since it's a bit last minute. This week will only be Friday and Saturday, but we have to get there by this evening. Izuka's eyes brightened. Really? That's so cool. Who am I with first? Is it you, or Present Mike, or Midnight? She gushed, bouncing eagerly. Whoa there, calm down a bit, kid. Shota put his hand on her head to stop her bouncing. Like I said, this was a bit last minute. I'm coming with you as her guardian, but my work is too dangerous for you to observe yet. Present Mike and Midnight wanted to, but both had prior engagements, Aizawa said wryly, remembering how the two had glared and complained that they hadn't been asked sooner. Both had practically fought over the right to be her second hero observation. The other UA teachers had grown so used to Izuka that they began thinking of her as a sort of mix between student and school mascot. But Present Mike and Midnight never grew bored of spoiling her or fawning over her. If it's not those two, then who is it? Izuka asked, her excitement tempered by curiosity. She knew about practically every hero in the top 500 and knew every Japanese hero. It's actually a hero duo that protects a small village in the mountains. Their name is Water Hose. Nezu spoke up. Water Hose. They're the super fire fighting heroes that made their debut fighting a massive forest fire at the base of Mount Fuji, right? Engine Red can produce water from his palms and Aquin can control any water. They teamed up right out of school and married soon after. Izuka rattled off everything she knew about them. Nezu and Toshinori chuckled, while Aizawa shook his head in exasperation. He had been worried that Izuka would be disappointed in working with such obscure heroes, but it seemed this girl knew everything about them. Izuka quickly dashed upstairs before dashing back with a notebook in hand, specifically volume 11 of her hero analysis books. Flipping through them, she turned the book to face the others, revealing a childish picture of the two heroes along with numerous facts and observations about them. Well, it's good you're eager, Toshi smirked, running his fingers through her long green hair. Water Hose are based in Monkalama Village, right? That's a few hours away. I'll be driving her there myself. Water Hose has agreed to let Izuka and myself stay in their home during the observation. I'll be there as additional support. Is it okay for us to go ahead with this? We would have gotten permission before now, but... I know. All Might waved Aizawa off. It was last minute. It's fine with me, but I should give Inko a call. She's having a spa day with Mitsuki. Izuka giggled. Her papa absolutely loved to spoil her and mom. If either one of them smiled and hugged him, Toshinori would do anything they said, though both Inko and Izuka didn't have the heart to exploit this, creating a family that Aizawa exhaustedly referred to as eternal newlyweds. A quick phone call later and Izuka ran off to pack for the two-day excursion, leaving Nezu, Aizawa and Toshinori in the foyer. No matter how hard we work her, she never loses that enthusiasm. Nezu smiled. Of course not. She's the daughter of the #1 hero, and future #1 herself. Toshi bragged. Aizawa's sweat dropped. He didn't know which title meant most to the enthusiastic pro, Symbol of Peace or Izuka's father. He certainly bragged more about the latter. Is Bakugo still competing with her? Aizawa asked, knowing the boy also aimed to be #1. Young Katsuki is as fired up as ever. The two have a very peculiar relationship, fighting fiercely in their training and then being all affectionate outside of it, but both have agreed to support the other and aim for #1. I wager that when they become pros, the two will constantly be switching between the #1 and #2 positions as one overtakes the other. Toshi grinned. Izuka chose that moment to come running back into the room, a yellow backpack over her shoulder. I'm ready. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Sure you didn't forget anything? It doesn't look like you packed much. I have my training gear, 2 sets of clothes, my toothbrush and the notebook with Water Hose's info. Heroes can't be dragging loads of stuff with them in emergencies, so I only packed the essentials. Izuka replied, seeing through Aizawa's trick question. The underground hero smirked. Good, you remembered. Now say your goodbyes. We'll be heading off in 1 minute. Izuka nodded and ran to hug Toshi. Bye, Papa. The lunch I made you is in the fridge, so make sure you remember to eat it. Toshi returned the hug and kissed the girl's forehead. I will, my girl. Enjoy yourself and work hard. He turned to the teachers. Can I expect you back late on Saturday, or will you leave it until Sunday? Sunday, so we both have a chance to relax. Aizawa answered. All Might nodded and walked the trio out to the car and waved as the trio drove off. As All Might watched his daughter disappear into the distance, a sudden shiver went up his spine. I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. Izuka felt a similar shudder, though she interpreted it as anticipation. The drive to Monkalama village was a good 3 hours after getting out the city, so Izuka passed the time by participating in an impromptu lesson with Nezu while Aizawa concentrated on driving. The subject of the lesson revolved around how to deal with fires, namely kitchen fires, industrial fires, oil fires, forest fires, and house fires. For most, this would have been simply a case of calling the fire brigade or grabbing the right fire extinguisher if it was a small fire. But for Izuka and her pyrokinesis, it was much simpler. She simply pulled all the flame towards herself and absorbs it into her own body. Absorbing flames gave Izuka a boost of power like a sugar rush and also raised Izuka's body temperature, and at high levels could result in her getting a fever if she didn't expel the excess energy quickly enough. It was the only real limit to her fire-based abilities, since no fire could hurt her and hot objects would not burn her. Paradoxically, because of Izuka's fire making her normal body temperature higher than normal, Izuka actually preferred cold weather, as it helped to regulate her high heat while hot weather made her uncomfortable but made her fire power stronger. As they approached Monkalama village and the water hose agency, Nezu changed the subject to her link quirk. Izuka, do you still know how to actually perform the link? It has been a long time. Nezu asked. I do. I just have to have skin-to-skin contact. I'm not sure how to explain it, but I sort of meld my spirit with theirs. The best way of explaining it is that I hug them with my soul and then our souls hold hands. Izuka explained, struggling with the rather abstract concept of her links. And what about the other aspects? Aizawa asked, his eyes flicking to her in the rear-view mirror. The evolution of the other person's quirk, the telepathy, and your ability to use their quirk. That's a little easier to explain, at least by feeling. The telepathy is just like have a phone call in my head. I imagine it is thinking at each other through the phone, and when I want to keep my thoughts to myself, I cover the receiver. As for using their quirk, that is even easier. I have instinctive knowledge on how to use it, though I lose that knowledge when the link ends, Izuka said with a smile. And the evolution? Izuka tilted her head, deep in thought. I can't really explain that well. The linked person's quirk just gets stronger, or their body adapts to it better maybe. I only know what I saw, but I think the quirk's owner can use the improved and unimproved versions separately if they want it, and I know that the improved version is usually harder to control and takes more energy. Beyond that, I'm kind of clueless. Nezu nodded. If you can use a weaker version of the linked person's quirk, then when their quirk evolves, are you also able to use a stronger version? I don't think so. I only got to test Tamura's quirk, but even after his evolved, I still had the same restrictions as before. Izuka replied. When Tamura Shigaraki's quirk evolved, he had been able to deactivate his quirk, rather than having it be automatic, and had also been able to use it from his feet if he wanted. Izuka had to touch all 10 fingers to something to use it though, as opposed to Tamura's 5 fingers on one hand. And when she did, the effect was automatic even after Tamura's quirk evolved. I'll keep a close eye on it. Nezu, what are you going to be doing while the kid and I work? Aizawa asked as they approached the water hose agency. I'll be going down to the town at the base of the mountain, the one we passed through. The police there have had some incidents with what they believe is a villain, and this villain matches the descriptions of one of the villains in All for One's files. I'm going to review their evidence and the crime scenes to see if I can put more of a picture together. Nezu answered. Izuka frowned. Ever since her rescue, the government had been ruthlessly hunting the villains that had become associated with All for One. Many had been captured already thanks to All for One's detailed notes and descriptions on them, whom he considered his asset. Most of the small fry had been caught already, but many big shots like Tamura and Kirigiri were still running about, as well as several Naumas that were missing after the destruction of the lab. Her frown was wiped away when they came to a stop outside the Hero Agency, and Izuka jumped out of the car and ran to meet the heroes she'd be training with and observing, Aizawa and Nezu hot on her heels. The Water Hose Agency was built in the style of a small fire station, complete with massive garage for a fire engine and fireman poles. Wow, this place is so cool. We're glad you like it, declared 2 voices from within the building. Suddenly, 2 figures shot down from the fireman poles and formed a pose together which roughly resembled the kanji for water. We are water hose. Izuka's smile became impossibly huge. The couple wore the same costume, consisting of a red vest over a black bodysuit with white shoulder pads, gloves, and boots. Over the left breast on the vests was a gold emblem like that of the fire department, and each wore a helmet with a visor, mouthpiece, and a snorkel attached to the side of the mouth guard. Amazing. The firefighter heroes, Engine Red and Aquin. The two heroes chuckled and took off their helmets. They had similar hairstyles, with Aquin's being light brown and Engine Red's being black. Engine Red also had some light stubble on his upper lip. "Hello there, little hero," Aquin greeted. "I'm Kanako Izumi, aka Aquin, and this is my husband Taka, aka Engine Red. I'm Izuka Midoriya. I don't have a hero name yet, but I hope it'll be a cool one like yours," Izuka gushed, before suddenly blushing and pulling her notebook from her backpack. Opening it to Water Hose's page. "I'm sorry, but would you please sign this?" "Huh, I think you might be our second biggest fan. Right after Koda, of course." Taka laughed, happily signing his name under the drawing of him. Kanako did the same with a giggle, also taking the opportunity to pet Izuka's hair. "Thank you so much. I love rescue heroes the best, though All Might is my favorite." If I may ask, who is Koda?" Izuka asked, beaming at the heroes and their autographs. "Koda is our son." Kanako smiled proudly. "He's staying with his Aunt Shino, my sister, this weekend. He's only 3 and is a good boy, but we felt it would be best to have him out of the way for this so we can focus on you. Remember Midoriya, in an emergency, splitting your attention unnecessarily can lead to disaster." Izuka nodded determinedly and wrote the quote in her notebook. When you said your sister Shino, do you mean Shino Sasaki? Sasaki is your maiden name, right?" Kanako nodded, making Izuka grin. "Then he's staying with Mandalay of the Wild Pussycats. He's really lucky having so many awesome heroes in the family." Nezu and Aizawa both sweat dropped, this coming from the girl whose dad is the #1. They thought, "Well, I only came this far to ensure Izuka and Shota got here safely. I leave them in your care, Water Hose," Nezu said, before marching off to Aizawa's car and driving away, leaving Izuka and the other pros wondering curiously how he reached the pedals. "I still can't figure out what that guy even is," Taka muttered as he walked over to Aizawa. "Long time no see, Shota. How have you been?" Aizawa nodded and shook Taka's hand. "I've been good. Hazashi is still a pain in the ass, and Nimuri has been bugging me about a class reunion. Not much else has gone on since the big rescue 3 years back." Taka nodded and looked over to where his wife was showing Izuka around their fire engine. "So that girl is the one that was rescued. These 3 years have done wonders for her. I'm still sorry we didn't come to help, but Kanako was pregnant at the time." "I understand. Truth be told, I don't know if having anyone else would have been a great help. It almost ended in disaster regardless. All Might is still not at 100%, though he'd be a lot worse if it weren't for Izuka's quirk," Shota said wistfully. He, Present Mike, Midnight, and Genium and Taka had all been in the same class at UA. Kanako had been in Class 1B. Speaking of her quirk, Taka turned serious. "My wife and I volunteered to be linked, but what does that really entail? I know it isn't supposed to be dangerous, but I worry for my wife and son." Shota explained everything he could, using Izuka's own words from the car ride to help fill in the gaps in his knowledge. It certainly helped calm Taka's nerves and reservations. "Good. Well, I think it's time we got this mini internship underway," he cheered, marching off to where his wife and Izuka were still talking. Aizawa followed along with a clipboard. His job was merely to observe and make a report on how well Izuka did. As it was already halfway through the day, the hero duo gave Izuka a tour of their agency and the surrounding village. Monkolama was small with only a single train line, a couple of family-run stores, a tiny elementary school, and a handful of homes. It was a nice place, and many residents were older couples in retirement or wealthy families that wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle of city life. Water Hose were popular with the residents, and many times they were stopped so people could speak with them. Being personable is important for a hero. It helps make people trust us, especially in dangerous situations when you need to take charge. Taka lectured. Izuka wrote down his every word, making a few old ladies chuckle and compliment her for her earnestness. By the time they returned to the agency for dinner, Izuka had a small pocketful of sweets given out by those ladies. Sitting down for dinner, Izuka also got a good look at the people behind the hero names. Kanako was the clear boss of the family, with her husband following her every command even though their positions were reversed in the field. She was also a very passionate mother and took every opportunity to talk about her son or mother Izuka and even Aizawa. Taka, on the other hand, was an extremely jovial man with a habit of pulling silly pranks like squirting water from his finger with his quirk. Kanako would always respond with a sigh before using her water control to dry whatever he'd soaked. Still, both were very passionate about hero work and their little family and were very affectionate of each other. Aizawa had covered Izuka's blushing face with his scarves when the two had started calling each other pet names and kissing at the table. The duo woke Izuka and Izawa bright and early the next day and roped them both into their morning exercises. It was nowhere near as tough as All Might's training, but Izuka still felt a bit tired by the time she'd finished the stretches, mile-long jog and 100 sit-ups. "You handled that well," Taka commented as they sat down for breakfast after the training. "Thanks, I usually do about that much as the warm-up for my muscle training." Izuka smiled, politely eating her breakfast. Both Katsuki and Toshinori would wolf their food down as fast as possible, but Inko had been meticulous in ensuring her daughter used the proper manners. "So what are we doing today?" "The most common hero work of all, patrolling. Every day, the two of us patrol the perimeter of the village, then walk through the village itself. Then we patrol the roads and forest, walking along the forest trail to a cabin we use as a storehouse and down the mountain towards the town at the base. In total, we cover about 22 miles throughout the day," Kanako explained, using a small map of Monkalama village to show their patrol route. "We usually split it up, with Kanako patrolling from midnight to noon and then myself patrolling noon to midnight. So someone is always awake for our son and the village is always watched. But since we have you and Eraserhead, we decided to patrol all together." Taka grinned. "The local neighborhood watch will pick up the slack for tonight." Aizawa chose that moment to cut in. "Do not expect much in the way of action, Izuka. This is a fairly tight-knit community. Not all hero work is flashy and exciting, but I think this'll be fun anyway. It lets you get better acquainted with the public, right?" Izuka asked. "Yep, and seeing us heroes out on patrol also reduces local crime rates and increases faith in heroes in general. In other words, the more of the easy and boring work we do, the less of the hard and dangerous work you have to deal with, outside of the occasional fire. The only incidents around here are usually petty ones like the odd purse snatcher or kids shoplifting. Most of our work actually comes from people not being careful while camping in the woods and either getting stranded or causing a forest fire," Kanako explained. Izuka nodded and pumped herself up. She was really looking forward to this. Water hose changed into their hero gear while Izuka showered and dressed in her training clothes, meeting the pros outside. "Now, before we start the patrol, time to link up," Aizawa reminded them. Taka and Kanako both nodded and took off a glove so they could have skin contact. Izuka took each hand in one of her own and focused on the feeling of her quirk, deep within her core, firmly grasping the core of her being. Izuka coaxed it outward, causing her body to glow faintly as she directed the link to seek out the cores of the pros and connect with them. Both Taka and Kanako were overcome with a sudden sense of completeness, like they had recovered a piece of their souls that they hadn't noticed was missing. The two pros glowed, and when the glow subsided, Izuka released their hands. "Amazing. I feel incredible," Taka exclaimed. He pointed a finger at a nearby fence post and activated his quirk, shooting a stream of water with such force that it sliced through the metal post. "Holy crap. That's a lot of power." Kanako eagerly tried out her own quirk. She lifted the water that her husband had produced but felt no difference. Twisting her face in concentration, she tightened her quirk's grip on the water, causing it to instantly freeze into a chunk of ice. With a laugh, she relaxed her hold and the ice turned into water again, then evaporated into mist. "My water control. I can change its form now too." Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he wrote down his observations. Depending on the quirk, Izuka's link would upgrade it in different ways, reducing negative effects, increasing power, or expanding the scope of the quirk. Taka had his power greatly increased, while Kanako, whose quirk couldn't be strengthened in the normal sense, had her depth of control magnified to even alter the form of the water she controlled. The three turned to Izuka, whom was happily manipulating a small stream of water she had created. This is why Water Hose is so successful. Their quirks synergize perfectly. Engine Red can produce water and shoot it from his fingers and palms like a hose pipe, while Aquin can freely manipulate existing water. Together, you have a near-limitless water source and someone that can control it in a way that would normally be impossible, resulting in an extremely effective firefighting method. "I need my notebook," Izuka muttered to herself, amusing the watchers. "I wrote it down, so you can copy it to your notes later," Shota said with a knowing smirk. "All right, thank you, Sensei." "Water Hose Senseis, shall we go?" Izuka asked, eager to begin the patrol. Taka smirked. "Let's do it," he said over the link. Kanako and Izuka giggled and the group moved out, ready for whatever the day would bring. Since leaving Izuka and Shota in the care of Water Hose, Nezu had been hauled up in the police department of the neighboring town, Merry Town. He had been immediately shown to the office that was devoted to searching for this mysterious villain that was behind the town's recent incident. The incidents were all of a similar nature. A small and usually isolated area of the town would suddenly become a disaster area, with damage like that of a wrecking ball all over the scene. At each one was at least one body, always with the same cause of death, crushed by a massive blunt force. It took Nezu all night and most of the morning to comb over every file. incident report and crime scene photograph, methodically creating a criminal profile and matching it against known villains, with particular attention being paid to those associated with All for One. By the time he was finished, the mouse hero had come to a single conclusion: muscular. A villain that was known for being extremely violent, with a muscle augmentation quirk. With the sort of strength he could conjure up, it would be easy to wreck buildings and crush people. To make matters worse, he was one of the villains mentioned in All for One's plans for Project Phoenix. Nezu was just about to grab his phone and call Izawa when a police detective ran in. Nezu, sir, there's been a major incident. A suspicious individual was seen going up the mountain to Monkalama village. One of our patrol cars tried to intercept but was destroyed, and now the road has been blocked by wreckage. We only barely got our men out alive. What did the person look like? Nezu demanded. A man, 6 feet 5 inches, short blonde hair in a spiky style, wearing a dark blue tank top, black pants and boots, with a dark green jacket tied around his waist, the detective reported. Damn it, Nezu cursed, rapidly calling Izawa. Izawa, what is it? Came the tired voice over the phone. A villain is heading your way. He is highly dangerous and is associated with All for One. Keep Izuka away from him at all costs, Nezu ordered. Shit, Izawa swore as what sounded like an explosion went off on the other side of the line. What's happening? Nezu yelled, but the line went dead. Damn it. Shota, Izuka, please be alright. Izawa was feeling on edge as he ran alongside Water Hose and Izuka. Their patrol had been going so well for the last couple of hours, with nothing but a few old ladies or little kids stopping to talk to them. That had all changed moments before, when a distant explosion caught the attention of the whole village and a plume of black smoke could be seen coming from the road that led down the mountain. Izawa had wanted to bundle Izuka up and hide her back at the agency while the pros handled it, but Taka had been certain it was a car accident, in which case it would be helpful to have a fireproof healer on hand. Eraserhead was torn from his thoughts when his phone began to ring. Without losing pace, he took the device from his pocket, noticing Nezu's name as the caller. Putting it to his ear, he was immediately met with the principal practically screaming his name down the phone. Izawa. That certainly didn't improve his mood. If something got Nezu that worried, it must be bad. What is it? He asked tiredly. He was not in the mood for this shit. A villain is heading your way. He is highly dangerous and is associated with All for One. Keep Izuka away from him at all costs, Nezu ordered. Izawa's eyes widened. If a villain was here, was he hunting for Izuka? Which one was it? Kirigiri? Tamura? Whoever it was almost certainly responsible for the accident. He just hoped no one had died. He really didn't want to deal with that, and he really didn't want Izuka to see that. Just as he was about to demand details, the building they were running past suddenly exploded, blown apart by a powerful blow that sent dust and chunks of brick and mortar flying in all directions. Shit, Izawa swore, losing his phone in the chaos. The force of the explosion sent Izawa and the pros flying into the building across the street, with Izawa only barely having the time to grab Izuka in his capture weapon and cradle her against his chest, cushioning her as they slammed into the hard wall. Izawa felt his head smack into the wall hard, followed by the descent into darkness. Izuka coughed, winded by the impact. What happened? She said, dazed and scared by the sudden explosion. As her mind cleared and she regained her senses, Izuka observed the area and immediately began implementing her lessons. First, observe your surroundings for immediate threats. Izuka scanned the area carefully, but saw very little through the dust and rubble. She could hear screams of panic in the distance, but no immediate danger, only the lingering threat of whatever had caused the explosion. Certain she would not be immediately attacked, Izuka began searching for the injured. Engine Red and Aquan were both to Izuka's right and were dizzy but had no serious injuries. Engine Red had struck a window and shattered it, receiving a few shallow cuts to his arms, while Aquan had hit a thin chain-link fence that had bent, but not broken from her hitting it. As a result, she was shaken but unhurt. Then there was Izawa, who had saved her from serious injury by taking the brunt of the collision. The man was unconscious, and Izuka desperately wanted to apologize and thank him. But there would be time for that when the emergency was resolved. Aquan, please cover me while I heal Eraserhead and Engine Red, Izuka shouted, conjuring her pink flames and pressing them to the bleeding wound on Izawa's head. Izuka felt the flames carefully, relaxing only a little when she sensed the swelling of Izawa's brain go down and the crack in his skull healing. Not wanting to risk using more blood, Izuka pulled her first aid kit from her pocket and patched up the cut. It would be annoying for Izawa, but not dangerous. Water Hose watched her with mild awe, impressed by how well she'd adopted Recovery Girl's training. Izuka was just about to finish healing the last of Taka's wounds when a sinister laugh sounded from across the slowly settling dust cloud. So, we've got a little medic running around, do we? The voice sneered. The figure stepped out of the dust, revealing a tall and buff blonde man with hair that was the same shade and style as Katsuki's, though shorter. He wore plain black pants and boots with a dark green jacket tied around his waist and a tight dark blue tank top that showed off his rippling muscles. The man's expression was sinister, his smirk clearly showing how much he enjoyed the destruction and pain he inflicted, while his eyes shone with the desire to cause more. A villain? Is he responsible for the incident on the road as well? Engine Red growled, getting to his feet and gently pushing Izuka behind him. The road. Oh, those pussy cops that tried to stop me. I just smashed up their car and sent him flying. It worked out well actually. Now I've blocked the road. I can rampage as much as I want in this backwater village. You guys heroes? The man asked. We are water hose. We protect this village, Kanako shouted, taking a combat stance alongside her husband. Oh ho, that's just great. The name's Muscular and I. Muscle fibers began to emerge from all over Muscular's torso and wrap around him, making him appear as though his body was made of massive, exposed muscle tissue. I'm going to kill you. Without another word, Muscular leapt at the heroes, aiming a punch at both. Neither hero could take a punch capable of leveling buildings, so they dodged away, Aquin holding Izuka tightly as she jumped. Muscular turned his attention on the two females and began to charge them, only for a powerful water jet to slice into his left arm. Muscular barely flinched, manipulating his muscles to repair the damaged section as his attention shifted to Engine Red, whom was trying to lead the villain back towards the building he'd already broken. Using the link's telepathy, he relayed his plan. Aquin, I'm going to keep slicing at this guy. I need you to stay behind him and prevent my attacks from causing collateral damage. Izuka, when he's distracted, grab Aizawa and fly to Merry Town. Call for reinforcements and then stay there. Engine ordered. I've got it. Izuka thought back. Aquin nodded and put Izuka down, patting her cheek with a comforting smile before running to join her husband. She immediately took up a position behind Muscular, and whenever he turned to face her, she'd use her superior speed to get behind him while her husband peppered the villain with razor-sharp jets of water. As each jet sliced through Muscular, Aquin would manipulate the water, creating a cloud of mist to obscure his vision or freezing his legs. Water hose were doing well, dodging around Muscular's wild blows and keeping all damage limited to the area that the villain had already leveled. The villain barely seemed bothered, laughing and restoring his damaged muscles. As long as no attack hit his original body within the muscles, he could fix the damage easily. And the freezing of his legs did little more than slow him down as he easily shattered the ice. The mist was more of a problem, though, and Izuka took it as an opportunity to make her move, conjuring her fire wings and darting at Aizawa before picking him up and flying as fast as she could towards the town, doing her best not to think about the sounds of battle happening behind her. As she flew over the road leading to the town, Izuka noticed the car wreck that blocked the narrow road. An ambulance, several police cars, and a tow truck were already surrounding the wreck, trying to move it so the authorities could get to the village. Spotting Nezu with them, Izuka flew down and landed beside the ambulance, carefully laying Aizawa down. I need help. The racer had hit the back of his head against a wall. I healed the swelling and cracked skull, but he still has a bad cut and hasn't regained consciousness, Izuka explained as the paramedics took Aizawa into the ambulance. Good work, Izuka. What is happening in the village? Nezu asked urgently. A villain named Muscular has attacked. He's leveled a building and is fighting water hose. I escaped with a racerhead after Aquin gave me some cover, Izuka reported. The villain's quirk seems to be a powerful form of muscle augmentation, generation, and control. Damn, how can we deal with that? With a racerhead unconscious, we've lost our only counter, one of the police officers said angrily. How are water hose handling it? Another asked. Izuka explained their tactics, clearly showing how impressed she was with the heroes, but the odd look in Nezu's eyes unsettled her. It was true that Muscular wasn't really losing, but they were evenly matched. Izuka went pale. Water hose was evenly matched, but they were using the empowered versions of their quirks. The empowered versions they only received hours before. Their stamina wouldn't last until reinforcements came. They'd lose their strength and then Muscular would. I need to go, Izuka declared, flying back up. Izuka, no, it's too dangerous, Nezu shouted. But it was too late. Izuka was already gone, using her flames to speed up her flight and rocketing her towards the enemy. As she flew, Izuka tried to contact the two heroes over the link, but found it hard to get through. Their thoughts were jumbled and erratic, but a clear feeling made its way through the link. Pain. No, I won't let it happen, Izuka screamed, applying another burst of speed to her wings. She quickly closed in on the disaster area and saw the villain and heroes. Muscular was standing strong. Engine Red was on the ground at his feet and Aquin was held by the throat. Both were bruised and bleeding. Engine's right arm looked badly broken and Aquin's left foot was completely crushed. Anger filled Izuka and instead of slowing down, she coated herself completely in her fire and slammed into Muscular with all her momentum, releasing it at the last moment to make herself bounce off her own flames and grab Aquin from Muscular's grip as the villain was sent smashing into the ground. Muscular roared in surprise and pain as he hit the ground, the force of the blow making him sink a good 2 feet into the earth, though his muscles protected him from most of the actual damage. Izuka deposited Aquin on the roof of a nearby building, ignoring her cries for her to stop as she raced to repeat the process with engine red. Unfortunately, Muscular read her movements, and with a powered-up smack from his palm, he swatted Izuka out of the sky and caused her to crash into the ground. Izuka screamed in pain. Her flames had protected her a bit, but her right arm and several ribs were broken from the blow. The girl felt tears pricking at her eyes at the horrid pain, but choked them down and got back to her feet. "I'm surprised you survived that. I expected to have splattered you like a bug," Muscular taunted, "but you're about to cry, and you can barely stand. A little girl like you has no place here, so die." Izuka barely had a chance to dodge the sudden attack. Activating her wings, she dodged backwards and shot a few fireballs at the villain as his fist collided with the ground where she had just been standing. But the flames did little more than damage the surface of the muscles, which was almost immediately repaired. Izuka cursed as she was forced to dodge another swing. Her fire couldn't get through him. If she turned up the heat anymore, she'd cause collateral damage and might even kill the villain, something she couldn't bring herself to do. "Focus, Izuka. You've trained with All Might and he's tougher than this guy," Izuka thought, ducking and weaving around the blows. She noticed Engine Red was slowly edging himself away from Muscular, aiming to get out of the villain's range and then strike with his water again. "I need to stop and observe. The only way to damage Muscular is to harm his original body within the muscle mass. The villain can only use close combat, so attacking at range is safest, since no physical blow will get through. But no ranged attack we have is powerful enough. If only I'd linked with Aizawa-sensei too." Izuka ducked beneath another swing, taking that opportunity to punch at Muscular's stomach with a flaming fist. That was her first mistake. Immediately, the muscle fibers covering Muscular's abdomen stretched out like ropes and wrapped around Izuka's left arm, preventing her from escaping. She twisted and pulled and even coated her body in flame, filling the air with the smell of cooking flesh as Muscular's expanded muscles burned. The villain smirked. "I've got you now. Your arm is caught, but don't worry, I'll fix it," he said sadistically, before raising his augmented fist and slamming it down on Izuka's forearm. The pain was blinding, and a tortured scream ripped itself from Izuka's throat as the force of Muscular's blow tore through bone, muscle, and flesh, causing Izuka's arm to be literally smashed off. The girl stumbled backward, barely coherent from the pain, tears pouring down her face as blood burst from her ripped-off arm. Her breathing was ragged and all her senses were dulled by the overwhelming pain. But she was vaguely aware of the screaming of water hose, shouting her name and cursing the villain. "Here's a lesson for you, kid," Muscular said, throwing Izuka's disconnected arm at the heroes. "Right and wrong doesn't depend on laws or any of that society shit. It all depends on if you have the guts and power to follow through with your words. I can, so no matter what I do." He raised his fist. "I am in the right." "Like hell," Izuka roared, rolling away from the attack. "If the one with the most power is the one who's right, then that means All Might is the only person who's right, and that means..." Izuka silently apologized to her papa. She was about to break her promise. "That peace is the only right path," she declared, activating One for All. Her body glowed as her veins were illuminated by red light and green lightning began to spark around her. Izuka only knew the bare essentials on activating One for All, but this was all she could do now. Pouring the power into her legs, Izuka leapt at Muscular, ignoring the blinding pain of her legs snapping. She threw back her broken arm and made a fist, ready to deliver the final blow. "Phoenix Smash," she screamed, throwing the fist with 100% of her power. That was Izuka's second mistake. At the apex of her punch, as the full power of One for All coursed through Izuka's weakened arm, the damaged limb burst, exploding into a mess of bone and viscera. Izuka was so stunned, she didn't even feel the pain. Her eyes widening, she remembered a conversation with Papa from a few months into her training. Izuka was panting on the ground, having failed to lift the heavy weights that All Might had set out for her. Sorry, All Might, I'm not strong enough yet," she whimpered, not wanting to face her hero's disappointment. All Might just chuckled. "It's fine, you're only young and your body is fairly frail regardless. This is why we're strengthening it. You can't use One for All like this, because it'll damage me," she asked with a sniffle, daring to look up at her idol. All Might felt arrows striking his heart at the adorable pout and watery eyes on the face of his successor. Indeed, think of One for All as the sum convergence of the peak strength of each of its wielders. A weak and frail body won't be able to handle such power. Your limbs would explode. "I can't believe I allowed myself to forget that," Izuka muttered, falling face down in the dirt. If she had been in good condition, she might have managed it, but with her arm already badly shattered, the power of One for All tore it apart. "Damn girl, I've got to give you credit," Muscular laughed, crouching over her fallen form. "You've got a damn fine spirit. But without power, you can't do anything. Don't worry though." Muscular prepared his biggest blow yet. "You won't be alone in the afterlife for long. Izuka." Water Hose screamed together. Unable to move, his muscular slammed down a fist that was coated with so much muscle it was larger than his entire body. Izuka's body was completely crushed by the blow, and Izuka felt nothing at all. I died, she thought as she was once again thrust into the empty void she had become so familiar with. In the void, Izuka could do nothing but think until the resurrection occurred, which left her with 200 seconds until she awoke. But on the bright side, when she was resurrected, her body and stamina would be completely restored. Water Hose, please hold out for just a little while longer. With that, Izuka quickly began focusing on how to defeat Muscular. At first glance, it was damn near impossible. He was physically tougher than anything they could normally dish out. Taka's empowered water shots could pierce his muscles, but not by much, and Izuka's flames could do the same. Izuka was certain that if she could get just a single good punch in on his true body, she could end the fight immediately. But she needed to find the proper opening. Think, Izuka, what did I observe? Taka's water shot caused damage that healed almost instantly. No more than a second delay in Muscular replacing the damaged muscle. Freezing his limbs did nothing but slow him by a second or two, and using water vapor as mist kept him blind, but didn't actually slow him down. My fire did some damage too, but Izuka felt a sudden rush of hope. That's it. My flames damaged him, but he took longer to replace it. It takes a second to restore the muscles that were cut, but the muscles I burned took 3 seconds. It's not a lot, but every second counts. But where to strike? I need a gut or head strike to knock him out. If I'm fully restored, I can risk using one for all with some fire to burst through, but I need to know where to strike. The answer came to her as she replayed Muscular's every move in her head. No matter how much he coated himself in muscle, there was always one spot he kept exposed, his left eye. Muscular's quirk could coat his body, but if they covered his head completely, he lost all perception, so he kept his left eye exposed so he could see where he was going and attacking. Izuka internally smiled. She had a plan. Now it was time to implement it. Back in the world of the living, Engine Red and Aquin were back in the fight, screaming furiously as they used all their power to push Muscular back. The man was laughing, taunting them for failing to protect the girl, and every word cut into them, hurting more than any blow. They were both reaching their limit, but they had to keep fighting, or the villagers would be killed. Just as hope was about to run out, a bright flash of light shone from one of the craters from Muscular's earlier punches. What the hell? The villain muttered, when a burst of fire suddenly erupted from the crater and smashed into him, making him wince and growl from the pain. No way. Exploding out from the crater, Izuka rose into the air, coated in fire and with her wings fully extended, creating the image of a flaming angel. Taka and Kanako gaped at the sudden appearance of the girl, and Izuka winced at the looks in their eyes. She thought that since they'd been told of her link quirk, they'd also be told about her resurrection one. Izuka would be having words with Nezu later, after she stopped being scolded by her mentors and parents. Engine Red, Aquin, I have a plan. She sent over the link. Izuka, how is this possible? Engine shot back. There's no time. I'll explain later, I promise, but for now please listen, Izuka said, before explaining her plan. Water Hose was at the limit, so they only had one shot at this, and if Izuka died again, it would be almost 3.5 minutes before she revived. More than enough time for Muscular to kill the heroes and secure her body if he started being serious. As for Muscular, he looked at the girl with awe and a slowly growing evil grin. Oh ho, you're that brat from Project Phoenix, the one that the boss was always going on about. Shit, if I drag you back to Misty and the hand guy, I'll be fucking set for life. Come here, he roared, leaping at her. That was the moment she needed. Izuka immediately began the plan by shooting as much water as she could from her left hand and manipulated it towards Aquin, while her other hand shot flames at Muscular to force him to heal and stop his attack. She needed to generate the water herself, as she needed Taka to save all of his remaining strength for one final shot. Aquin used the provided water to immediately create a massive veil of mist over both Muscular and Izuka, blinding them both, then tightened her grip, causing all the mist to concentrate itself on the villain while Izuka used her flames to warm herself. The mist gathered around Muscular and froze, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Taka took that moment and made his shot, using Izuka's flames as a guiding light. Izuka dodged at the exact perfect moment, causing Muscular to be unable to see and defend in time and allowing the water shot to slice into his unprotected face. It cut upward from his upper lip, up his left cheek and continuing onto his hairline, destroying his left eye as it went. Muscular screamed and recoiled in pain, no longer focused on breaking the ice and instead on protecting his injured face. Izuka stopped this with a flash of her fire, burning the muscles that had begun moving to cover the area, providing Izuka with the 3-second window she needed to conjure up as much flame as she could in her right arm, empowered with the full force of One for All. Izuka gambled everything on this one strike, offering a prayer that her arm wouldn't be destroyed before delivering the blow. Her prayer was answered. Phoenix smash, she roared, driving her fist into Muscular's exposed face. The girl ignored the shattering of her bones. She ignored the feeling of Muscular's jaw breaking and his cheekbone snapping. She ignored the sizzling sound of her flames touching Muscular's blood and the disgusting smell it produced. She ignored it all, focusing solely on the one thing that always drove her: she needed to protect someone. Muscular crashed into the ground, sinking at least a foot into the earth from the sheer force of the blow. He lay there, battered, bleeding and broken, and within a second, he passed out. We did it. Izuka grinned, before the pain of her arm caught up with her. With what strength she still had, she flew over to Aquin, whom had been joined by Engine Red. Sorry, senseis. I'm going to make you mad again, she whispered, no more strength for words. She summoned up her pink flames and pushed them against Taka's broken arm and Kanako's crushed foot, before feeling the last of her energy fade. Though this time, Izuka welcomed the comforting embrace of unconsciousness. Izuka slept soundly for 24 hours after that. When she finally regained consciousness, she was in an unfamiliar hospital room. She whined, feeling pain shoot up her right arm. Sitting up as gently as she dared, Izuka looked down at herself. Her arm was in a cast. It didn't appear to be broken anymore, just tender. The girl turned and saw there were 2 other beds across the room, occupied by Taka and Kanako. Izuka looked at them guiltily. Taka's arm was still in a sling and Kanako's foot was heavily bandaged. Senseis, thank goodness you're all right. What possessed you to use the last of your strength to heal us? We would have been fine, Taka asked worriedly. Izuka looked at her hands sadly. It was my fault. I didn't warn you that your improved quirks took more energy. If I had, you might not have been hurt. Don't be stupid, came a new voice. Izuka looked up and saw a whole crowd of people coming into the room. Her mom and papa, Aizawa, Nezu, recovery girl, a woman she didn't recognize, a little boy, and Katsuki had all come in. It had been Aizawa-sensei who spoke, and he continued, Izuka, I know you don't have as much experience with your quirks, but pros like us have had years. We notice every little detail about them. Inko and Toshinori went to hug their injured daughter as Aquin spoke. Shota's right, Kanako said. We noticed the increased energy requirement immediately. We still fought that way because we had to. Izuka, if you hadn't given us those improvements, we would have died. Taka nodded. You saved our lives twice. You also saved my wife's hero career. Recovery girl stepped forward. Kanako's foot was utterly destroyed. There was nothing I or any doctor could have done to restore it, and so Kanako would have had to have it amputated and then retire. Your healing quirk was able to reverse the damage enough that I could perform surgery and save the limb. Izuka's eyes widened. It was true that her healing was different from recovery girl's. The latter's power worked by using the patient's stamina to rapidly speed up the healing process, while Izuka's power worked by literally burning away the injury and rebuilding the damaged area according to the biological blueprints in the patient's DNA. Hence why it always needed at least a single drop of the patient's blood. It was the same basis as her resurrection, rebuilding Izuka's body from even the smallest, most damaged cell. At that moment, the little boy shyly approached Izuka, looking at her nervously. Hey, big sis, did you really save my mommy and daddy? Izuka looked at the boy, recognizing some of the features of Water Hose. This was undoubtedly their son. You're Koda, right? Your mommy and daddy told me about you. I did help them, but really, we saved each other. It was their hard work that stopped the bad guy from destroying the village. Koda looked up at her with awe, and the adults in the room, plus Katsuki, all shared a knowing smirk. That was the exact same face that Izuka herself wore when talking to All Might. Toshinori smiled warmly. His little successor had gained her first fan. Thank you, big sis, Koda cried, jumping onto Izuka's bed and hugging her. Izuka flinched a bit when he touched her wounded arm, but she grinned widely and hugged him back regardless. You're my favorite hero. Izuka felt like her heart would burst. Really? What about your mommy, daddy, and aunt? They're all amazing heroes too. And All Might and Eraserhead too. There are a ton of better heroes than me, she said embarrassedly. No, they didn't save my parents. You did. Phoenix is the best hero, Koda argued, looking very serious despite his adorable 3-year-old face. Shino Sasaki, Aka Mandalay of the Pussycats, picked Koda up, smiling and bowing as she did so. You saved my sister and her husband, as well as saved Koda from being an orphan. Thank you so much. If there is anything I can do for you, I will. He is something. Izuka blushed. Could you sign my notebook? The adults all laughed, and Aizawa handed the notebook to Mandalay, opening it to the page devoted to her. The hero looked at the picture of herself and smiled. But it was the notes that were impressive. Wow, you're really observant. No wonder you came up with such an amazing plan. Mandalay signed her name beneath her picture and handed the book to Izuka, whom hugged it like a priceless treasure. Sorry to ask this, but we need to discuss some secret information with Izuka. Do you mind taking young Koda to another room for a bit? All Might asked. Mandalay nodded with a wink to Izuka before walking away, Kota enthusiastically waving to Izuka as they left. Izuka waved back, then turned to her papa. I'm in trouble, aren't I? She asked guiltily. A little bit, Toshinori admitted. Let me fill you in on what happened. Toshinori began explaining what had happened after Izuka passed out. Only a minute or two later, Aizawa and the police had arrived on the scene, having cleared the wreckage only a few minutes after Izuka had flown back into the fray. Aizawa had regained consciousness literally seconds before Izuka flew off and would have used his quirk to stop her if she hadn't been so high and flying so fast. When the emergency services arrived, Izuka and Water Hose had been taken to the Marytown Hospital, while Muscular had been taken to Tartarus Prison after receiving enough medical care to ensure he wouldn't die in transit. Apparently, the villain has just wanted to rampage and kill with his quirk and thought the isolated village would be a good place to do it with minimal interruption. He hadn't known about Izuka until she resurrected, when he decided to try and take her to All for One's men. Unfortunately, Muscular was able to improve every muscle except his brain and didn't actually know how he'd have made contact with them, leaving the police with no clues on how to find the other villains. In the grand scheme of things, they were back to square one in their hunt, but on the bright side, a very dangerous person had been captured. Inko, Toshinori, and Recovery Girl had been called by Nezu as soon as Izuka flew off and had arrived while Water Hose was in surgery to repair their damaged limbs. Mandalay and Kota arriving moments after. Katsuki had been brought the next day and arrived only a little while before Izuka woke up. His parents were currently in Marytown, securing a hotel room for the night. When Taka and Kanako had gotten out of surgery and woken up, they had reported the battle with Muscular from their point of view, including Izuka's death and revival. They had been upset that they hadn't been warned, though this anger was aimed more at Nezu and Aizawa than Izuka herself, though they ultimately accepted it was important to keep it secret. All Might whispered that they didn't know about One for All, though. Ultimately, the whole incident had ended with only 6 injuries: Izuka, the 3 pro heroes, and the 2 police officers whose car was wrecked. None would have injuries lasting more than a week, and the destroyed building was only a storehouse containing defunct radio equipment from WW2 when the village was a communication post for the Japanese army. All in all, it ended very well. Izuka, I'm a little upset that you jumped into the fray despite not being a full-fledged hero yet, as well as breaking your promise not to use your strength quirk. Toshinori began, but I truly can't fault you for it. If you hadn't, Engine Red and Aquan would have died, along with who knows how many civilians and police officers. Still, I want you to think on how you could have done things better. Izuka nodded sadly. Despite doing so well, she knew it was sloppy. How was she going to keep her quirk secret if she got herself killed in every battle? She thought back over what happened in the battle, and with the benefit of hindsight and a clear mind, she could see several mistakes. She could have escaped with the injured heroes. She could have flown around, getting civilians out of the combat zone. She could have stayed out of Muscular's range and peppered him with fireballs until the backup arrived. She could have forced a link with the unconscious Aizawa to nullify the villain's quirk. She could have used One for All in her legs, as opposed to her arms, which might have saved her from dying since her legs were stronger and uninjured. Plus, the 3.5 minutes it took her to revive could have been all it took for Muscular to kill the heroes. As each mistake came to mind, Izuka's grimace grew and her hands gripped the bed sheets in a white-knuckled grip. She could have done so much better. Sure, she had won, but it had been a lucky victory. It's frustrating, right, to have your failures right in front of you, Aizawa said, his voice neutral but his eyes showing sympathy. Use this frustration to improve yourself. You weren't the only one to screw up. I should have been more observant. We should have used our improved quirks more conservatively, Kanako said, gesturing to Taka and herself. I should have realized the enemy's identity sooner. Nezu added, no one is perfect, Izuka. Every hero has made mistakes. What matters is the will to learn from them. Toshinori finished, cupping the girl's cheek in one hand and rubbing softly with his thumb. Inko hugged her daughter, whom was bawling at this point. We love you, sweetheart. You are our little hero, don't forget that. If you do, I'll kick your ass. Kaken growled, his feral smirk not matching his worried eyes. I'm sorry for worrying you, Kaken, Izuka said with a sad smile. TCH, you didn't. Kaken blushed at the skeptical looks from the adults. Okay, fine, I was worried, but I still knew you'd win. But seriously, next time you freak me out like that, I'm locking you in my house and making you become a housewife. Izuka giggled. She knew Katsuki well enough to know he'd never do such a thing. The very idea of Izuka being a dutiful housewife was repulsive to the boy. A kick-ass hero partner wife was a much more appealing idea, especially for a 13-year-old boy that was just starting to really notice girls in a different way. Still, it's pretty fucking unfair that you have a villain capture before even getting to high school. When you're healed, we're sparring to make up for it. Got it, Deku? Sure thing, Lil Baku. Izuka smirked. Katsuki growled, but kissed Izuka's cheek, not wanting to kiss her lips with her mother and super intimidating pro-hero father in the room. After another treatment from Recovery Girl, Water Hose and Izuka were both healed enough to leave the hospital and return to Monkalama village for the remainder of Saturday, with the agreement that they'd return home on Sunday morning. Koda was completely infatuated with Izuka and eagerly followed her about, insisting her hero name was Phoenix because of her quirk's name and powers, as well as her Phoenix Smash move. The little boy was a bit intimidated by Katsuki, but the older boy just smirked and ruffled his hair whenever Koda got too close or looked afraid of him. Izuka gave her phone number and address to Water Hose, so Koda could call or write whenever he wanted. After all, Koda was her #1 fan. For some reason, that statement had made Toshinori look a bit jealous. Mandalay left that evening, taking Izuka's notebook with her and promising to have the other pussycats sign their pages before she mailed it back. Though before she left, Izuka performed a link with her, evolving her quirk. Mandalay's telepathy grew more powerful, allowing those she connected to communicate back, and if she really strained herself, she became able to momentarily read a target's thoughts. When Izuka broke the link with Mandalay, as well as Taka and Kanako, all three felt a bit sad, as if separating from a friend, though that had only lasted a few seconds, since the evolution occurred so quickly now, as opposed to when she was a captive of All for One. Izuka offered to link with everyone present. All three Bakugas had refused, Mitsuki and Masaru, because they felt no need to evolve their quirks, since they rarely ever used them, while Katsuki wanted to go as far as possible relying on his own strength, though a cute pout from Izuka made him promise to link with her if he ever found himself in a situation when he needed the boost. Toshinori, Nezu and Aizawa had all refused the link as well. Toshi because he feared what an improved One for All would do to his slightly weakened body, Nezu because he was happy as he was, and Aizawa because he didn't want Izuka using her quirk on him until they had learned by exactly how much the stamina requirement of the improved quirk increased. He already suffered from dry eye and insomnia. He didn't want to risk adding to the exhaustion. Only Inko and Recovery Girl accepted the link. Recovery Girl's improved quirk made her healing more efficient, allowing her to heal more damage at the cost of less stamina. It also carried an antibacteria and antivirus component, curing minor illnesses and improving a patient's resistance to infection for a few days after treatment. Inko's quirk was improved from small object attraction to a weak form of telekinesis, allowing her to fully manipulate objects without touching them, but only those items that are light enough that she could theoretically lift them with her body. Inko promptly used the power to lift Izuka into the air and toss her at Toshinori, resulting in happy squeals and giggling. In the end, Izuka's first junior hero internship had been a success. Izuka had faced a villain, saved several lives and come away stronger, and with her first fan. Despite all the pain she'd endured in the fight, Izuka couldn't help but smile as they drove back home. It had all been more than worth it, just to see the smile on Koda's face when he got to hug his parents again. That was what being a hero was all about. 2 more years passed following the Monkalama incident, as the battle with Muscular was dubbed, and Izuka and Katsuki were prepared to enter the U.A Hero program. The past 2 years had been hectic, with Katsuki upping his training to insane levels and taking part in All Might's super muscle training, while Izuka trained her quirks and took part in numerous junior internships with many different heroes and agencies. In the aftermath of the Monkalama incident, Izuka ended up in the national news for her actions in saving Water Hose and being instrumental in the defeat of Muscular. When people got wind that she was the same girl as the All for One kidnappings, the story went from a local story to one that covered Japan. People began to recognize her in the streets, and many said they'd be cheering for her in the future. The Marytown police force had given her an award for her heroism, and the Japanese government had ratified it by extending Izuka the Medal of Peace, the award for civilian heroism. Such an award had always come with a recommendation to every hero school in the country, so Izuka was finally able to publicly acknowledge that she was going to UA on a recommendation. She just couldn't say that she'd technically had that recommendation for 3 years already. Nezu had only continued to tutor her for another year, until she was 14. He had stopped when Izuka had passed a prospective college entrance exam that Nezu had gotten from a friend. If Izuka wanted, she could go to Tokyo University when she graduated, though admittedly, her scores were average for a successful applicant, but considering she was 14 and not 18, 19, it was an amazing feat. Instead of tutoring, Nezu set her a series of revision books so she could maintain her intelligence until she started her UA schooling. With all the extra time this gave her, Izuka threw herself into quirk training, medical training, and finding a creative outlet, something that Dr. Muragi had highly recommended to her during their now quarterly sessions. Izuka and Katsuki tried numerous different creative outlets together: singing, instruments, poetry, sculpting, drawing, painting, and even dancing. Katsuki had been awful at singing anything but heavy metal, and his drawing, painting, dancing, and poetry skills were all very average for a teenager, but to Izuka's surprise, Katsuki was insanely good at sculpting and playing the drums. Izuka had a little figurine of All Might in his civilian form that Katsuki had made for her, and it was extremely well done and made like an action figure using proper modeler's paint and plastics. Katsuki had even made a couple of figures of Izuka herself, one that he sent to Koda for the boy's 5th birthday and one that he secretly kept to himself. Izuka, on the other hand, had proven to be more skilled at singing, dancing, and drawing. She could hold a tune quite well, and her combat training and agility made dancing a fun experience. But it was drawing she really excelled at. Her notebooks were no longer filled with childish doodles of heroes, but well-done sketches of their profiles and even some action poses that wonderfully captured the hero's fighting style. In quirk training, Izuka had advanced a lot, having gained control of her flames and one for all that she hadn't imagined was possible. Even her link quirk had been practiced with Recovery Girl, and Izuka discovered she could re-establish any link she'd made with a person without actually having to touch them again. Though it seemed that unlike the direct method, the recipient of the link could rebuff her, which resulted in a nosebleed and a crippling migraine for the poor girl. She'd learned that the hard way when she'd tried to reopen a link with Tomura or Kirigiri in hopes of finding them for the heroes. At least Taka and Kanako had been happy to hear from her directly again. Izuka went to see them once a year since the incident, spending a week of her summer break with them as hero experience. As for One for All and her flames, Izuka could now create hotter flames and concentrate them, controlling them more efficiently, such as creating blue fire or forming a blowtorch-like flame on the end of her finger. With One for All, Izuka's training had been hellish. For 3 months, she couldn't use it without breaking something and having to heal it. But thankfully, Izuka's own evolution ability did affect the damage she did, and her bones slowly became harder to break, and her muscles tore less often. By her 14th birthday, Izuka was able to use 100% of One for All without immediately breaking something. But the incredible pain caused by the resultant muscle cramps were so bad that she could only throw a second punch or kick with extreme amounts of willpower. To compensate for this, Izuka developed the Phoenix Shroud technique, a method by which she maintained 20% of One for All within her body and a shroud of flames to supplement her power and boost it like a rocket engine. She had also created a second version, Phoenix Sacrifice, which she was forbidden to use unless someone would die without it. It was the same as Phoenix Shroud, but used 100% of her power and replaced the booster flames with healing ones to help maintain her body for longer. The one time she'd used it for training, Izuka had killed herself from a combination of blood loss and shock due to the pain she put herself through. That had resulted in the one and only time that Izuka had ever been grounded, and the scolding she'd gotten had made her ears ring. By the time that the spring of her 15th year came along, Izuka was certain that she'd be ready for the challenges of UA. The day of the UA entrance exams finally came, and the residents of the Yagi Midoriya household were excitedly preparing. The Bakugas had come to stay the previous night so they could spend the next day with the Yagi Midoriyas, since their home was closer to UA than theirs. Katsuki and Izuka were doing the last of their workout in the gym, both having worked up a sweat when All Might walked in. "Good morning, young Izuka and Katsuki. Are you both prepared for today?" he asked with a smile. All Might had taken a teaching post at UA so he could continue to watch over his child's progress, as well as the progress of the next generation of great heroes. "We're ready. We're gonna kick ass." Katsuki grinned, punching the sandbag with a bit more gusto. "Honestly, you two make it sound like I'm participating." Izuka giggled, running on the treadmill. "You kind of are, dear." Toshi smiled. "Not as an examinee." The girl hopped of the machine. "I'm helping Recovery Girl cover the event. There are gonna be 7 testing areas with at least 30 examinees each. Recovery Girl is covering Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, and ETA, while I'm taking watching over Alpha, Beta, and Gamma." "True. But even though you'll be in the monitor room with the teachers, your actions while seeing to the injuries will still be scrutinized," Toshi explained, before turning to Katsuki. "Are you sure you want to take part? You've more than earned a recommendation, if you want it." "Fuck that, All Might." Katsuki scowled. "I'm getting in by skill alone. I'm gonna start my road to number 1 by getting the number 1 score." All Might inflated into his hero form. "You move me with your enthusiasm. Here's a little goal for you. My own score in the entrance exams was 94, and that was the highest score in UA history. No one has beaten my record, so if you do, I guarantee you'll be entering UA with the full attention of every teacher and student. A great way to begin the road to number 1. Katsuki's smirk grew wider. "Oh hell yeah. I'm gonna beat your score and get over 100 points. Izuka giggled. "Want to make a bet?" she asked, making Katsuki turn to her with a feral grin. Nothing made Katsuki work harder than when he wanted to surpass Izuka's expectations, and Izuka knew it. "If you not only beat All Might's score, but also get over 100 points, then when our hero team becomes number 1, I'll let you have top billing and be in charge. But if you don't..." The obvious alternative hung in the air, and Katsuki punched his own palm. making a small explosion as he did. "You are on," he shouted, roughly shaking Izuka's offered hand. Toshinori chuckled to himself at the strange relationship that the two had. To say it was complex was an understatement. The two were simultaneously boyfriend and girlfriend, best friends, rivals, and partners. Katsuki was undoubtedly the dominant one in the relationship, with him deciding what they did, though he usually chose to do something they'd both like and tended to prioritize Izuka's enjoyment over his own. But on the occasions that Izuka really put her foot down, Katsuki would stop and listen. The boy knew Izuka's strength and respected it, along with her indomitable will, which was probably why she was the only girl he could even consider being with. She'd earned his respect and was strong enough to walk beside him, not behind him like some extra. Not only that, but despite knowing that if it ever came down to a no-holds-barred battle between the two, Izuka would come out on top, she never looked down on him and always looked at him with awe, respect, and genuine affection. On Izuka's side of things, Katsuki was someone she'd always looked up to and cared about, the only one her age that didn't think of her as just some weird nerdy girl. Her being quirkless had thrown a wrench in that, until she had saved him from Kirigiri and opened his eyes. Once Katsuki realized it was actions and not quirks that made one a hero, he re-examined his time with the girl and came to the conclusion that she had been a hero, leading to him finally acknowledging her and fulfilling one of Izuka's dreams. Izuka dearly loved him for giving up his pride and admitting he was wrong, and finally believing in her. He even made room in his dream for her, and so Izuka had repaid him by giving him all the love she could. Toshinori was snapped from his thoughts by the arrival of Inko. "Izuka dear, I just got off the phone with Principal Nezu. Since the entrance exams are this afternoon, he's asking all the recommendation students to come and see him in his office this morning for meet and greet." "Really? That's cool. I'll get to meet the other recommendation guys." Izuka grinned. "Do I have time for breakfast and a shower?" Inko nodded. "Of course, you have a couple of hours still." "Katsuki, I'm cooking up your favorite, spicy waffles. God damn, I love you Midoriya women. I'm gonna take a shower and be right down," Katsuki said, running off to wash up. Izuka followed closely behind and went to her own bathroom to shower and dress. As she finished washing up, Izuka changed into a white skirt and pale pink t-shirt, as well as her signature big red shoes before tying her hair into a ponytail. She'd grown again in the last 2 years and was now only an inch or so shorter than her mother. Her womanly proportions hadn't changed much, only growing at the same rate as her height, resulting in her keeping the same cute and slender frame as she had when she was 13. It suited her, and Kaken never complained, so Izuka was happy with it. Now dressed, she joined the others at the breakfast table, where Kaken was already tearing through waffles like it would be his last meal. That boy really liked spicy food. Mitsuki and Masaru smiled and greeted her as she sat down. "So, what are you guys going to be doing while we're out?" Izuka asked, sipping on some sweet tea. "I'll be in the monitor room with you," Toshinori said. "Your mom and I are going shopping." Mitsuki grinned with Inko nodded beside her. Masaru smiled at his wife's happiness. "I'm having a lazy day. Work let me have today off because of Katsuki's exam, so I'm relaxing." Izuka giggled. "Good for you. What about you, Kaken? What will you do before the exam?" "I'm meeting some guys from middle school. They're like the only people I can stand in that shitty place, so I figured I'd bless them with my presence for a couple of hours," Kaken said between bites of waffle. Izuka's sweat dropped. That was her boyfriend, humble as always. Once they'd finished breakfast and Izuka had helped her mother with the dishes, Izuka and Toshinori drove to U.A, with Izuka entering for the last time with her childhood ID. Toshinori walked her to Nezu's office, before running off to join the other teachers in preparing for the exam. Knocking on the door, she heard Nezu's voice inviting her in, so she walked in, discovering she was the last one to arrive. Nezu was at his desk, Aizawa on his left and Blood King on his right. 4 other students were already stood waiting, each with a unique and interesting look to them. The most normal-looking one was a tall, busty girl with black hair, tied up in a ponytail. Next to her was a boy with dual-colored hair and eyes. His left side was red-haired with a blue eye, while his right was white-haired with a gray eye. He had a serious expression, and a rather large burn scar that covered much of the left side of his face, including his eye. Then there was the other boy, fairly tall with pale skin, ash-blonde-colored hair and a skull-like face with no visible lips, leaving his teeth on full display. His nose was also fairly small with large nostrils, making it appear almost like he had no nose at all. The last student was a girl with very long hair that was comprised entirely of vines with faint green thorns covering them. The 4 students looked at Izuka, studying her just as she studied them. The black-haired girl appeared to recognize her, as her eyes widened a bit, but the others looked at her like a stranger. Skullboy waved and Vine Girl smiled kindly and bowed, which Izuka returned. Dual-colored boy raised an eyebrow at her, before turning back to the teachers. "Now that you are all here, we can get underway." Nezu grinned. Your dad was late getting out of the house again, right? Aizawa asked Izuka with an annoyed look. Yes, sensei, I'm sorry. Izuka bowed in apology. Nah, forget it. Tell your dad that I'll be having words with him though, the tired man said, a hint of steel in his tone. The 5 students gulped. Aizawa-sensei was not one to upset. Nezu just smiled and pulled out some papers. I've called you here for a few reasons. First is to introduce you to each other and inform you of whose class you'll be in. Secondly, to let you know about some of the expectations we here at UA have for our recommendation students. Thirdly, well, we'll get to that. Now, if you'll be so kind, introduce yourselves and tell us some things about yourself. Midoriya, why don't you start us off? Izuka nodded, though she felt a bit strange being called Midoriya by the mouse hero. All the UA teachers had called her Izuka, but she supposed it would seem inappropriate now. My name is Izuka Midoriya. My quirk is Omni-Flame, which allows me to conjure and control flames, summon wings of fire for flying, heal myself and others, as well as improving my strength. I hope we can all get along, she introduced, bowing politely to the other students. She had used the alias of her quirk, since Phoenix was a bit too on the nose. Ah, would you happen to be the same Midoriya from the Monkalama incident and All for One kidnappings? The black-haired girl asked. Izuka smiled and nodded. Amazing. I saw you on the news and watched the award ceremony for the Medal of Peace. I'm happy to meet you, she said, before turning to everyone else. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu and my quirk is creation. It lets me create anything so long as I understand the structure. Dual color was next. I am Shoto Todoroki. My quirk makes ice, he said in a monotone. When it became apparent that Todoroki wouldn't say more, the Skullboy introduced himself. Hi, I'm Juzo Honuki. My quirk is softening, and I bet you can guess what it does. I'm looking forward to working with you. Last was the Vine Girl. My name is Ibara Shizaki. My quirk is named Vines and allows me to control the vines I grow from my head. It is my desire to spread good across the world. I hope we can work together for this goal. Izuka smiled and nodded. These 4 seemed to be interesting and had some powerful quirks. They'd all make great heroes. Nezu seemed pleased with their introductions. Good, you've been acquainted. Now, I'll reveal your classes. Normally, we split the recommendation kids between Class 1A and Class 1B, but since we have an uneven number, 2 of you will go with Kan-sensei and the other 3 will go with Aizawa-sensei. Shizaki. Honuki, you 2 will be under the care of Sekijiro Kanaka Blood King. You are Class 1B. Blood King grinned at the 2. I hope you make me proud. Class 1B usually gets overlooked because of 1A, but you'll always have me in your corner, so work hard. Yes, sensei. The 2 students said, happy to be in Blood King's class. Naturally, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu and Midoriya will be in Class 1A, under Shota Aizawa aka Eraserhead. Nezu continued. Aizawa regarded his students with a critical eye, particularly Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. I'm a hard man to impress, and recommendation or not, I won't hesitate to expel you if I feel like you're wasting my time. Still, you're my students now, so if you work hard and prove yourselves, then I'll take care of you. Nezu, perhaps wanting to add to the pressure, piped up. Incidentally, Aizawa-sensei has expelled 80% of all his students, with most being gone within the first month of school. Also, Midoriya. Izuka gulped as focus was put on her. You are the first student that Aizawa-sensei has ever actually requested to be in his class. The girl blinked. Aizawa had asked for her specifically. She couldn't help but blush and feel a little proud of that fact. Nezu didn't feel the need to mention that Kan-sensei had asked for her too. Aizawa-sensei only won out because he knew her already and had never asked for anyone before. The underground hero sent a withering glare at the principal as the other students looked at Izuka questioningly. Don't get a big head over it, Midoriya. Aizawa said evenly. I know your power, and I know what your dad did with the same sort of power. I want you in my class so I can keep an eye on you. Kan would just coddle you. Who exactly is your father? Todoroki asked, the slightest bit of emotion finally sneaking into his voice. Oh, you wouldn't know him. His name is Toshi Midoriya, Izuka said, using the alias All Might had given her for this kind of occasion. He works as a personal trainer and fitness instructor. He's trained a fair few pro heroes, she added, mixing in some of her pride for All Might into her tone. Todoroki made a noise of acknowledgement, but his interest had apparently ended, so they all turned back to Nezu. Our expectations are tough, but fair. We expect you to act as examples to your peers across all the different courses, not just heroes. Your grades must remain in the top 25%, and your behavior must be exemplary, or we may decide to revoke your recommendation. In that event, you'll have to take a special exam to keep your position in the hero course. Failure to do so will result in your expulsion from the hero program, which in itself does not mean you can automatically enter general education, support, or management. We teachers are very invested in our students, especially those that have already proven themselves, so please, do not disappoint us. The 5 recommendation students nodded and bowed. None wanted to disappoint the man. Nezu clapped happily. Excellent. A good, respectful attitude. But of course, just as you have additional responsibilities, you also have additional privileges. Your hero costume and support item budget is higher than a normal student by about 50%. You also have access to Gym Beta and Training Ground Delta whenever they are not in use. Lastly, in the case of an emergency, you have the authority to act and take command of other students if need be. Izuka smiled a bit. With the extra money for her hero budget, she could get more of the support items she wanted to help balance her out, as well as the things that would help her support Kaken better. The two had a basic plan for their future agency. Kaken takes on combat situations while Izuka takes on rescue operations, and between the two of them, they would be prepared for anything. Theoretically, now, there is about an hour before the entrance exams start with the written test. Then after that, we'll be having the practical exam. You are welcome to watch from the observation lounge, Nezu offered, handing each of them their student IDs. Izuka accepted hers with a bright smile. Midoriya, recovery girl, is waiting in the monitor room. Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow as the five of them were dismissed. Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking, why would recovery girl be waiting for you? Are you injured? Izuka smiled at her. I'm fine, I'm just helping out with the exam. Because part of my quirk is healing. I'm apprenticed under recovery girl and she's letting me act as the medic for the first 3 training grounds for the test, she explained, conjuring a bit of pink flame. By the way, feel free to call me Izuka. I see. Thank you, Izuka. Please call me Momo. My last name is a bit of a mouthful, Momo said with a hint of a blush. She appeared happy to be making a friend. Thanks, Momo. I'm actually a little bit surprised you recognized me, even before my name was said. I have kind of a plain face. So most people don't know who I am unless I introduce myself, Izuka asked. Momo blushed a bit more. Well, it's a bit complicated. When you were rescued, I was attending an all-girls prep school, and when we heard you were going to be getting a top private education instead of returning to your old school, a lot of us assumed you'd be coming to our school, being a girl and all. After those rumors got started, I became a bit interested in you. After all, you saved All Might's life. Ha, he saved me first. To be honest, I don't remember it very well. I just sort of acted, I suppose. Momo nodded. That sounds like the response of a hero. You became something of a role model at my school for a while, especially after the Monkalama incident. You were even mentioned in our headmistress's speech on influential women and heroism. Oh, really? Well, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm kind of glad I didn't go to your school. I'd never be able to show my face after that, Izuka mumbled, turning cherry red just from the idea. You don't like the attention and adoration? The older girl asked. No, I just want to help people. As long as I can save lives. I don't mind if everyone just thinks of me as a normal person. I sort of prefer it, though having a fan or two is nice. Izuka thought back to how happy Koto was, and how glad he always looks when she comes to visit. Momo tilted her head. Izuka wasn't what Momo was expecting. She had expected a very level-headed, proud and strong-willed young woman, sure of herself and acting almost like a female All Might. Instead, the girl was timid, very polite, modest and passionate about helping others. Momo decided she preferred this timid girl over the version she'd built in her own head. I'm glad. If you like, you can call me if you ever want help with studying or anything. Izuka's face lit up. She'd never had a female friend her own age before. Yes, that'll be great. Here's my number. She got out her phone and the two girls exchanged numbers. Momo giggled at the Chibai All Might charm hanging off Izuka's phone. Then she noticed the address she'd been given along with the phone. Wait, you live in Nabo Ward? I do too. Momo grinned. That's awesome. I've sort of never had a female friend before. Is it okay if I call you my friend? Izuka asked shyly. Momo felt her heart flutter. This girl was just so cute. She was overcome with the desire to protect the fluffy-haired girl. Of course. You can even call me Big Sister if you like. Momo laughed, only half joking. Izuka giggled. I'm not brave enough to do that, but thank you anyway. I need to get going, but I'll see you later. And with that, Izuka happily ran off to meet with Recovery Girl, glad to have made a female friend. Momo watched her go with a small smile, secretly glad that she too had made her first true female friend. Around the corner, Todoroki frowned. He'd wanted to ask Midoriya about All Might, but he'd have more than enough chances. She was his logical opposite, as the girl was fire while he was ice. If she also maintained a connection to All Might, then surpassing her would truly be a way of proving that he was able to become #1 without his father's influence. He was already angry that he couldn't take part in the real entrance exam because of his father's recommendation. Shoto wanted no shortcuts, especially from that man. When Izuka reached the monitor room, she found almost all the UA staff present. Only Blood King hadn't shown up yet, as he was getting to know his new students. Recovery Girl waved Izuka over to her. These are the maps for training grounds Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Do your best to memorize them so you can move around easily and find patients. Izuka nodded and looked at the screen, scanning them rapidly and committing as much to memory as possible. Training Ground Alpha was a simulated village, not unlike Monkalama. Beta was an urban area, more in line with modern cities. Gamma was an industrial area filled with factories and maze-like pipes. As soon as she was finished, Recovery Girl handed her a checklist containing the names and pictures of every examinee in her test areas, as well as an earpiece so the monitor room could communicate with her and tell her of injury. Alright Midoriya, you've been told the rules for this, but I'm giving you a refresher, Recovery Girl said. Raising a finger with each rule she stated. 1. Do not interfere with the exam unless it is to save a life. 2. Do not perform any healing on a patient that has not retired from the exam, unless it is an emergency. 3. Any injury you cannot heal, bring the patient to me immediately and call the paramedics. 4. If you believe a patient is too injured to continue, but refuses to retire, contact the monitor room for confirmation. 5. Finally, you are technically UA staff for this event. If you feel a person is a danger to themselves or others, or you have any concerns about an applicant, you have an obligation to report it to us, even if you feel they are good people or you feel bad for them. Yes, ma'am, Izuka said, putting her earpiece in. With that said, Izuka waited around the monitor room for the exams to begin, chatting with some of the other observers. Once Blood King finally showed up, every UA staff member was present, as well as a trio of representatives from the Japanese government, the Hero Public Safety Commission and the police force. The written test came and went fairly quickly, with Izuka spotting Katsuki on the cameras, riding away without a care in the world. Izuka was certain he'd ace the test, so instead focused on preparing for the physical exam. She changed into some UA gym clothes and headed out, flying to Training Ground Alpha. As she waited for the exam to begin, she flicked through the checklist she'd been given and smiled when she saw Katsuki's name and picture among the examinees of Training Ground Gamma. An exam revolving around destroying robots would be easy for Kaken. Outside Training Ground Gamma, Katsuki was performing some last-minute stretches, partly to limber himself up and partly to work up a bit of a sweat, which would improve his quirk. He looked around, mostly unimpressed with the other applicants. There were a few strong-looking people, like a buff dude chomping on sugar cubes and a hairy beast guy with glasses, but for the most part, they were all extras. TCH, no damn challenge. At least that bet is as good as mine. He smirked, unknowingly scaring some of the other examinees. And Start declared present Mike. Without missing a beat, Katsuki burst through the crowd and into the training ground proper. It didn't take long for him to find his first robot, a weak one-pointer, which he promptly turned into shrapnel with an explosion. For most of the next 10 minutes, Katsuki enjoyed himself as he ran wild, blasting apart robots with impunity. Occasionally, he'd notice Izuka flying around above, scanning the area for injuries, but he'd resisted the urge to call out to her or get her attention. There'd be time for that later, when he was claiming his prize in the bet. There was only 3 minutes of the original 10 left, and the explosive boy had racked up 77 points. At roughly 10 points a minute, if he kept up the pace he'd win the bet by the end. Then he hesitated. Some idiot was catching his breath against one of the walls, with a damaged pipe dangling loosely above him. The oblivious fool didn't even notice, not even when the pipe suddenly gave way and fell. Motherfucker, Katsuki cursed, rocketing towards the boy and pulling him out of danger in the nick of time. Gee, thank you, the idiot stuttered. But Katsuki was in no mood for that shit. Shut up and fuck off. Pay attention if you don't want to fucking die, he roared as he ran off for more points. Unfortunately, stupidity was apparently common in Katsuki's group, as every time he managed to smash another bot, he'd spot some dumbass about to get creamed, forcing him to come flying to the rescue. Katsuki's ambitions kept screaming at him to just let the idiots get what was coming to them, but his annoying conscience just whispered that it was the right thing to do, that it would make Izuka happy and reduce her workload. If these idiots got badly hurt, she'd blame herself like the little martyr she was, or use too much of her own blood for healing and get herself hospitalized or killed from blood loss. So Katsuki said fuck it. If people needed saving, he had no choice. It was better that than watching his girlfriend being genuinely upset. The test is over, screamed present Mike. Fuck, Katsuki screamed even louder, startling everyone in the training grounds. He'd scored 90 points, but that wasn't enough to beat All Might's score or win the bet. With a furious glare at some of the idiots he'd saved, Katsuki marched off to change. As for Izuka, her first real experience as a medic in a combat situation proved to be just as chaotic, but a fair bit more successful. The moment present Mike began the test, she'd carefully patrolled the skies, keeping her eyes peeled for injuries or people in danger. Occasionally, she'd spot someone and fly closer to see them, before flying off again as they continued to participate. Over the course of the exam, she healed 7 people in Ground Alpha, 12 in Ground Beta, and only 3 in Ground Gamma. The last person she'd healed had been a boy in Ground Beta, and that had led to Interesting encounter. The boy was sat up against a wall, his breathing heavy as his ribs were broken and he had a rather deep cut across his chest. Izuka had spotted him the moment he'd been wounded, and when she flew down, he had choked out that he was retiring, allowing her to treat him. Just as she was applying her flames to the area, a stern voice had called out to her. "You there? What are you doing?" said a tall, dark blue-haired boy in glasses. "Are you attacking another examinee? That is shameful." "And no, she's..." The injured boy tried to defend her, but he began coughing horribly, forcing Izuka to intensify her healing. "I'm not an examinee. I'm the medic for this area. This person was badly hurt and has retired, so I'm administering treatment. Please return to your exam. You can still get more points," Izuka said, trying to smile earnestly despite being a little upset at the accusation. The glasses boy spluttered, his face turning red as he tried and failed to properly apologize. Before he could get the words out, there was a distant rumbling and a horde of examinees came running past, screaming, "It's the 0-pointer. It's freaking huge. No way, there's no way we can beat that thing." "But wait, what about that girl?" Izuka's ears twitched and she looked up sharply. Another fleeing student screamed back at the last one, "We can't do anything. She's too close and we can't stop that thing." "Oh no," Izuka muttered, paling. Quickly ensuring her current patient was in no danger, Izuka helped him to his feet and handed him to the glasses boy. "Please take him to the entrance." "I'll see to this," she declared. "Wait, what are you?" The boy was cut off by Izuka taking flight, leaving him and the injured boy on the ground. Izuka flew up high and immediately spotted the 0-pointer. It was gargantuan, meaning it was kind of hard not to see it. At its feet, just a few of its monstrous steps away, was a girl trapped under rubble and desperately trying to escape. The 0-pointer is huge, probably weighs a few tons. Should I go full power and risk injury, or gamble that a weaker blow is enough? Izuka thought. The robot would definitely kill the trapped girl if it stepped on her, so Izuka was mandated to interfere and protect her. Deciding on the strongest, safe attack she had, Izuka flew in a loop, coating her body in flame and charging her legs with the combined power of blue flame and 20% of One for All. Once she'd built up momentum, she flew at the robot and performed a flying kick, Phoenix Talon. She shouted, driving her foot into the robot's head. The metal crumpled like wet tissue beneath the force of her blow and Izuka found herself traveling right through the thing's head, leaving a smoldering hole that dripped molten metal like blood from a wound. The force of the kick, combined with the loss of its processors, caused the robot to crumple backward to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that had the trapped girl coughing, but ultimately safe. Izuka breathed a sigh of relief as she landed, flinching a bit as her leg touched the ground. "Oh, that's what I get for using 20% without warming up," she muttered, gingerly rubbing at the cramping muscles. As normal feeling returned to the limb, Izuka ran over to the trapped girl. "It's okay, just hold on." "All right." "Why, yes," the girl replied nervously as Izuka activated One for All again. As gently as she could, Izuka lifted the rubble on the girl's ankle, careful not to hurt her as she tossed the offending slab of concrete away. "Thank you," the girl said, pulling herself into a seated position. Izuka looked at the girl's ankle. It was bruised, but didn't appear broken and only a few scrapes were bleeding. "Just relax for a moment. I need to heal your ankle," Izuka explained, conjuring her flames and pressing them into the examinee's injured leg. The girl hissed and winced but looked amazed as her ankle was left in pristine condition. Now that she was healed, Izuka took a closer look at the girl herself. She was very cute, a little taller than Izuka with big brown eyes, soft round cheeks and brown hair styled into a shoulder-length bob cut, with 2 long bangs that framed her face. Izuka also noticed small pads on the tips of each of the girl's fingers. Looking up at Izuka with a happy expression, the girl smiled brightly. "Thanks so much. I'd have been toast without you. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you." "Ah, you're welcome. It was no trouble. We all want to be heroes after all." "My name is Izuka Midoriya. Nice to meet you too," Izuka replied. Ochako's cheerful nature was infectious. Present Mike announced the end of the exam moments later. Recovery Girl spoke to Izuka over her earpiece, stating that there are no new injuries to treat, so everyone from each training ground was in peak condition, with the exception of the boy Izuka had entrusted to the glasses guy. Apparently the poor guy's broken ribs were worsened by the sudden evacuation. But Recovery Girl assured Izuka that she'd done the right thing. "You were pretty amazing against the 0-pointer. Did you get a lot of points against the others?" Ochako asked as she hopped up to stand beside Izuka. "Oh, no I didn't. That 0-pointer was the only one I destroyed. But don't worry, I'm a recommendation student. I was only here to help Recovery Girl with healing thanks to my quirk," Izuka explained. Ochako's eyes widened. "Amazing. I'm kind of jealous. Hey, do you want to be friends?" Izuka blushed. Really? That'd be nice. Here." She handed Ochako her phone number. "Call me later so I have yours too, okay?" I hope we end up in the same class," she said, running off to meet with Katsuki and hide her blushing face. As she ran, she couldn't help but think, I made 2 female friends in one day. A cute one and a beautiful one. I got lucky, she giggled to herself. Izuka returned to the monitor room and looked at the scoreboard for the examinees as Nezu, Aizawa and Ken debated how to split the passing students up. Only the top 10 were listed on the scoreboard, and Izuka smiled brightly when she saw both Katsuki and Ochako on the list. Ochako was at 3rd place, but she only had 28 points. Izuka looked across the board and noticed an additional score, rescue points. So there was another element. I kind of expected something like that, she muttered. Ochako had 45 rescue points, giving her a combined score of 73 points. Katsuki was in 1st place, and had 90 villain points alone. But what was really surprising was the 30 rescue points he'd earned. Kaken got 120 points. He beat All Might's score. At that moment, Toshi came over. I know. I'm both proud and a little bit frustrated. The top 35 students will all be accepted and combined with the 5 recommendation students to create 2 classes of 20 students. Also, we all saw you working out there. Toshi grinned. That thing with young Uraraka and the 0-pointer would have gotten you 60 rescue points if you'd been an examinee. Combined with other rescue points from the others you'd helped, you'd have gotten an even 100 points if you were a participant, beating my score and getting 2nd place. Izuka smiled widely. It may be unofficial since she wasn't an actual examinee, but it still made her happy that if she'd taken the exam, she'd have passed just by doing what came naturally. At that moment, the trio from the government, police and Hero Union came over, nodding to All Might and turning to Izuka herself. Miss Midoriya, we wanted to ask your opinion on a participant, the lady from the Hero Union said. Mr. Tenya Ida earned 6th place with 52 villain points and 9 rescue points for a combined 61 points. However, after seeing his interaction with you as you healed that other boy, we are having some doubts about him. What do you think of him? The police officer asked. I think he deserves his place in UA, Izuka said evenly, trying to keep her nerves out of her voice. He was kind of rash, but I think he's just very earnest. From his point of view, I was another examinee that was potentially hurting someone. My pink flames, despite their color, do look dangerous, and because I have to physically touch the wound, it often looks like I'm causing the patient pain. If anything, I think it was admirable that he stopped his own test to potentially protect another student, even if he was mistaken. Plus, when I explained myself, he seemed genuinely apologetic, though the 0-pointer stopped him from having a chance to apologize. He did also do as I asked and escort the injured person out of the area. The government representative noted her response and smiled, a well-thought-out analysis. I happen to agree with you. Mr. Ada will naturally be accepted into the Hero program. The Hero Union lady and police officer nodded in agreement. Thank you for your input, Miss Midoriya. Naturally, we will all be watching your growing career with interest. Work hard, Miss Midoriya, the lady said as the trio went back to their earlier discussions. After that, Izuka went to meet Katsuki outside the school, eagerly waiting to congratulate him. She knew he wouldn't know about the rescue points, but she also knew that Toshinori expected her to tell him and hadn't forbidden her from it. Izuka giggled a bit when she saw the irritated-looking boy approaching her. I lost the damn bet. He frowned. He might have been a bit of a sore loser, but Kaken was never one to refuse to accept his losses. Izuka burst into laughter, making Katsuki growl. Why is that so damn funny, Deku? Because of a bunch of idiots that nearly got themselves fucking killed. I missed out on beating All Might's score by just 4 fucking points. With another 10, I'd have won the bet. Izuka smiled and took his face into her hands, gently kissing him. I'm laughing, Lil Baku, because I know a little secret. Villain points only made up half the score. The other half was rescue points. What? Katsuki screamed. What did I get? 30 rescue points. You scored 120 total. You beat All Might and won the bet. Kaken paused for a moment, his face blank as he tried to really digest what he'd just been told. Then he suddenly roared with joy and grabbed Izuka, spinning her around in his arms as she giggled. When he finally put her down, he kissed her hungrily, practically attacking her lips. It was the only non-chaste kiss they'd ever shared. By the time it was done, Izuka was left blushing and breathless, making Katsuki smirk, distracting from his own blush. That was my first prize, he said cockily, daring Izuka to argue. Idiot, Izuka murmured embarrassedly. That kiss had been a bit intense for the timid girl, but she couldn't deny it made her happy. The two walked home together, hand in hand, and Katsuki listened as Izuka told him about the recommendation kids and her 2 new friends, Momo and Ochako. Katsuki wasn't too interested outside of being happy that his girl had other girls to do girly shit with, but he was happiest that it hadn't been boys she'd made friends with. It was inevitable that Izuka would befriend boys, especially with them going to be in her class, and while Katsuki couldn't stop it, it didn't mean he had to like it. And so, Izuka Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo were both accepted into the UA Hero program. The real road to being a hero starts here. The week before school officially started, Izuka and Katsuki trained as usual, both more fired up than ever thanks to making it in and also being in the same class together, Class 1A. Izuka had spoken with Ochako and Momo over the phone and was happy to discover that Ochako too was in 1A, meaning that all three of Izuka's friends would be in her class, and their homeroom teacher would be Aizawa-sensei, one of the teachers she knew best since he had always supervised her junior internships. On the morning of their first day, Izuka and Katsuki were dressed in their new uniforms, smiling proudly as their mothers took pictures and their fathers gave words of encouragement. "Don't forget, I'll be a teacher too. I can't give you any special treatment though, so behave yourselves." Toshinori grinned, entering All Might mode to punctuate his point. "Katsuki, keep a close eye on Izuka and be sure to try and keep your temper. Don't blow up your classmates," Masaru told him, only half joking. Mitsuki stopped taking photos and ruffled her son's hair. "You may be an annoying brat, but I'm proud of you," she said in a rare moment of softness. She also kissed Izuka's cheek. "Don't let this idiot boss you about just because he won that bet, and kick his ass if he starts getting cocky." Enko hugged Katsuki. "Be good, Katsuki," she told him, before hugging her daughter much more gently, but with a reluctance, like she didn't want Izuka to go. "You make me so proud, my dear. You guys both look really cool, like real heroes." The two teens grinned, with Izuka getting choked up and even Katsuki feeling a bit teary-eyed. "We'll do our best. See you tonight." Izuka smiled brightly as Katsuki turned to leave before the mushy stuff got to him. The two walked to UA in companionable silence, excitement and nerves building with every step. When they arrived, they searched for their classroom, finding it quickly and pausing at the door. "This is it. We'll be alongside the next generation of heroes," Izuka gushed. Yeah. Make friends with them if you want, but remember that the two of us are gonna be number one. Don't get distracted," Katsuki told her. Unlike Izuka, he'd never had a desire for friends. He just wanted strong people to challenge him or, in Izuka's case, walk beside him. They opened the door and were immediately met by the sight of the glasses boy, scolding a blonde boy for putting his feet on the desks. The other boy was rubbing the back of his head and apologizing with a smirk. But the moment Izuka walked in, Ida's attention honed in on her and he marched over. "Greetings, I am Tenya Ida, from Salme Junior High. You are Miss Midoriya, correct?" he asked, punctuating his words with strange robotic chopping motions. Yes, you know my name," Izuka asked, slightly puzzled. She didn't remember telling him during the exams. Ida nodded. "Yes, I learned of it after the exam. I have much to thank you for," he said, remembering the day he received his acceptance letter. Tenya was sitting in his room, grasping his letter with a small amount of nerves, carefully opening it so as to preserve the envelope. He discovered a small holo disc and put it on his desk to activate it. Almost immediately, an image appeared of All Might wearing a gaudy yellow suit and standing in what looked like a game show set. "I am here in hologram form," All Might declared, surprising Tenya a bit. Leave to UA to have pro heroes like All Might personally record its acceptance or rejection messages in hologram form. "As you may know, young I have decided to take a teaching position at UA starting this year, so I have been asked to perform this task." All Might was suddenly distracted by someone muttering from out of view, "Wrap it up. But this is an important one." "It's okay, we've got time." Tenya frowned. So even a hero like All Might did things like this. Continuing on, "You passed the written exam with a good score, and you also managed 6th place in the practical exam with a score of 52 villain points. However, it appears you didn't fully grasp the secret of the exam. As for rescue points, you received only 9, resulting in a top score of 61 points. However, despite a clearly passing grade, you almost lost your spot." Tenya paled drastically as a clip played of his interaction with the medic girl. He cringed as he watched himself scold the girl for helping people, and then cringed even harder as the girl raced off to protect another examinee, taking down a massive 0-pointer in the process. All Might reappeared on screen. That little interaction caused some of the examiners to question whether you were truly right to be a hero in UA's program, so naturally, they asked for the opinion of the young medic, Izuka Midoriya. The boy felt like crying. There was no way he'd be allowed in after they asked the medic. He had interfered with her work and could have gotten another student hurt as a result. The picture changed to that of the girl and a trio of people Tenya didn't recognize. "Miss Midoriya, we wanted to ask your opinion on a participant," a lady in a business suit said. Mr. Tenya Ida earned 6th place with 52 villain points and 9 rescue points for a combined 61 points. However, after seeing his interaction with you as you healed that other boy, we are having some doubts about him. What do you think of him?" a police officer asked. "I think he deserves his place in UA." The girl answered, "He was kind of rash, but I think he's just very earnest. From his point of view, I was another examinee that was potentially hurting someone. My pink flames, despite their color, do look dangerous, and because I have to physically touch the wound, it often looks like I'm causing the patient pain. If anything, I think it was admirable that he stopped his own test to potentially protect another student, even if he was mistaken. Plus, when I explained myself, he seemed genuinely apologetic, though the zero-pointer stopped him from having a chance to apologize. He did also do as I asked and escort the injured person out of the area. Tenya stared at the image blankly. That girl, Izuka Midoriya, had defended him. You see, young Ida, a hero is someone that seeks to help others, but we are still human and make mistakes. So, come to UA and learn with us, to help others and make fewer mistakes. Congratulations, Tenya Ida, UA will be your hero academia. Back in the present, Tenya bowed deeply. I owe you a debt of gratitude, both for correcting my foolishness and speaking in my defense. Thank you very much, Miss Midoriya. Izuka blushed and began trying to form a flustered response. It was nothing. You seemed like a good guy, and you just made a logical mistake. You don't owe me anything, so just call me Izuka, or just Midoriya if you prefer. TCH, this four eyes bugging you, Izuchan? Kaken asked, stepping between Ada and Izuka with a vicious glare. You said Saume, right? So you're just a stuck-up elite. I'll enjoy kicking you into the dirt. What nerve? You want to be a hero? Ada yelled, taken aback by the explosive blonde's declaration. Kaken, that's enough. I'm sorry, Ada. Kaken is kind of fired up for our first day, you know. Izuka pulled Kaken away, holding his arm tightly. Before Katsuki could descend into a stream of curse words, the classroom door opened again, and this time, Ochako Uraraka walked in. Ah, Izuka, it's great to see you in person again. Thanks again for beating up the zero-pointer for me. That kick was awesome. You were all fiery and sparkling, and then Phoenix Talon. And the robot just went down like a sack of potatoes. Damn it, Deku, you used Phoenix Talon. I've been bugging you to use it in our matches for months. Katsuki growled. I believe that if Izuka had used it, you'd not likely survive. She blasted through the zero-pointer's head with no effort. Ida cut in. By the way, Izuka, as you graciously allowed me to use your first name, you may call me Tenya. Momo Yaoyorozu, who had been sat in the back corner, chose that moment to walk over and join the conversation. You certainly have an eclectic group of friends, Izuka. Momo, yeah, I only had Kaken before the entrance exams. Now I've got him as well as you, Ochako, and Tenya. Have you met any of the others yet? Izuka asked, looking around the room. The blonde boy smirked at her but otherwise paid no attention to what their group was doing. There were a few other interesting people too, some that Izuka recognized from the exams. There was a funny blonde boy with effeminate eyes and a constant sparkle around him, a very tall boy with multiple arms connected by webbing, and even one with the head of a bird. I wonder what we'll be doing today. Do you think it's just the entrance ceremony and guidance counselor stuff? Ochako commented, bouncing excitedly. Izuka was about to answer when she heard a ruffling from behind Ochako. Leaning around the other girl, Izuka's sweat dropped at the appearance of Aizawa-sensei, wrapped up in his signature yellow sleeping bag. The caterpillar cosplay. If you're gonna be fooling around and looking for friends, then get lost. This is the hero program, Aizawa-sensei said, slowly getting up and prying himself from his comfy position. At his glare, everyone settled down in the assigned seats. When they were quiet, Aizawa-sensei frowned. It seriously took you 8 seconds to sit and be quiet. You brats, life is short, you know. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure to meet you, he introduced, his blank and tired expression not really matching his words. He rifled through his sleeping bag for a moment, then threw a bundle of gym clothes at the class. Put those on, then get to the PE grounds, he ordered, sending the class into a scramble to find a suitable set of gym clothes. Once everyone had a fitting set, they raced off to the locker rooms to change and met in the expansive PE grounds. Izuka looked around, mildly interested. The PE grounds were basically just a bigger version of what most schools had and wasn't used often in UA, with it usually being utilized by the non-hero courses for physical education. As the class assembled, Aizawa was already waiting with a bored look on his face. We'll be having a quirk apprehension test, he said simply, shocking his students. Isn't it kind of soon? What about the entrance ceremony? Ochako asked. Heroes don't have time for niceties like that. Though I suppose we can do it later if you all survive. The man answered ominously. UA is famed for granting students a large range of freedoms, but those freedoms extend to us teachers too. Aizawa stepped forward and fiddled with a PDA-like device, which projected a scoreboard onto the side of a wall. Their names were listed by their seat number, and there were 9 columns beside their names, each headed with the name of an activity, with the final column being marked total. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, sideways jumps, pull-ups and sit-ups, 8 activities you all know from middle school, but naturally you were forbidden from using your quirks, Aizawa explained, turning his attention to Katsuki. Bakugu, what was your middle school record for the softball pitch? 67 meters. The boy answered. Aizawa tossed a softball to Katsuki, who caught it easily and noted the strange device built into it. try using your quirk. So long as you don't leave the circle, everything you do is fine. You got it, Katsuki said. I'll just apply a little shock wave and die, he roared, throwing the ball with all his might, launching it with an explosion at the apex of his throw. The ball rocketed into the distance, landing far out of the student's sight. Aizawa held up the PDA, which had a record of 705.2 meters, which was added to the appropriate part of the score table. Before we can teach you, we need to know where you are in regards to your quirk, both in power and ingenuity. This test will establish the foundation of your hero skills, and from there, we can build on them. Aizawa explained. Well, over 700 meters. That's unreal, a red-haired boy exclaimed. This looks so fun. Ochako squealed happily. Izuka paled. Oh no, you had to say it, she whispered, already seeing the darkening look on their teacher's face. If she had learned one thing about Aizawa's teaching style, it was that you never took his lessons with anything but the utmost seriousness. Ah, it looks like fun, you say. Aizawa began quietly, sending a chill up their spines with how cold his voice was. So you thought you'd spend the next 3 years having fun? What happened to being heroes? Alright then, here's a new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be deemed hopeless and instantly expelled. The whole class was stunned, their eyes widening with terror. Aizawa smirked. This is another example of our freedom as teachers. We can dispense with students as we wish. He chuckled darkly. Welcome to the hero program. That snapped the students out of their fear, and many began protesting, arguing it was unfair. But Aizawa was unrelenting. Natural disasters, massive accidents, terrible villains. The world is full of horrible calamities, and it is all thoroughly unfair. It is our job as heroes to correct that and restore reason to the chaos. You aren't here as simple high schoolers, chatting and having fun. You are heroes in training, and from now on, your lives at this school are going to be one challenge after another. If you can't manage it, then quit. Or grow stronger, go beyond. That is the meaning of our motto, plus ultra. Just as soon as he had struck fear into them, Aizawa had now lit the fires of inspiration. Each of these 20 prospective heroes were now chomping at the bit to meet the challenge. The first trial was the 50-meter dash, and while each dash had 2 participants, they were really racing against the whole class. Izuka took this chance to catalog the names of those classmates she didn't already know. The effeminate blonde boy was named Yuga Aoyama and scored 5.51 seconds by using his quirk, Naval Laser, like a rocket, though using the beam for more than a second caused him stomach pain. A pink-skinned girl with horns, Mina Ashido, managed 5.46 seconds, barely beating Aoyama by using her acid to skate across the ground. A frog-like girl named Tsuyu Asui was able to clear the track in 4.58 seconds with frog-like leaps, while Tenya was able to use his amazing engine quirk to clear it in 3.04 seconds. Ochako was less successful, using her zero-gravity quirk to remove the weight of her shoes and clothing, shaving a few seconds off her middle school time for a total of 7.15 seconds. The boy named Mashiro Ajiro scored 5.49 seconds by kangaroo jumping with his tail. This continued for a while, but few other people got superhuman scores aside from Todoroki, who skated across the frozen track for a score of 5.23 seconds. When it came time for Katsuki and Izuka, both stepped up to the starting line and took their positions. At first, Izuka had planned to hold back and stay in the middle of the pack. She didn't want the whole class's attention on her, but seeing how hard everyone was working, she felt it would be an insult to use any less than 100% of her power. Katsuki immediately exploded across the track, scoring 4.13 seconds, but Izuka hadn't started. Until she crossed the starting line, her time wouldn't start, so she focused her powers carefully, channeling 20% of One for All and a large amount of fire to her legs, as well as summoning her wings. In a flash, she exploding over the start line, shooting across the track like a jet plane before finally crossing the finish line. She was going so fast, she actually had to perform a loop while slowing herself to prevent herself from colliding with a wall. The robot that was recording their scores beeped and announced 2.01 seconds. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. Shit, Izuchan's really going all out. The rest of the class appeared equally shocked, though Ochako and Tenya, who had seen her take down the zero-pointer, wasn't too surprised. No one had time to really comment, though, as Aizawa kept them moving. In the end, the only other super results were a short boy with grape-like hair named Minoru Mainta, who used his strange quirk to create bouncy balls to bounce himself across the finish line, and Momo, who actually created a motorized scooter with her quirk, earning her 3rd place after Izuka and Tenya. The second trial, Grip Strength, ended in an unquestioning victory for the multi-armed boy, Mizo Shoji, who was able to call on gorilla-like strength. Second went to a buff boy with big lips named Rikito Sato, who used some sugar to boost his strength and get a fairly super score. Izuka ended up 3rd. She wasn't very good in using One for All for actions that didn't require momentum, which also made it so she couldn't use her flames. Still, 3rd place wasn't bad. The third trial, standing long jump, had a lot of super results. Izuka simply flew, and since there was no known limit to her flight, she got a score of infinity. Many others got amazing scores, with most clearing the sandbox. Aoyama shot himself over with his laser, Asui leapt over easily, Ochako was able to float herself across, Ajiro bounded across with his tail, Sato did the same with Sugar empowering his legs. A plain-faced guy called Hantasiro was able to shoot tape from his elbows to pull himself across without touching the ground. Katsuki used his explosions to propel himself, and Minda created a bundle of his bouncy balls to shoot himself across. The fourth trial, repeated sidesteps, was unusual. Because of the limits, most people got only a normal score, though people like Izuka and Katsuki, who could shoot things from their hands, were able to get superhuman scores. Though funnily enough, it was Minda who scored first place by bouncing himself between two piles of his balls. The fifth trial was the softball pitch, which Katsuki had already completed. Ochako proved the winner with the class's second infinity score thanks to her zero-gravity quirk. Izuka herself somewhat copied Katsuki's showing by combining one for all in her flames, resulting in her scoring second place with 856.3 meters. The last three trials were rather uninteresting, as despite the quirks on show, they all came down to endurance, and that was something that only a few of them had a lot of. The endurance run went to Momo, who used her created scooter to get the third and final infinity score. As for pull-ups, Izuka won that trial by simply gripping the bar and flying up and down with her wings, stopping after she had beaten the previous high score. Sit-ups was kind of disappointing. It was the last trial, so most people were already spent, and even Izuka was running low on energy, only managing to get second place, a couple of dozen sit-ups behind Shoji, who was apparently a bit of a stamina freak. Without a word, Aizawa input the last of the results into his PDA, and the scoreboard rearranged itself to reflect the positions of the student. 1. Izuka Midoriya. 2. Momoye Urazu. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Tenya Ida. 6. Fumikage Takoyami. 7. Mizo Shoji. 8. Meshuro Ajiro. 9. Ajiro Kirishima. 10. Mina Ashido. 11. Ochako Uraraka. 12. Koji Koda. 13. Rikido Sato. 14. Tsuyu Sui. 15. Yuga Aoyama. 16. Hantasiro. 17. Denki Kaminari. 18. Kyoka Jiro. 19. Toru Hagakure. 20. Minoru Maita. Izuka felt her heart skip a beat when she saw she was at the top. Technically, she'd come in the top 3 of every trial, so it wasn't a huge surprise, but her humble side hadn't allowed her to think about it. She turned her attention to Minda, who was shaking in fear upon seeing he was ranked last. Izuka couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him, so she decided to risk Aizawa's wrath. Sensei, I had a question, she said, stepping forward and desperately trying to ignore all the attention that was now on her. What is it, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, boredom in his eyes. It's just, isn't this exam a bit illogical? Izuka asked, a bit too quickly. Oh, why should you complain? You got first place, Aizawa retorted. But that's because my quirk is suited to this kind of thing. I mean, your own quirk wouldn't have been able to do anything to help you in this test. But you're still a great hero. Wouldn't it be unfair to judge someone hopeless in a test like this? I mean, Minda technically scored last because his body isn't well suited for this sort of exam. But he did amazing on a few of the exams because he could use his quirk creatively. Isn't that enough reason to say he isn't hopeless? She argued, feeling a little braver. Minda looked up at Izuka with tears in his eyes. He was about one moment away from dropping to his knees and worshipping her like a goddess. Katsuki growled at the looks the small boy was giving his girl, but couldn't really fault him. His Izuka was damn cute. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and used his capture weapon to drag Izuka towards him, making her squeak in surprise. Didn't I say this is no place to be trying to make friends? I'm not. I'm just saying what I think is right. You shouldn't expel anyone. Izuka shot back, terrified but unwilling to just surrender. Aizawa stared at her for a minute, before smirking and releasing her. You still have that damn spark in you. You are way too much like your dad, he muttered. Before turning to the class, I lied about the expulsion thing. It was a logical ruse to drive you forward and push your limits. For the record, if I really wanted to expel any of you brats, no amount of arguing will stop me, though Midoriya does bring up a good point. So long as your chances aren't 0, I won't be dropping you. But should they drop to 0 at any time, I'll kick your asses to the curve. There were sighs of relief, and Minda burst into happy tears, glad he wouldn't be kicked out. Aizawa allowed them to have the celebrations for a bit. He was tough, not heartless. All right, that's enough now. Since I expelled my whole class on the first day last year, the principal has given me some new guidelines I have to follow, so we've got one last activity before we head inside. It's optional, and if you must, you can consider this fun or whatever. Aizawa snapped his fingers and some of the scoring robots ran off, only to reappear moments later with a series of circular and human-shaped targets made of concrete. This is the signature move showcase. We don't assist in the development of special or signature moves until just before the provisional license exams. But every kid that aspires to become a hero usually has one or two moves dreamed up before reaching high school. So, to ensure they're safe and to let you brats show off some more, we're going to try them out. Step forward if you have a move, Aizawa said, pointing to a spot to his right, directly across the assembled targets. Ashido, Tenya, a girl with long earlobes named Kyoka Gyro, Katsuki, Izuka and Minda all stepped forward. Aizawa-sensei nodded at them. Ashido, you're first. The pink girl grinned. Well, mine isn't an attack, but it's still my signature, she said gleefully. With a spray of acid from her feet, Ashido began to surf around on the ground, showing she had quite a lot of balance and maneuverability when using her signature, Acid Surfer. A potentially dangerous move, especially since it wrecks the ground, Aizawa said, ruefully staring at the melted earth that marked Ashido's trail. For now, don't use it inside the school. In a live hero situation, be cautious too, as excess acid could hurt others who step on it without realizing. And it can also cause you trouble as it could be considered unnecessarily collateral damage. Still, a creative move, he judged. Next, Ada. Ada charged at the target, a huge burst of air coming from his engines as he launched a kick. Recipro burst, he yelled, cleaving the head off a target with his kick. So you push your engines to their max and gain even greater speed for a short time. But it looks like it disables your engines. Practice with it to extend the time it lasts, but use it conservatively, the teacher said. Ada nodded and moved aside as Gyro stepped forward. She ran forward and directed her earlobes, which were like headphone jacks, to stab into a target. Hard throb, she cried, and the target exploded with a powerful sound wave. Aizawa whistled. Impressive. You channel the sound of her heartbeat through your earphone jacks to create a concussive sound wave. Be careful with that attack. It'll likely do a fair bit of damage to a person, even if they don't explode like the target. Katsuki was next, and he smirked as he prepared his current ace move, one that had even allowed him to put a mark on All Might in a sparring match. Nitro Blaster, he yelled, launching a series of highly focused explosions at the targets. By minimizing and tightly controlling the strength of the launching explosion, he could cause his sweat droplets to be launched without immediately exploding, then shoot explosive sparks to ignite them and create what appeared to be a semi-automatic explosion gun. Each individual explosion was smaller than his full explosions, but they could be used at range and in large numbers, allowing him to build up larger explosions without straining his arms. It was light enough to knock an enemy out without killing them or causing debilitating harm. TCH, just what I'd expect from one of those two, Aizawa muttered. Bakugo. That is a well-thought-out move, and it shows you have good control of your quirk. I'd keep that as a trump card until you have a more powerful move. The explosive boy just smirked and walked back to the others as Izuka took his spot in front of the target. Only a handful were left, so she decided to let loose a bit. Phoenix feathers, she shouted, firing several feather-shaped darts made of fire, each one striking a different area of the targets and then exploding in a burst of flame. The move was Izuka's answer to Katsuki's Nitro Blaster and worked in a somewhat similar fashion. Izuka conjured many flames and then concentrated them into compact feathers, which would stick to whatever she threw them at, then explode when she released the compression of the flames. The strength of the darts were completely dependent on how much fire she conjured and how tightly she concentrated it. It lacked the concussive force of Katsuki's move, but was more accurate thanks to Izuka being able to control the darts once she'd launched them. You used the feathers. You should have used Talon, Katsuki complained, still a bit peeved he hadn't gotten to see it. Talon is my emergency move. I can't use it on a person or even near people. It could do serious damage, Izuka argued. Then it was wise not to use it. I assume a hero nerd like yourself has a lot of signature moves, right? Aizawa-sensei said with a knowing look. Izuka blushed and nodded, trying to block out the amazed looks of her classmates. Minda was last, and used his quirk to completely cover a human target in his purple balls, essentially immobilizing them before dashing and slapping them across the chest in a move he called Grape Rush. Aizawa looked less impressed, but still commented, a good move for capture, though with such a weak slap, it ended kind of anticlimactically. I guess you could improve it with some support items. Also improve your aim. That way you can immobilize your opponent without using so many balls and save yourself time. As that was the last move being showcased, Aizawa-sensei called for the robots to deal with the remains of the targets, then turned back to his students. Right, now get changed back into your uniforms and come to the classroom. We've still got more of the principal's requirements to meet, he said, a tad bitterly. The class nodded and ran back to the changing rooms. Izuka was interested in what the principal was making Aizawa do, but she was drawn from her thoughts when she realized she had been surrounded by all the other girls. Are you guys okay? Did you need something? She stuttered nervously. You were pretty amazing out there, Midori. Ashido cheered. You seemed so timid, but then you totally kicked ass. Yeah, and you even talked back to Aizawa-sensei. That took guts. Gyro added. Izuka blushed. Well, I felt he was being a little unfair. Plus, it's a hero's job to butt into others' business for the sake of helping them, right? Momo chuckled. As expected of you, Izuka. I'm glad I was at least beaten by a real hero. The invisible girl, Toru Hagakure, piped up. Heck yeah. 2 girls took the top 2 spots in the class. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu are the best. You should have seen Izuka take down the 0-pointer. The move she used made her phoenix feathers look like sparklers. Ochako added. Asui tilted her head, a finger to her lips. I've been meaning to ask, aren't you the same girl from the Monkalama incident? The one that got an award for protecting the village and saving 2 pros by beating the villain? I knew I recognized your name from somewhere. Ashido exclaimed. Midori, you're amazing. Izuka waved her hands frantically, and no, it was nothing like that. The heroes, Water Hose, did most of the actual work. I was just able to assist enough to make it a more decisive victory. I got so much credit because my quirk let me heal them after the fight, just as you healed All Might after the All-for-One kidnappings. Asui asked. That silenced the girls quickly, especially when Izuka looked away. Many people praised her for coming away from the kidnapping with so little trauma, and for healing All Might, but not many really thought about the people who didn't come away at all, other than those people's families. Izuka was only one of 36 people kidnapped, including the lesser-known pro, Clementine Man, and yet all the others were killed after having their quirks stolen or deemed useless. Why yeah, that was me too. I'm kind of shy when it comes to people I'm not familiar with, and I still don't like crowds. Izuka shrugged, her eyes downcast. Geez, what exactly did they do to you, Midori? You were taken for a whole year. Ashido asked. Ashido. Gyro scolded as Izuka flinched. Aw crap, I'm sorry, Midori. You don't need to tell us anything you don't want to. The pink girl quickly apologized. It's fine, Izuka said, smiling softly. It's not like I don't want to say, but I'm not really allowed to. If that changes, I'll tell you. She explained. Strictly speaking, it was true, she didn't mind telling others, but the government had forbidden it unless it was unavoidable. Plus, a small part of Izuka feared telling others, in case they blamed her or judged her for what happened. Izuka wouldn't blame them. At her lowest moments, she blamed and judged herself. Asui nodded. I'm sorry for bringing it up, but I always like to say what's on my mind. Saving All Might and helping in the Monkalama incident already makes you a hero, at least in my opinion. Call me Tsuyu. Oh okay, Tsuyu. You can call me Izuka. The girl smiled. You can all call me that, if you like. I'd like us to be friends. Yes, we definitely want to be friends. Call me Mina, Ashido said, jumping up and down happily. And me, Toru, Hagakure added, gesturing even more wildly so she was noticed. You can call me Kyoka, Gyro said, pulling out her phone. The other girls did the same and they all exchanged numbers. By the time they were done, they quickly dressed and hightailed it back to the classroom. When everyone was back and seated, Aizawa appeared from behind his desk, once again wrapped in his sleeping bag. Alright, since the hero department doesn't have its own entrance ceremony like the other departments, we'll be doing a meet and greet before I send you home. Come up here and tell us all your name, your quirk, and if you feel like it, some stuff about you and why you became a hero. Do it in seat order. Aoyama, you first. The flamboyant blonde hopped to his feet and stood in front of the class, basking in the attention, his sparkles on full blast. I am the shining Yuga Aoyama. My quirk, naval laser, lets me shoot a sparkling laser from my belly button. I will become the most dazzling hero to ever live, he declared, striking numerous poses. Next was Mina. Hi. I'm Mina Ashido and my quirk is acid. I can secrete acid from pretty much anywhere, and can control the viscosity and potency of it. As a side effect, I have this awesome pink skin, but don't ask about the horns. I have no idea what the deal with them is, but they're kind of rubbery. She proved this by bending one of the horns and making it flick. I like dancing, so if any of you are into freestyle dancing, then come talk to me. I can get you into an awesome studio. Then it was Tsuyu's turn. Hello, I am Tsuyu Asui, but you can all call me Tsuyu. As you can see, my quirk gives me frog-like characteristics. I have a long tongue, can stick to walls, and can create a weak poison. I'm currently working on camouflage too, and I have another ability, but it's gross so I won't explain it. I always say what is on my mind, and I like playing with my young siblings. I don't like the cold, it makes me want to hibernate, she said, before allowing Tenya to take the stage. I am Tenya Ida. My quirk is Engine and I am the younger brother of Ingenium, one of the greatest heroes. I wish to be just like him, so I'm going to work very hard, he declared. Izuka was a little surprised when he sat down. She thought he'd have spoken for longer. Achako was the last in her row, and was clearly a bit embarrassed to be speaking in front of them all. I'm Achako Uraraka. My quirk is zero gravity, and I can remove the gravity from anything I touch, but if I push it, it makes me nauseous. I really like matcha. I also live alone, since my parents live out in the countryside. I don't like fighting. I want to be a rescue hero like 13. The new row started with Anjiro. My name is Meshurao Anjiro. My quirk is just my tail, which is practically a third arm. I study martial arts to improve my skills so I can fight and defend people, he introduced. Izuka got the feeling he was a very straightforward and earnest person. Next was the blonde boy that Tenya had been scolding earlier. Now that she could see him better, Izuka noticed a few black streaks in his hair, which resembled a lightning bolt. Hey, I'm Denki Kaminari. My quirk lets me discharge electricity, but if I use too much, it fries my brain and I kind of turn stupid for a while. I'm a fan of music, so if any of you like it too, let me know and we can have a jam session. The redhead was next. I'm Ijiro Kirishima and I want to be a super manly hero like my idol, Crimson Riot. My quirk, hardening, lets me harden my skin and gives me a kind of rocky appearance. He demonstrated, and his arm really did look like rock. It ain't flashy, but it also lets me hit pretty hard, so I'm a fairly good fighter. Next was Koji Koda, a large boy with a uniquely shaped head. He didn't actually speak and just wrote his name on a small whiteboard as well as his quirk, Anavoice, which let him talk to and control animals. He came across as shy and cute, despite his somewhat odd appearance, and Izuka couldn't help but feel he was a sweetheart. Last in the row was Sato. I am Rikido Sato. My quirk, Sugar Rush, improves my strength as I consume sugar, but it also reduces my cognitive functions and I get tired faster. Still, cause of my quirk, I love to bake, so I may occasionally bring in sweets for everyone. Katsuki smirked at that. He could practically feel Izuka salivating behind him. That girl loved sweets. She'd eat nothing else if her parents let her. The next student was Mizo Shoji, a rather odd boy that kept his mouth covered and had 6 arms, 3 on either side connected by webbing. He briefly explained how he could change any of his arms into other parts of his body through his quirk, dupli arms, but said little else besides that he had no real interest in material things. He seemed friendly, despite his rather imposing appearance. Then came Gyro. I'm Kyoka Gyro. My quirk, earphone jack, is the same as my mom's and it gives me super hearing and lets me channel and amplify sound waves, usually my heartbeat. It's probably not a surprise that I love music. Both my parents are in the music industry, but I wanted to help others, so I want to be a hero instead of following in their footsteps, she explained, a bashful look on her face as she fiddled with her jacks, poking the ends together. Izuka and the other girls clapped and cheered for her, making Kyoka smirk and return to her seat with a bit more courage. Hantashiro was next, but Katsuki found him to be boring. He was a fairly average teenage boy that had the desire to be a hero, though both Katsuki and Izuka couldn't deny he was friendly. And while he was very proud of his tape quirk, he wasn't arrogant about it and seemed to want to impress the class. He sat down happily after a few people clapped and shouted approving comments of his quirk. Izuka thought it would make an amazing capture method against villains. The bird-faced boy stood and introduced himself next. I am Fumikage Takoyami. My quirk, Dark Shadow, allows me to summon a sentient shadow that is connected to me. Despite being a shadow, it has a physical form and can be used for attack and defense. He summoned the creature, which looked like a simplified shadow version of Takoyami himself that was connected to him. He has a personality of his own and he grows stronger as it gets darker. As he grows more powerful, he becomes hard to control and in complete darkness, he is nearly unstoppable and will rampage. It is a tormented existence, for I love the darkness yet can never truly embrace it. Katsuki felt like smacking himself to erase that line from his memory. But Izuka just felt sorry for the boy. It must be really hard to have a quirk that made it dangerous to embrace the things you loved. She smiled brightly as Takoyami returned to his seat, making the boy recoil from the brightness of her happy face, though he did nod in appreciation. Todoroki took his place at the front and simply revealed his name and said my quirk makes ice before returning to his seat. He wasn't very sociable apparently. Next was Invisible Girl Toru. Hi, I'm Toru Hagakure and my quirk makes me invisible. I don't stand out much, so I'm sorry if I accidentally surprise you. I love those funny hidden camera shows too. Ew, and I love caramel. Sato, if you make any of that, I'll love you forever, she said, bubbly personality on full display. Sato grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Izuka suddenly gulped when it was Katsuki's turn. Please be nice, she whispered. The boy just smirked as he took Toru's place at the front of the room. The name is Katsuki Bakugo. My quirk blows shit up and I am more than happy to use it on any dumbass that pisses me off. I'm going to be the #1 hero in the future, and I won't hesitate to kick anyone's ass if they get in my way, guy or girl. Also, if any of you shits call me Kakin, then I'll fucking kill you. End of intro. he said with a sneer, before taking his seat in dead silence, everyone either too scared or too shocked to comment or clap. Izuka pouted as he smirked at her, but it was her turn, so she had to take the stage and introduce herself. Since her Phoenix, Link evolution and One for All quirks were all technically secret, Sir Nida had come up with a plausible explanation for an alternate quirk that would let her use most of her abilities. Hello. My name is Izuka Midoriya. I know a lot of you might recognize the name, or my face, so I'll just say that yes, I am the same person from the Monkalama incident and the All-for-One kidnappings. If it's okay, I'd rather not talk about the latter. My quirk is named Omniflame and gives me a whole bunch of abilities based around fire. I can fly, create and control flames. I'm immune to fire completely, can use them to heal others by making pink flames, and I can make ones that only exist inside my body. They're kind of green looking and make me super strong, but I can get hurt if I push my body's limits. Oh, and I can sort of change how fire reacts to me. It's usually untouchable, like this. Izuka created a small fireball and put her hand inside it, but if I want, I can make it a bit physical. The flames flickered for a moment and then Izuka touched it again. This time it moved and jiggled, almost like gel. When it's solid, it still burns but can't spread and I can bounce off it. It also feels kind of like jelly. Izuka bounced the fireball like a rubber ball before banishing it. I like drawing, and I want to be the best rescue hero who can save everyone. Also, don't be scared of Kaken. He is actually a nice guy once you get to know him. Like fuck I am, Katsuki yelled as Izuka took her seat. Still, the class clapped politely and the girls all smiled at her. A few people made muttered comments that with a quirk like hers, it was no wonder Izuka came first in the apprehension test, and there was more than a bit of admiration in their eyes. She much preferred that to the pity that had appeared when she mentioned the kidnappings. The last two introductions were Minta and Momo. Minta was almost immediately labeled a pervert after talking for a solid minute on how much he loved girls, until Katsuki began making small explosions between his fingers, scaring Minta into wrapping up his introduction and sitting down. Momo was much better received by the class. Her creation quirk was the stuff of dreams, and even Izuka, with her amazing quirk, was a little jealous of what Momo could do. With Momo's intellect and amazing quirk, she could easily reach the top of the class in any of UA's programs. When Momo sat down, Aizawa stood back up and sighed. All right, you've had the apprehension test to show you actually have a chance, and now you all know each other. Be warned, real classes start tomorrow and we won't hesitate to kick you to the curb if we judge you to be a detriment to the program or have no chance of progressing further. We're going to work you to the bone, little eggs, he said, a scary smirk appearing on his face. Izuka smiled, feeling anticipation building inside her. Together with Class 1A, they were going to become amazing heroes. The first day of lessons at UA brought a wave of nostalgia for Izuka. She'd been coming to UA for tutoring since she was 10. But it was a very different experience than the traditional classroom setting, which she hadn't been a part of since she was kidnapped during elementary school. Sitting behind a desk, surrounded by her peers while listening to a teacher lecturing was a much less personal experience compared to the tutoring, but she couldn't deny that she liked it. The lessons themselves were fairly easy, since Izuka had been studying with Nezu, but they were made interesting by the teachers themselves, all of whom were pro-heroes. Present Mike taught English, Cementos taught modern literature, Ectoplasm taught mathematics, and even Midnight taught a lesson, modern hero art history. The classes themselves were fairly normal despite the hero teachers, though each one did discreetly acknowledge Izuka. Even lunch was a normal experience made interesting by the person in charge, the cooking hero lunch rush. But finally, the afternoon came, and just as Aizawa was settling the class for the pre-hero studies homeroom, the door was thrown open. I am here. Izuka grinned. He came. All Might, dressed in his Silver Age costume, burst through the door. I'm coming through the door like a normal person, he announced, noticeably not entering through the door like a normal person. The class went wild. I can't believe it. All Might's really gonna be teaching us. Check out that costume. It's so Silver Age it gives me goosebumps. Aizawa just scowled at the man. You're early for the first time in your life, and in the process, interrupt homeroom. Only you, All Might. All Might's smile turned bashful. My apologies, Aizawa. I wanted to come early so I could give my introductions and get to know the class before we do the first hero activity. I also brought some upperclassmen to talk to you all. Aizawa just sighed. I'll leave it to you then. Just don't keep those three out of class for long, he said, already having guessed who the upperclassmen were. He walked out and 3 third-years walked in. 2 boys and a girl. The first boy was very muscular and had blonde hair reminiscent of a young Present Mike, though his face was oddly plain. The second boy was a gloomy-looking guy with wild black hair. And the final student, the girl, had very long light blue hair that reached her legs and twisted as it reached her waist. All Might smiled at them and Izuka practically jumped out of her seat. Mirio-senpai. Izuka, it's good to see you as a student finally. The nurse's office has been a more somber place without you scampering about. The blond boy grinned, ruffling Izuka's hair. Seeing the class looking confused, All Might introduced them. Class, these are the 3 top-ranked students among the 3rd years here, and are thus the top 3 hero students in both UA and the country as a whole. We call them the Big 3. I've heard of these guys. They're on a whole other level compared to us. Gyro commented. Yes, these 3 are the pride of UA. All Might said, gesturing towards the dark-haired boy. Let's start with brief introductions. Amajiki, you start us off. The dark-haired boy's eyes shifted and his glance sent much of the class reeling from the intense impact. Even Izuka, who knew the guy already, was unable to fully resist the strong look. It's no good. Mirio, Hado, he said darkly. The class gulped. Was he judging them hopeless? Suddenly, the boy's shaking became noticeable. No matter how hard I try to see them as potatoes, only their heads turn. They keep human bodies, so I can't see them as anything but human. What do I do? The words won't come. When I exchanged curious looks, my mind's going blank. It hurts. Amajiki turned and put his head against the blackboard. I want to go home. Izuka frowned. Tamaki-senpai. It's all right. Everyone here is nice, she said, remembering how shy this guy was from the occasions he came to the nurse's office with Mirio. Amajiki turned to look at her and she smiled kindly, making him immediately shove his face back against the blackboard. Mirio, I can't deal with your friend. She's too sunny for me. The female 3rd year just giggled. Don't worry boys and girls. This guy is Tamaki Amajiki. He's kind of a chicken, even though he's human. Weird, right? Anyway, I'm Nejire Hado. All Might Sensei asked us to come talk to you and inspire you. Unfortunately, Hado's attention was immediately taken by asking everyone strange questions and moving on before actually getting an answer. She even asked Todoroki about his scar, which made the boy glare. You're all so interesting. Izuchan, you've got to tell me about all of them. Izuka just sighed. Nejire-senpai, I can't give people's personal information without their permission. All Might look just as lost as the rest of the class. I see Fakam and Rukyu weren't kidding when they said even your personality quirks were amazing. You kids can probably already guess this, but young Midoriya has already met these 3 while training her healing quirk with Recovery Girl. Don't worry, All Might. I'm the key performer for today anyway. Mirio grinned, giving the pro a thumbs up. Greetings Class 1A. I am Mirio Tagata, your senpai. He made a strange pose that somewhat resembled a mix of All Might's muscle pose and Sir Night Eye's glasses correction pose, making him look like a JoJo. You are all about to take your first lesson in heroism, a very important step for young heroes. But as scary as it may seem, as serious and dangerous as it looks, all you need to do is put your heart into it and work hard. Even if you fail, you can learn from your failures and grow stronger. Izuchan can tell you how badly I did in my first year. The class looked to Izuka, who blushed at the attention, but still nodded. Mirio-senpai made lots of mistakes and did really badly at first. I can't count the number of times I healed his bruises. He even messed up during a sports festival, but that all turned around toward the end of his first year. Yes, that was when I started my internship at Sir Night Eye's agency. He helped me cultivate my abilities and become as skilled as I am, and yet I still have a long way to go. Mirio cheered. Just remember, so long as you stay determined and optimistic, then no matter how low you fall, you can rise back up. Trust yourselves, trust each other and grow strong. Plus Ultra. Everyone cheered and shouted Plus Ultra, with even Tamaki-senpai coming out of his shell a bit and cheering as well, though much quieter. All Might nodded enthusiastically and patted all 3 third years on the back. Well said, young Tagata. Sir Night Eye often tells me about how well you're doing. Fakam and Rukyu spend just as much time bragging about you two as well, young Hado and Amajiki. The big 3 left with smiles and waves, leaving Class 1 pumped and ready for action. As they walked down the hallway, Nejire turned to the boys. They're a pretty interesting group. A lot of strong quirks, and a lot of strong personalities too. A lot more potential than our own class had back then. Plus, they've got the most recommendation kids, the daughter of the government bigwig, Endeavor's son, and even the mysterious Midoriya from the All-for-One kidnappings. Tamaki commented quietly. Has Sir Night Eye explained more about her? Nejire asked, looking to Mirio. Nope, Sir just said to look out for her, as she'll be important in the future. I was pretty shocked when I found out the adorable little medic was already important. Sir was really protective over her, and apparently she has a connection to All Might. Mirio grinned. He privately made a note to ask to see the video of Class 1A's first hero lesson. Back in the classroom, the students were still chattering excitedly as All Might cheerfully listened to the enthusiasm of his students as he waited for the homeroom period to end so he could start the lesson proper. A few people ended up crowding around Izuka's desk. Hey Midoriya, you've really trained with Recovery Girl? Kirishima asked with a grin. Yeah, she's the only one around with a healing quirk anything like mine. My healing uses blood, both mine and my patient's, so if I push it too hard, I can become anemic or suffer some really bad side effects from the blood loss, so it was decided I'd train with Recovery Girl to control it. Izuka explained with a faint blush, so if any of you get hurt at all, I'll take care of you. Seriously, come to me even if it's just a paper cut or you feel sick, I heal illnesses too. That's really useful. With so many wild quirks in our class, I bet you'll get a lot of use out of that quirk. Kyoka smirked, remembering Aoyama's stomach aches, Ochako's nausea and Kaminari's electricity-induced stupidity. Say, can you heal scars? I've got one on my finger from a baking incident a few years ago, Sato asked, showing his left hand. A faint white line marred the inside of the finger from where a knife has slipped from Sato's grip and cut into it. Izuka just shook her head sadly, trying not to notice how Todoroki's hands clenched on his desk. I can only heal wounds that are recent. If it was cut again and the scar tissue was removed, then my flames would heal it back to how it used to look, but my flames don't recognize scar tissue as an injury, so I can't fix it, Izuka explained. Sato just grinned. Well, let's see it then, he said, and before Izuka could stop him, he used a small pocket knife to skillfully cut himself where his scar was. Izuka yelped and quickly conjured her pink flames and healed the cut before a drop of blood could spill to the floor. Just as she said, the wound healed immediately and no scar was left behind. But just as Sato was happily inspecting his now blemish-free finger, Izuka lightly smacked him on the head, having to jump a bit due to their height difference. Don't do that again. Never ever hurt yourself, especially just to get rid of a scar, she scolded, looking more upset than angry. If you do that again, then then I won't heal it and you'll just have to leave it to heal on its own, she threatened. Of course her threat was a blatant lie and both Katsuki and All Might could see it clearly. Sorry Midoriya, I just wanted to see the pink flames. They were really cool. Tell you what, I'll make your favorite sweet as an apology. What do you like? Sato said, guilt swamping him as he looked at the big, doe-like eyes of the small girl. Izuka blushed and tried to look angry still, but it just came across as an adorable pout. I am still mad at you. A bribe won't change that. Her face reddened another shade. But can you make some salted caramel? I really like those. Sato just grinned and nodded. I'll make you a whole bag of it. Izuka perked up. Great. I actually wanted to ask, if you ever want some company when baking, then let me know. My mom and dad are great cooks and they've taught me almost everything I know. It'd be nice to make some good desserts for them in the class, she said, apparently forgetting her earlier anger. Everyone that had been listening burst into laughter, making Izuka squeak and blush adorably. She didn't know it, but the entire class had just labeled her Adorable Cinnamon Bunny. Katsuki smirked at her, but privately decided to lay down some ground rules with the other guys. No need to let them think they might have a chance with his bunny. All Might turned his back and his shoulders shook with the overwhelming urge to hug his adorable child. He'd have to go to the security office later to get pictures from the camera feed so he could show Inko. Inko had cried happy tears for an hour after learning that Izuka had made friends with several classmates. When the bell rang to signal the end of homeroom, All Might ushered everyone back to their seats and began his first lesson, Foundation Hero Studies. As the name suggests, we'll be building upon your hero foundation with a series of trials. Who can name the 3 official classifications of hero work and what they mean? Several hands raised and All Might chose Ada. The first classification is combat. It relates to when a hero is required to battle with criminals and/or villains. Correct. Now you. All Might pointed to Zero. Rescue. It's when heroes rescue people from dangerous situations, right? Zero answered. Also correct, but you should show more confidence. Lastly, you. All Might pointed to Katsuki. The explosive boy raised an eyebrow. No clue. I only ever heard of combat and rescue. His words were echoed by most of the class. Very few people knew the third classification, even among officials and the public. Only Izuka and Momo had their arms raised. All Might grinned and chose Izuka. Think you know the answer, young Midoriya? Yes, sensei. Wow, it felt weird to call her dad sensei. The third classification is support. People forget about it because they confuse it with the concept of support items made for heroes. It refers to those that assist in emergencies without actually fighting or performing direct rescue. It includes things such as containing disasters, tracking villains, healing the injured, clearing debris, and enabling other heroes to do their jobs more effectively. Most heroes specialize in combat or rescue, but every hero had done support work, either because their quirk isn't suitable for the situation or they are simply needed more elsewhere. Izuka said. All Might gave her a big thumbs up. Very good. A good example of a support hero is Recovery Girl. Healing heroes are rare but very useful in emergencies, since it's next to impossible to escape an emergency without someone getting hurt. But for today, we'll be performing a combat-oriented trial. The pro held up a small card with the word combat on it. And to go with your first combat trial, we've prepared your hero gear. The support class made it all to your specifications. Everyone cheered excitedly. Izuka pulled a tiny package from her backpack. Her mom had wanted to help contribute to the costume, but was limited because of Izuka's costumes needing to be fireproof. So Inko had secretly gone to see the tailor that made Izuka's day clothes and worked under his tutelage to create an accessory for Izuka's costume. Gripping the package and the case containing her full package, Izuka followed the other girls to the dressing rooms, All Might's voice echoing behind them all. And don't forget, from the moment you suit up, you are heroes. When Katsuki reached the boys' locker room, he decided now was as good a time as any to have his little talk with the other guys. Hey, you bastards, keep your paws off Izuka. She's mine, he growled, as blunt as ever. The other boys stared at him as if he'd just announced that he was the Queen of Monaco, and to be honest, compared to the idea of the explosive, brash boy being in a relationship with sweet and gentle Izuka Midori, the former was more likely. Tenya, not really fully grasping the meaning of what Katsuki had said, stood to scold the boy. Bakugo, I admire that you are protective of your friend. But it is not up to you to decide that Izuka cannot have other friends. That's not what he means. Kirishima interrupted, more than a little shocked by Katsuki's words. Bro, when you say Midoriya is yours, do you really mean she's your girlfriend or just that you like her and want her to be your girlfriend? She's my girlfriend and don't you fucks forget it. We've been dating since we were like 13 or some shit. I don't give a shit if you want to be friends with her. The little rabbit would probably love that. But if you start trying to make a move on her, I'll kill you. Got it? Katsuki yelled. Oh, that's cool. To be honest, I'm glad she is your girlfriend. If you had just wanted her to be, I'd have said it was super unmanly to stake a claim on her, like you own her or something. It's still kind of weird even if you are dating, but I guess some couples are like that, Kirishima said, smiling and brushing off Katsuki's threatening looks. Still, of all the guys in class to already have a girlfriend, it had to be Bakugo, Kaminari lamented. And of all the girls, you're dating the most innocent one. Damn Bakugo, already the second day and he poaches one of the cuter girls. Minda cursed under his breath. The other boys were either uninterested or friendly about Katsuki's revelation, though they all had to admit being curious about the dynamic of Izuka and Katsuki. A few feared that the explosive boy was potentially abusive or forcing the innocent girl, but said nothing in case Bakugo blew them up. They resolved to ask Izuka herself later. Unbeknownst to the boys, the girls were having a similar conversation as they dressed, and it had all started with a teasing comment from Gyro. So, Mirio-senpai, huh? I didn't know you had such a way with boys, Izuka. Gyro grinned, already changed thanks to the simplicity of her costume. Hey yeah, is Mirio-senpai someone special to you? He seemed glad to see you, Toru added, also dressed into her costume. Izuka blushed at the insinuation. No, Mirio-senpai is just my senpai. He is interned with Sir Nidai, who is friends with my dad, plus I healed him a lot during my training with Recovery Girl. Aw, that's a shame. Has anyone here got a boyfriend, or even had a boyfriend? Mina asked, pouting a bit. Izuka shyly raised her hand as the other girls shook their heads or replied no with various levels of sadness or ambivalence. They all suddenly stopped and stared at Izuka, shocked that it was the most timid girl in class that had a boyfriend. No way. Who? When? Ochako asked, only half in her skin-tight bodysuit. Well, it was during my mom's wedding a few years back. We'd been friends since we were born, and it just kind of grew into us going out. He didn't really ask me out, but we both knew. Besides, that's Kaken's style. Izuka mumbled embarrassedly. Kicchan. They all screamed, making Izuka jump and yelp in surprise. No way, that guy is dating you. What the heck? Mina said, completely frozen with shock. It's surprising, Kiro, but it explains why you are able to talk to him so easily. Suyu added, that is certainly unexpected. Please don't take offense, but with his personality and yours, he isn't forcing you or anything, right? Momo asked, nervous both for Izuka and her potential reaction. Izuka's temper flared for a moment, but she beat it back. Kaken is very nice. He curses a lot, which I don't like, and he is way too eager to fight sometimes, but he is really a good guy. He has never forced me to do anything I didn't want to do. Sorry to make such an assumption. I was just worried about you. If you two are happy together, then I'm glad. Momo smiled, before trying out her new big sister act. But if he does anything to make you cry, I'm going to make a special muzzle and cuffs to keep him quiet as the girls and I talk with him, okay? Heck yeah. Protect the adorable cinnamon bunny. Toru cheered. The what? Izuka squeaked, but no matter how much she begged, the other girls wouldn't explain what that meant. Did they think she looked like a bunny? Kaken called her a rabbit sometimes too, and cinnamon was his favorite sweet flavor. Was that the girl's way of being supportive? She smiled at the thought and finished changing, running to meet the rest of the class outside. Her costume was a white skin-tight bodysuit that covered her body completely, stopping at her ankles, wrists, and throat. She wore knee-high boots that were colored red and equipped with metal soles and braces to support her legs. Her elbow-length fingerless gloves were of the same design, red with braces for her arms and metal on the inside of the knuckles. Around her waist was a gold belt connected to an orange-gold skirt that reached her mid-thigh, and at the back was a circular pouch, colored orange with a green leaf stitched into the lid, making it look like an orange. It was her own little tribute to Clementine Man, the hero that had died to restore her hope during her year of captivity. Izuka also wore a chest-length shawl in the same color as her skirt. While neither the skirt nor the shawl were needed, Izuka liked them for the sake of modesty, as they covered her chest and backside, which was pronounced due to the skin-tight bodysuit. On her head, Izuka wore a hairband that could be connected to special earpieces. The band was red and had two small prongs that Izuka would ignite, causing them to resemble long flaming rabbit ears. Her hair was tied into a ponytail with a red hair tie, and around her throat was a choker, the gift from her mother. It was pure white, with gold around the edges and a phoenix-shaped pendant that hung from the front. When the class saw it, many smiled and thought, adorable cinnamon bunny. With the flaming ears and the pouch on her backside looking like an orange rabbit tail, the comparison was a bit unavoidable. Katsuki blushed a bit at the costume, and All Might could barely restrain his pride, forcing himself to simply give the girl a thumbs up. With everyone now aware of the relationship between Katsuki and Izuka, they suddenly noticed that Katsuki's costume matched the color scheme of Izuka's. Katsuki wore a white V-neck tank top with a red X on the front that appeared to be made of fire. He wore white pants with red belts that held up his white and red knee pads. His boots were also white, with red buttons and soles. Most noticeably, though, was his weaponry, a collection of red grenade-like objects on his waist and large red grenade-shaped gauntlets. Katsuki had chosen to forego a mask. They're a pair, All Might thought with a grin. Excellent costumes, everyone. Now, we'll be training in ground beta, he declared, walking the class over to the city-like training ground. It had been rapidly repaired following the entrance exams and was now in almost identical condition, though Izuka's keen eye noticed a slight difference in the skyline. Now, I'll explain today's trial. This is going to be an attack and defend team battle. In teams of 5, you will take turns defending an area and attacking an area. At the beginning of the exercise, I will give the defending team the coordinates of a location and have you go guard it. Your goal is to maintain control of the location until time ends, or until every member of the attacking team is captured or retired. Attacking teams will be given the general location of the defense team, and from there, it is your job to locate them and capture their building by defeating or capturing every member of the defense team, or captured each control point in the building by replacing the defense flag with the attack flag. Momo hummed, so it's like a game of capture the flag. But only one team has flags. Correct. Heroes are occasionally required to locate and defeat villains or secure areas with very little information beyond general area. So the attacking teams will be learning how to locate the enemy and capture key areas. On the flip side, it is possible for heroes to become besieged by enemies and have to defend a location until help can reach them, so the defense team will be learning how to do this. Naturally, both teams will be learning how to fight others with quirks. All Might smiled, before showing the class a piece of paper. It was a simple diagram of the letters A, B, C, and D, arranged into a square with a red arrow pointing to the next letter and a blue arrow pointed to the previous one, so that everyone experiences both sides. Each team will attack one other team and defend against yet another one. Team A will attack Team B and defend against Team D, for example. So how do we determine the teams? Tenya asked. It's already decided. Your teams will be the rows you sit in class. Team A is Aoyama, Ashido, Asui, Ida, and Uraraka. Team B is Ajiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Koda, and Sato. Team C is Shoji, Jiro, Siro, Takoyami, and Todoroki. And lastly, Team D is Hagakure, Bakugu, Midoriya, Minta, and Yaoyorozu. There will be 10 minutes between each match so the defenders can rest before having to become attackers in the next fight. All Might said, showing more diagrams that were simply the teams with childish doodles of each person on the team surrounding the letter. Izuka hummed and thought. So there would be 4 matches. Attacker A versus Defender B, Attacker B versus Defender C, Attacker C versus Defender D, and Attacker D versus Defender A. That mean Izuka would be participating in the final 2 matches, first as a defender, then as an attacker. She smiled a bit. Defending was a harder job than attacking, and it would give them an idea of what offensive strategies would work best. As she muttered to herself, Team B was given their location by All Might, and the rest of the class went to the ground beta observation room to watch the match. Team A remained outside, waiting until Team B were settled before they could begin the battle. The 10 minutes before the match would start was used by all the teams to plan and get a good idea of what to do. We're lucky, since our matches are last. We get to observe how both our opponents will fight, Momo said as their team huddled around in a corner of the observation room. Katsuki, now raring to go, smirked. Ponytail, you're a brainy type, right? Well, I am smart. I always ranked first in exams at my old school. Momo admitted, somewhat bashfully. Then you and Izuka are our strategists. I'm the vanguard and we'll focus on exploding the shit out of the enemy. Invisible, you're our scout. Grape, your support. If the enemy is being a bunch of wriggly bastards, you catch 'em with your quirk. Izuka, you're our emergency vanguard and healer. If these guys gang up on me, I might need your help to fight 'em off or heal up. Ponytail, you're our supply box. Create anything we need to blast through these shits. Katsuki said, easily taking the role of leader. One of the lessons he'd learned from Izuka's kidnapping, and built upon in the training with Izuka and All Might, was that no one was invincible and no one was useless. Using everything at your disposal is the best way to not only win, but secure an easy, crushing victory. And to Katsuki, crushing your opponent completely even when they tried their best was the sweetest kind of victory. Hey, you should really try to remember our names. Toru protested, but the plan is good. While I agree with Toru, it might be good to have code names for this. Izuka smiled. What should we go with? Hot stud is me, Double D is Yaoyorozu, cute ass is Midoriya, floating panties is Hagakure, Blasty is Bakugo, Minto announced. Momo frowned and covered her chest, while Izuka squeaked and hid behind the taller girl. Toru was growling like an angry cat and Katsuki looked ready to punt the pervy little shit into the sun. Bitch, I will end you, Katsuki growled, barely restraining himself from attacking. How about we use animals? Toru can be chameleon, Kakin can be lion, Momo can be owl, Minta can be spider, and I'll be rabbit. Izuka offered, hoping to draw attention away from killing Minta. I agree with that. Momo smiled, but why owl and spider? Momo understood the others, but not those two. Well, owls are symbols of wisdom, and since you're really smart, it suits you. And spiders trap their prey with sticky traps. So it matches Minta. Their conversation was cut short by All Might announcing that the first match was beginning. Izuka and her team gathered around the monitor to watch Teams A and B fight for control of a building, which was somewhat modeled on a small hospital. The building had 5 floors and control flags were set up in the 2 wards, the operating theater, the pediatric ward, and the director's office. Team B, consisting of Ajiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Kota, and Sato, was the only all-boy team and was also the least diverse in abilities, with almost all of them revolving around combat. The only exceptions was Ajiro using his tail for maneuverability and Kota's control of animals. As attackers, Team B would have a hard time, but as defenders, they were in their element. Katsuki watched as Team A carefully explored the area, trying to determine which building was the important one. None of them had detection-style quirks, so their scouting was limited to Ader running fast and Asui climbing around on the walls. Uraraka was also lifting Ashido with her quirk, but they were slower than the other two thanks to the drawback of Uraraka's quirk. Suddenly, Katsuki's eyes flickered to the birds. They were behaving oddly, following the attackers and occasionally flying back to the hospital building. That animal guy is using the birds as scouts, right? Katsuki muttered, only Izuka close enough to hear. Yeah, in an urban area, birds are the most common animal, bad for combat, but great scouts as no one pays much attention to them. Izuka replied. Apparently, Tsuyu had come to the same conclusion, and thanks to spotting a bird flying into the hospital, she was able to correctly assume which building was guarded. She warned her team over their earpieces, and Team A converged in an alley beside the hospital. Once gathered, Tsuyu clung to the walls and climbed around the building, carefully peeking into the windows and discovering where each of the enemy team members were, as well as the locations of the flags. Each of the Team B members was guarding one of the flags, with Kota in the director's office since it was the hardest to reach and he was the only source of scouting. Unfortunately for Team A, the birds had warned Team B and now they were on guard. Kaminari suddenly jumped out of the building and shot a massive discharge aimed at the whole of Team A. His electricity managed to zap Tsuyu, who was left unconscious, but Tenya was able to escape with Ochako and Mina, while Aoyama had luckily avoided it due to rocketing himself away with his laser. Kaminari's attack was intended to disable the whole team, so he had used all his juice, rendering him stupid alongside the stunned Tsuyu. Tenya slapped the capture tape over his wrists, and the group invaded the hospital, using Ochako to float each of them up to the top floor. Kota and his flag were easily captured by Tenya's speed, and following that, the rest of Team B were soon captured. Sato used too much sugar and crashed before being able to do anything but swing wildly at the acrobatic Mina. Ajiro put up a good fight, but Aoyama was able to blast him with his laser, leaving him dazed for long enough for Ochako to use the capture tape. Kirishima was the last one to fall, but in the end, he couldn't simultaneously defend against lasers. Tenya's strong legs, or the chunks of concrete, melted out of the walls and dropped on his head by Mina and Ochako. Team B is unable to continue. Team A is the victor, All Might announced. Both teams returned to the observation room, Tsuyu and Kaminari being carried as they hadn't recovered yet. As soon as they arrived, Izuka set to work healing them, easily restoring Tsuyu and those with combat injuries. It was a bit harder to heal Kaminari's overloaded brain. Achako's nausea and Aoyama's stomach pain, since they weren't normal conditions, but as they were still physical effects, Izuka was ultimately able to fix them. Thank you for that, young Midoriya. Now, who can tell me the MVP of the attackers and the defenders? All Might grinned. The most effective defender was definitely Kota, Kyoka answered, making the quiet boy blush and wave his hands shyly. His quirk kept the defenders clued into what was happening. Without him, the defenders would have had no chance. Correct. Well said, young Gyro. Young Kota, you were instrumental to your team and it was an ingenious use of your quirk. Well done. Now, what about the MVP attacker? The pro asked. That would be Ida, Momo said. He was the most versatile, scouting and attacking. Plus it was only thanks to him that 80% of his team wasn't knocked out by Kaminari's suicide attack. He protected his teammates while also fighting the enemy. Tenya puffed up with pride, smiling widely as All Might nodded and approved of Momo's answer. Well done. Now, Team B will be swapping to the role of attackers. Team C, here is your location. Go prepare while Team B rests up. All Might ordered, handing a slip of paper to Takoyami and sending the team on its way. As the 10 minutes went, Team D gathered around again, so we have to attack those guys. What do you think? Minda asked. With Mina and Aoyama, they have a lot of destructive power. Tenya is strong too, but he relies on speed more than power. Achako is a utility player, but we don't know much about Tsuyu's combat prowess thanks to Kaminari. Stealth seems to be her most dangerous feature, Izuka said, slowly devolving into mumbles as she went. Glasses will need to be slowed down so I can punch him. Owl, you think you can make caltrops and tripwires? Katsuki asked. I can. They're not very hard. I can also make us some shields to defend against Aoyama's laser, but Mina's acid is another story. I have no clue what it's made of or the limits of what it can melt through, Momo said, looking frustrated with herself. Punching Pinky is going to be a pain in the ass. Rabbit, think you can kick her ass? Katsuki looked to his girlfriend. Izuka just nodded with a smile, confident she could win. Before any more plans could be made, the next round began with Team B attacking Team C. Team C was protecting what looked like a bank, with control points in the vault, 2 offices, bank floor and on the roof. The match began as Izuka predicted it would, with Kota using his birds to find the other team. Gyro and Shoji of Team C were using their own abilities to detect them through the use of super hearing. But the moment they reported the locations of Team B, the match essentially ended. Todoroki walked out to where Team B had gathered, and in an instant, he froze the entire enemy team in a thick layer of ice, leaving only their heads exposed. With no way to free themselves, Team B was forced to surrender, furious at having lost both rounds. Katsuki, not taking his eyes off the screen, spoke to Izuka. Half and half is yours. If he freezes me before I can work up a sweat, I won't be able to escape, so we'll need you to fry his ass. Izuka gulped and nodded. Why yeah, but still, Todoroki's power is scarily strong. Momo, do you think you can make something to help everyone else deal with the ice? Momo nodded. I can produce a flamethrower, though it's small. I can also make spikes to go over your shoes to stop you slipping. Teams B and C returned to the rest of the class and All Might patted the boys of Team B on the back. You did well and tried your best. You simply came up against an unfortunate matchup. Remember this for next time. The hero praised, trying to cheer them up. So, it's probably a bit pointless to ask. But who were the MVPs? Kota and Todoroki. Kota was the only attacker that actually had a chance to act, and Todoroki basically took out the whole opposing team in an instant. Tenya explained. Secretly, he was happy that his team was the only team that wouldn't have to face off with Todoroki's group. All Might nodded in agreement. Right. Now Team D is the defending team and Team C will attack. You've got 10 minutes to get to your location and set up for the defense, he said, handing a note with the location to Katsuki, who had become the leader of the group. Katsuki stared at the note for a moment, then smirked and led his team out of the observation room. Team D's building was actually a construction site, with only a concrete shell of a building, an on-site office, some portable bathrooms and a large crane. The control points were all out in the open, making it easy for the attackers to see where they were, as well as where the defenders were. All Might had given Team D the toughest place to defend. Rabbit, Owl, got any plans? Katsuki asked, slouching against a concrete pillar beside the control point of the building. I've got a good idea of what the enemy is doing. Kyoka and Shoji are the main scouts and can locate us from a distance. But that's somewhat nullified by the open nature of this area. We're so easy to see, making such powers kind of irrelevant. Still, we'll need to take them down from a distance to allow Toru to move without detection. Izuka began. Zero's tape will also prove a problem, as it gives him great 3D maneuverability and long-range capture. Takoyami's Dark Shadow is likely to be the least effective of their combat forces, but in the shade, he'll get stronger. Then there's Todoroki. Momo nodded. I can nullify Kyoka if I have some help from Lion. Toru jumped up and down. Momo, make me a taser and I'll take out Zero. Momo agreed and created a small taser that was packing a lot of power, easily enough to knock out a full-grown man. Shoji is also going to be really strong, so it would be best to catch him quickly. Spider, do you think you could do that? Izuka asked, looking to Minta. Heck yeah. It doesn't matter how strong he is if he can't move a muscle. Get me within a few meters of him and I'll make him look like grape jelly. The tiny pervert cheered. That leaves us. Bird Boy gets weaker with light, right? I'll use some flashbang explosions and kick his ass. Rabbit, take down half and half. Katsuki ordered, cracking his knuckles. Izuka smiled. Okay, I know what to do. Here's the plan. Minutes later, the start siren went off and Team C entered the area and began to search. They entered the block through an alleyway closest to the observation point, just as predicted, and walked unnoticed by a small speaker. The moment Kyoka was right beside it, Izuka, who was flying above with some binoculars, signaled Momo. Momo switched on the megaphone in her hand and held it between Katsuki and a microphone, just as Katsuki let loose the loudest explosion he could manage. The sound, amplified by the megaphone, traveled from the microphone to the speaker and blasted out throughout the alleyway, stunning the whole team and making both Shoji and Kyoka scream from the pain. At that instant, with the whole team distracted, Izuka slammed down and knocked Kyoka out, wrapping her wrists in capture tape and flying away again before Dark Shadow could grab her. Target 1 is down. Enter Phase 2, Izuka said. Team C looked at their unconscious and captured teammate with shock, but after ensuring she was safe, they pressed on. With their main detector knocked out, the whole team was on high alert, with Zero watching the skies carefully in case Izuka made another surprise attack. Shoji decided it was safer to focus on fighting than detecting, so he switched all his extra limbs to hands and walked at the front of the group, using himself as a shield. Team C continued into the opening, and using the smoke from Katsuki's earlier explosion, headed towards the construction site. Izuka watched carefully from her hiding place on a nearby roof, Minta beside her as they waited for their chance. Shoji walked at the front of the line, Takoyami at the back and Todoroki and Zero side by side. Once Team C were in the construction site, Zero noticed the capture point in the control booth of the crane, and as it was easy for him to reach, he pulled himself up there with some tape. But just as he entered the booth, Toru tased him, having been lying in wait for him. Target 2 is down, Toru chirped. Unfortunately, Todoroki was less than pleased and froze the entire crane, capturing both Toru and the control point in the process. Izuka watched with a frown. Chameleon is down, but Todoroki is away from the group. Lion, prepare for the bombing run. Katsuki grinned and burst out from his hiding place in the on-site office, triggering a huge flashbang explosion right in the faces of both Takoyami and Shoji. Dark Shadow shrieked and recoiled as both students were temporarily blinded. Clear for the bombing run. I'm heading to the end point. Katsuki smirked. Izuka grabbed Minta and took flight, flying directly over the two blinded attackers. Minta laughed maniacally as he threw dozens of his pop-off balls at the two, sticking them together and locking their movements completely. Izuka dropped Minta on them, as he could bounce from his own balls, allowing him to easily put the capture tape on Shoji and Takoyami, leaving only Todoroki free. The boy came charging in seconds later and captured Minta in ice before he could escape, but Izuka was able to retreat to the end point where Momo and Katsuki waited for her. With an irritated sigh, Todoroki unleashed as much ice as he could, blanketing the area in ice and essentially capturing the whole place. He listened to his earpiece as the capture of the points by the office, portable bathrooms and roof of the building were announced, but not the final point or any of the defenders. Frowning, Todoroki carefully worked his way to the final control point in the middle of the concrete building, only to pause with widening eyes when he discovered it. The point was guarded by Yaoyorozu, Bakugo and Midoriya, and a ring of fire was completely surrounding them, stopping his ice from getting within 3 feet of the fire. The ring of fire was so powerful, there was no way he could breach it, so Todoroki blasted as much ice as he could, as cold as he could, directly into the flames closest to Midoriya in hopes of trapping her. A burst of flames ended that idea and Midoriya flew at him, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with him. Izuka and Todoroki fought with martial arts for a few moments, both surprised at the strength and skill of the other. For Izuka, Todoroki seemed so calm and cool, so it was amazing that he could fight so ferociously, and for Todoroki, Izuka looked way too small to be whipping out some of the powerful blows she was using. Just as Izuka went to throw a knockout punch, Todoroki felt a horrible spark going up his left side and he shot himself backward, his entire left side ablaze, destroying the ice covering of his costume. The fire girl paused, momentarily surprised. I thought so. Irshoto Todoroki, son of Inji Todoroki, also known as Endeavor. I had a feeling you had fire as well. Don't bring that bastard into this, Todoroki roared, forcefully dousing his own flames and countering with a wave of ice. Izuka ignited her body, making the ice melt before it even touched her. I apologize. I didn't mean to cause you trouble. she said, not leaving her combat stance. I guess you don't like Endeavor? I won't ask why. That's not my business, but isn't it silly to only use half your quirk? With fire and ice, you'd be nearly unstoppable. It's none of your business, Todoroki said, his voice going from raging to icy in an instant. Izuka frowned. There was something else going on here. She didn't want to upset Todoroki, but it was a hero's job to butt into others' problems. Deciding to try and talk to him later, Izuka activated Phoenix Shroud and pounced on Todoroki, smashing apart his hasty ice shield and knocking him out with a punch to his left side, which he couldn't defend without using his fire. Izuka sighed. By not using his fire, Todoroki was not only limiting himself, he was also creating a potentially dangerous blind spot in his defense. All members of Team C have been captured or rendered unable to continue. Team D wins. All Might announced over the speakers. Head on back. Young Midoriya, if you don't mind, please see to any injuries. Izuka nodded, and as her team gathered the defeated attackers, she ran about healing them. Kyoka had just a bump on the head and some damage to her hearing, but that was easily fixed. Zero simply needed waking up, and the trapped duo of Shoji and Takoyami were healthy, if disappointed. Todoroki refused treatment altogether, almost slapping Izuka when he regained consciousness to find her pressing pink flames to his face to heal the bruise from her punch. He apologized, but it took every other member of Team C and D to stop Katsuki from attacking the boy. When they all got back to the observation room, Katsuki and Izuka smiled at All Might, desperately trying to restrain himself from hugging them. The pride in his eyes was unmistakable. So, who were the MVPs? He asked. Well, for the attackers it was Todoroki again. He was the only one who had a chance to do anything, kind of like Kota in our match. Ajiro answered. Zero helped too, but he ended up rushing in and getting knocked out. Zero shrugged, sighing with disappointment. He hadn't expected the invisible girl to be waiting for him. And what about the defenders? All Might asked. But unlike in previous matches, the class looked a bit puzzled. It's really hard. Everyone on their team did something. Momo made the speaker and stuff to take out Kyoka. Toru took down Zero. Bakugo blinded Takoyami and Shoji. Minda tied him up, and Izuka took out the trapped and distracted enemies, as well as defending against Todoroki. Ochako said, offering her own commentary. I think it was Izuka, Tsuyu said decisively. She was instrumental to taking down 4 of the 5 attackers, and without her, Todoroki would have captured them all. Momo nodded in agreement while Izuka spluttered in surprise. The whole thing was her plan too. She knew what the attackers would do and had us all in position. Izuka looked desperately to the rest of her team, but all of them, even Kaken, was smirking at her, agreeing with Momo's assessment. All Might laughed at her reaction. You shouldn't be so afraid of praise. It is a sign that you're earning the affection of your classmates, and in the future, the people too. Oh okay, I'm just not used to it, Izuka weakly replied, poking her fingers together. Todoroki watched her reactions closely, seeing how she acted around All Might and how proud All Might looked when he looked at Izuka. Her strength was also similar, and the way Izuka went from shy to fierce in combat. Was the sweetness just an act, or was that the real Izuka? Todoroki gripped his left arm tightly. He would find out. Team A left shortly afterwards to set up the defense for the final match, leaving Team D to plan their attack. As Team D walked to the battle area to await the start of the match, Minda grinned up at Izuka. So, Midoriya, got another amazing plan? He asked. With heavy hitters like Bakugo and Midoriya on the team, as well as the beautiful Yaoyorozu and peppy Hagakure, Minda hadn't expected to get any action or recognition. And having Midoriya actively involve him in a plan had boosted his confidence a fair bit. He also couldn't deny how great it felt to have the girl carrying him as they flew over the battlefield for the bombing run. Izuka hummed. Well, Team C was definitely a power team, but Team A is more about fast but devastating attacks. Plus, with Ochako and Tsuyu, we can't be sure where the enemy will pop up during our attack. Don't think about it. Katsuki grinned sadistically. I'm taking the lead this time. Fair enough. I'll follow your orders, Izuka chirped, happy to not be the center of attention again. This was part of the deal with Kaken. When it came to attacking, it was all him, while she handled defending. Owl, whip up some caltrops. Shitty Spider, stick a ton of the caltrops to those balls of yours. You're damn useless in a fight, so use them to try and slow down Glasses and Froggy. I'll handle kicking the crap out of Glasses and Frenchie. Chameleon, scout and try and lead Glasses to Shitty Spider's traps. Rabbit, fly Owl and yourself to the top of the building and attack from there, while I attack from the bottom. We'll crush them in a pincer attack, Katsuki declared as they reached the battle area. The defense zone was a simple apartment building, with capture points on the roof, in the landlord's office, and in 3 different apartments. Every apartment had a balcony, so access from the sky was easy, but predictable. As ordered, Momo created a burlap sack and a huge amount of caltrops, as well as 2 spools of metallic wire. Minda took the wire and then began filling the sack with his pop-off balls. all of which were first covered in the caltrops. Once the bag was full, Izuka took Minta and dropped him off on the 3rd floor of the apartment building before grabbing Momo and heading for the roof. Once Minta and the girls were in position, Toru began scouting the building while Katsuki waited impatiently in the shadows outside the building. Toru carefully crept through the halls, noticing several areas where the floors were covered with acid. The floors weren't melting, so the acid wasn't potent, but it would still sting like crazy if she stepped in it, so she moved carefully. Turning a corner, she spotted Tsuyu clinging to a wall, hiding in the shadow of an open door that led to a stairwell. Lion, Tsuyu is on the 1st floor, guarding the stairwell, Toru whispered. Katsuki nodded. Unless you can take her out in one blow, ignore her and move to the next level. Toru quietly regretted that she couldn't bring a weapon. As it was, she had to run about naked just so she wouldn't be seen. A floating weapon was too obvious. Successfully sneaking past Tsuyu, Toru continued her scouting until she reached the roof and quietly acknowledged the hiding Izuka and Momo. Speaking to the whole team via the earpiece, Toru reported, Ida is patrolling the 3rd floor. The apartment walls have been melted by Mina so he can freely run around and protect one of the control points. Spider has nowhere to hide if he enters the apartments. Also, Mina is protecting the 2nd floor, while Aoyama and Ochako are protecting the 4th floor. Ochako was doing something with a bunch of mirrors from the apartments. TCH, probably going to use it to let Frenchie reflect his laser. Shitty Spider, trap the shit out of the area you're in. When you're done, let us know, Katsuki ordered. Minta muttered to himself but got to work. It probably hadn't been his best idea to point out to the really dangerous boy that his girlfriend had a great ass. By the time the bag of traps was empty, the hallway was riddled with spiky balls and tripwires. Minta had been ingenious in how he laid them out, carefully hiding the tripwires so they were concealed against the lines where 2 floor tiles met. Some of the lines were connected on either end to spike balls, so when tripped, the balls would catch the person's legs. Minta had even made several traps obvious, to purposely draw attention away from the really dangerous ones. It's done, he whispered urgently. Good. Now everyone brace yourselves. I'm gonna have some fucking fun. Katsuki roared and charged at the building. He blasted straight in and headed for the stairwell, not letting on that he knew Tsuyu was there. As he passed the door, he put a hand on it and blew the wood to pieces, sending a smoking Tsuyu clambering down the hall with a startled croak. In an attempt to counterattack, Tsuyu drew the capture tape and shot her tongue at Katsuki, but he easily sidestepped the appendage and grabbed it, releasing a very light explosion to stun the frog girl, before pulling her towards him and punching her hard in the gut. Tsuyu was winded long enough for Katsuki to grab her arm and slam her over his head and into the ground front first. Gripping her other arm, Katsuki bound Tsuyu with the same capture tape she had gotten out for him. Froggy's down. Moving up. Katsuki grinned. Call me Tsuyu, the girl said, nonplussed. Katsuki just smirked at her and moved upward. He found Mina quickly, or rather, she found him as she attempted to melt the stairs to stop him climbing up. She would have succeeded, but at the last moment, Katsuki used his explosions as a boost to launch himself upward, headbutting Mina in the process. The girl dropped, holding her forehead in pain, not even noticing as Katsuki slapped the capture tape around her wrists. Above him, Momo and Izuka were making their way down to the 4th floor, when they were suddenly forced to dodge a laser shot that came from around the corner, deflected by a common bathroom mirror. The beam just barely caught Izuka's hand, making her cry out in pain and surprise. It actually burned her. Izuka had long forgotten what it felt like to be burned and was now remembering how much it sucked. Still, at least now she knew that lasers could burn her. Are you all right? Momo asked, creating a mirror to reflect any further shots. I'm good, just caught me a bit. Move forward, I'll heal as I go, Izuka said, her hand already covered in pink flame. Momo's shield blocked several more shots, until Izuka shoved her out of the way of a sofa that was launched with Ochako's quirk. Izuka blasted the flying furniture with several phoenix feathers, then ran forward, using her acrobatics to slide between Aoyama's legs, grab his cape then flip over him, covering his face and allowing her to easily knock him out. Momo took the opportunity to create a bow staff and charge Ochako, lightly swatting her hands as the gravity girl tried to touch some more furniture before sweeping her legs out from under her. Sorry, Ochako, Izuka yelled before using her strength to flip the sofa Ochako had landed on, pinning the girl beneath it and allowing Momo to capture her. With Aoyama and all the girls on Team A caught, as well as 4 of the 5 capture points taken by Team D, only Tenya and the final point remained, but he was stubbornly staying beside it. Both Toru and Minta tried to taunt him, but he refused to leave his post and would simply charge at whoever came close, until the capture point was nearly out of view, at which point he'd immediately return. We've got a damn problem. Glasses won't leave the fucking point, Katsuki growled. Well, it makes sense. Whether we beat him or make him leave the point, we win the match. He's improving his odds by staying in a battleground he's familiar with. We may need to resort to force, Izuka replied. Toru suddenly giggled. I have an idea. Momo, do you think you can make me a copy of Achako's costume? And a brown wig? She asked, putting her gloves on. Momo smirked. It won't be the right material or have the right features, but it should physically look like it, she replied, knowing where the invisible girl was going with this. She created the costume and wig and Toru promptly put it on, making her look like Achako with an invisible face, with a dash of dust to color the visor of the helmet to obscure her features and some powder from Momo to color her hands. Toru added an earpiece she took from Achako and moved out into the open, where Ida could see her. Ida, she yelled, her voice croaky. Uraraka, what happened? Why does your voice sound like that? Ida asked, on guard. That jerk Bakugo sent a bunch of explosions to the upper floors. I accidentally breathed in a ton of smoke. Izuka and Momo are raging around on the upper floor, trying to find the point through the smoke, and I can't handle it alone. Og, my voice hurts. Hold on. Toru made a show of coughing horrendously, then talking into her earpiece. Sorry, it's easier to whisper through the earpieces. Ida relaxed. Darn it. I shall head up to the upper floor. Uraraka, please stay and defend this point. Toru saluted and walked over to the point, but right before she could capture it, Katsuki whispered into the earpiece from her own team, don't you dare. I want to fight this robo-bastard. Toru gulped and promptly stayed still as Tenya left the room. He immediately saw Mineta and charged him, causing the grape gremlin to run around the corner, leading Tenya successfully into the trapped hallway. As Mineta knew where all the traps were, he successfully avoided them as Tenya charged full speed into them. He tripped the first 3 tripwires without slowing, only to have their combined lengths tangling his legs and causing several spiky balls to stab into him. Thankfully, his armor was thick enough that he wasn't hurt, but unfortunately, a couple of the balls had gotten stuck on the exhausts on his armor, stopping him from freely using his quirk. From there, it was a sure victory. Katsuki blasted through the wall and grabbed the immobilized Ida, exploding his helmet and then flinging the taller boy clear across the floor, making him slam into the flagpole. Toru took the opportunity to remove the fake Achako helmet and bonk Ida over the head with it, stunning him so Katsuki could capture him right as Mineta ran in and took the last capture point. Amazing. Team D successfully defeated all defenders and captured all the capture points. A decisive victory for Team D. All Might announced, head back as soon as you can, he said, not bothering to tell Izuka to heal them. He already knew she would. After a round of healing, the group headed back and joined the others. The class assembled outside the training ground, as it was almost the end of the day. Well done, everyone. You all worked very hard today. Before we wrap up, who can give me the MVPs for the final match? Ida was definitely it for Team A, Kirishima said with a grin, slinging an arm around the taller boy's shoulders. He kept to his post and only left when he thought he had backup. It was pretty manly. Hagakure was it for Team D, Todoroki said, speaking for the first time without first being asked. Her scouting enabled all of Team D's plans, and her quick thinking and impersonating Uraraka allowed her to easily resolve the issue with Ida not leaving his post. Correct, both of you. Though I do have to say, young Hagakure, your tactic was a bit reckless. You covered yourself well, using the dust to cover your visor, the excuse of smoke to explain your different voice, and the use of Team A's earpiece to legitimize yourself. But you also made a crucial mistake that thankfully, young Ida didn't notice. Young Midoriya, can you explain? Izuka blushed at being called out, but answered regardless. The earpiece is announced when a point is captured or when a defender or attacker is forced to retire. If Tenya had stopped to think first, he'd have noticed that Achako had already been announced as caught, and the capture point on that floor was taken. Darn, my concern for Uraraka blinded me to the truth. Tenya scolded himself. All Might nodded, but patted the boy's head. Concern for a teammate is never a bad thing, but you should be careful not to let it cloud your judgment. In battle, even the smallest detail can be the difference between victory and defeat. Now, congratulations to everyone here who won. And good luck in the future to those that came up short, but to all of you, I say well done. Keep working hard. I can already see you'll be splendid heroes. Go change, then you can head home if you like. He grinned. The class cheered and made their way to the changing rooms. As she passed, All Might took Izuka's hand and leaned down. You did wonderfully today, my girl. I'm proud of you, he said, ruffling Izuka's hair as she blushed. Just a short ways away, Todoroki stood with his back to the wall, out of view of the two. He had confirmed the connection between Izuka and All Might. Now he just had to determine the nature of the connection. In a dingy bar, deep within the confines of Kamino Ward, 2 figures sat around a newspaper. The headline proclaimed All Might's teaching position at UA, and in the article, several of the notable students were listed as attending, such as Endeavor's son, Ingenium's younger brother, the daughter of a high-ranking government official, and Izuka Midoriya. The first man, made entirely of mist, passed the paper to the other. Have you seen this? He's become a teacher, and our little rebel is attending. The other man, a pale, disembodied hand covering his face, touched the paper, making it decay. Say, what do you think would happen if the symbol of peace was snuffed out by villains? The man smiled creepily behind the hand and held up a small Polaroid picture of a terrified little 9-year-old girl with green hair and shining eyes. You'll be back in your rightful home soon, little bird. The next day, Izuka arrived at UA with Katsuki, finding it besieged by reporters. The entire main gate was blocked by the mass of news people, with everything from major TV crews to independent publications represented. Several students were struggling their way through the crowd, being badgered by questions as they went. Oh, what the fuck? Katsuki growled. What do they want? Did something happen? Izuka asked worriedly. As they approached, the reason for the press presence became clear. All Might. They were all asking about All Might. News of him being a teacher at UA must have spread. Several WANA students were caught in the crowd, trying to deal with the sudden questioning they were enduring. One reporter was talking to a flustered Ochako. What are your thoughts on having the #1 hero as a teacher? He's really muscly. I'm sorry, we've only had one class, she said, running into the school. Another was being talked to death by Ada, who was taking a rather simple question and using a whole speech to answer it. The reporter looked to regret asking the proper boy. Izuka almost fainted when a reporter spotted her in Kaken and ran over. Hey, you, what do you think of All Might? Aren't you Izuka Midoriya from the Monkalama incident? The lady reporter was so loud that it alerted the whole mob, and Izuka was soon panicking as she was surrounded and hundreds of questions were screamed at her by the overeager news people. Katsuki saw her paling and her shoulders beginning to shake, making him growl angrily. Throwing a hand into the air, he released a massive explosion, causing the reporters to scurry backwards, shrieking and shouting at Katsuki. What the fuck are you shits doing? Don't harass her, you shits, Katsuki roared, gripping Izuka's hand and leading her into the school grounds. Once they were safely over the threshold, Kaken released Izuka, and the girl turned and bowed to the assembled press. I'm sorry about that. Kaken is very protective and I get nervous in crowds. Please forgive us, she called, before running into the building with her boyfriend. Aizawa chose that moment to appear and promptly told the press to leave. Get out of here. You're disturbing classes and harassing students, he said coldly. He was normally neutral to the press since he was an unknown, but seeing how close Izuka came to a panic attack made him lose what patience for them he had. He didn't bother to wait for a response, instead opting to ferry the few student stragglers into the school before turning his back on the mob completely. Aizawa ignored their calls and even a few blatant insults, but it was all worth it to hear the loud clang of the UA barrier and the accompanying shrieks of a reporter that had thought to test the school's defenses. With the school secure, Aizawa slowly wandered to his class, thinking over the evaluations he'd received from the combat trial. If any student was asked about Aizawa's teaching methods, they'd be described as harsh and unforgiving, with an eagerness to expel students that failed to meet his expectations. But if one was to ask a teacher, they'd describe the man as flexible. Aizawa was a cool and relaxed individual that liked to take things easy, but he also had the attitude of someone who would rather do a thorough job than half-assed things. It was with this attitude that he mused over how to further advance his students. Each one had both strengths and flaws, which would require unique handling. He had already decided how he'd handle a few individuals like Kota and Midoriya, the former of which was just too shy and the latter was too self-sacrificing. But at least they were both reasonable. The problems would be Bakugo and Todoroki. Aizawa had heard from both All Might and Izuka just how stubborn Bakugo could be. It had taken his only real friend being kidnapped for him to get his act together as much as it was. He shuddered to think of what the boy would be like if Izuka wasn't around to ground him. But Todoroki, that was a whole other can of worms. Naturally, Aizawa knew about Todoroki's true quirk, namely half hot and half cold, and had a limited idea as to why Todoroki refused to use it, but it created an issue regardless. Whatever his reasons, Todoroki was going through class with only half of his power, determined to reach #1 with just ice. Aizawa, as both a teacher and a hero, could not allow that. He hated the thought of all his students trying their best and being so easily swept aside by a kid that was literally half-assing his way through the course. Not only that, but if Todoroki never accepted his fire side, then if a situation arises where he needs it and refuses to use it, it could kill him or someone else. Compounding this problem was the fact that the only person in class that could successfully counter his ice, namely Midoriya, was also completely immune to fire, so it wouldn't even make sense for Todoroki to use it against her. The underground hero needed to think on this more. If Todoroki hadn't turned around by the summer break, Aizawa would speak with Nezu about moving him to another course. The world didn't need an unstable hero that rejected half of himself. It may seem cruel, but Aizawa didn't want anyone to be hurt by the boy's half-hearted efforts, least of all the boy himself. Stepping into the classroom, he found the class sat waiting for him. Aizawa-sensei sighed and put his papers down on the desk. I hope you've rested from yesterday's combat trial. I looked through your scores. He switched his gaze to Kota. Kota, you did well. Work on your confidence a bit and you'll go far as a hero. Fighting isn't all there is to heroism after all. Kota smiled and made a sign with his hands that Aizawa recognized as thank you. The boy still wasn't willing to talk much. Oh well, Aizawa would slowly encourage him. The teacher turned his attention to all of Kota's row. Ajiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Sato, the four of you along with Kota weren't able to win either match. Think over your mistakes. I'll expect some improvement from each of you. Yes, sensei. The four boys shouted, pumped up for whatever the next trial would be. Aizawa then looked to Team D. Team D, you did very well, winning both matches. I can't do much to fault your performance, though I bet you've already figured out what mistakes you did make, he said, looking between the 5 students with only a raised eyebrow. He noticed Midoriya flinch a bit as he focused on her and decided to say his next piece a bit more gently. Midoriya, your healing is a great help, but I want you to limit it to healing serious or long-term injuries in future. Little bumps and bruises can be taken care of by recovery girl, or left alone. You aren't responsible for keeping your classmates in one piece, he said. Aizawa had watched the tapes of the matches and had noticed Izuka was fairly pale at the very end, likely on the verge of weakening from using too much blood and healing. That goes for the rest of you too, he said, looking across the classroom. Midoriya isn't your personal medic or required to clean up after your mistakes. Her healing quirk consumes her blood, and I know for a fact she's too soft to refuse if you ask her, so for the sake of her health and my sanity, don't ask her for healing unless it's necessary. And if your injury is self-inflicted, then you can deal with it yourself. His eyes flicked towards Sato as he said that, and the sweet loving boy had the good sense to look ashamed of himself. Moving on, Aizawa looked to Katsuki. Bakugo, you need to calm down. You've got talent, certainly, but no civilian is going to trust in a hero that terrifies them. You need more than power to reach the #1 spot. Katsuki frowned, averting his eyes for a moment. I'll work on it, he said shortly. Katsuki knew he wasn't exactly Mr. Personality, but he still didn't like having his failures pointed out. Aizawa looked around the class, choosing not to address Todoroki yet. That was best done in private. He was satisfied. Everyone looked either enthusiastic or pensive regarding their previous performance, and that was enough for him. So long as his students were considering their actions, he would trust them to find their own way with just a little prodding. Now let's get on with homeroom. I hate to spring this on you, but it's about that time. Aizawa began, looking serious. The class gulped. Was this going to be another succeeded or expelled test? We need to pick our class council. The class exploded into uproar, both excited and angry over their teacher's cryptic way of speaking. Aizawa just blinked. Whatever. We need a president, vice president, and representative. The president will be in charge of the class. The vice president will be second in command and double as a secretary. The representative will be the go-between for the rest of the class, as well as the other class councils across the campus. All 3 will be a part of the student government, he explained, reading from a crib sheet that Izuka recognized as being in Nezu's handwriting. Oh, I want to be class president. Pick me, Kirishima yelled as he and most of the class raised a hand or outright leaped to their feet. The position exists for me, Aoyama said confidently, like a leader position. I'll do it. Me, Mina added. I want to do it too, Jiro said, more neutrally than the others. My manifesto is president. All girls must expose 30 centimeters of thigh. Minda shouted over the cacophony. Izuka squeaked in embarrassment. She was so small that 30 centimeters of thigh was pretty much her entire thigh. She'd be wearing little more than a long belt. Izuka was actually one of the few not raising her hand. She had no desire to be a leader, especially since she had always been under the impression that she'd end up working with Katsuki, who would be in charge. The noise was suddenly silenced by Ada's voice shouting, "Be quiet," over the crowd. The class turned back to look at the boy, his gaze as serious as ever. This is a task for only the most responsible, where one must be able to carry everyone's weight, not just your own. Wanting to do it doesn't mean you can. It is a position of great esteem, broadcasting to others that you have the trust of your colleagues. The only true leader is one elected by the people. We must settle this with a vote, Ada declared, his passionate words somewhat lessened by him straining to heave his hand up as high and as straight as possible. It's a good idea, but we've only known each other for 3 days. We haven't had a chance to get to know everyone or build that kind of trust. Suyu said. Yeah, and pretty much everyone will just vote for themselves, Kirishima added. Well, we could always make it so you can't vote for yourself, Izuka offered. We'll make it a public vote then. We put all our names on the board and one by one we go up and put a tally beside the person we want to vote for. If you can't publicly stand beside your chosen candidate, then it shows you don't really trust them, Ida said, turning to Aizawa. Is that all right, sensei? As long as you're done by the end of homeroom, then do whatever. The man replied, already tucking himself into his sleeping bag. Ada nodded and stood up, grabbing a piece of chalk and writing everyone's names on the blackboard. Izuka wanted to protest when her name was written, but decided against it. After all, no one but Kaken would even consider voting for her. Oh, how wrong she was. Aoyama voted for Izuka, stating her pink flames were almost as sparkling as his laser. Mina voted for Momo as she was the most responsible girl in class. Suyu voted for Ada, having liked his earnestness despite wanting so badly to be president. Tenya and Ochako both voted for Izuka, citing her actions during the entrance exam as the reason why. Ajiro opted for Koda, as the quiet boy had helped a lot in the previous day's trial. Kaminari voted for Ada, saying he was the most class president-like. Kirishima voted for Momo because if you discount Izuka, then Momo had scored best in the quirk test. Koda and Sato both voted Izuka, the former because she was a bit like a rabbit and he loved rabbits, and the latter due to her healing his finger. The entire Team C group voted Momo, all of them believing she was the best suited for the job, though Takoyami also voted for her as opposed to Izuka as he felt the smaller girl was too bright for him to look at all the time. It hurt his shadowy mind. Toru voted for Izuka because of her plan leading them to victory against Todoroki. Katsuki also voted for Izuka because she was his girlfriend and the only one in class he was comfortable taking orders from. Izuka ummed and ahed over her choice before settling on voting for Katsuki. She believed Ada and Momo may be better suited, but by that point, it was out of the running and Momo looked like she'd win anyway. Minda voted for Momo as the most attractive girl in class. Lastly, Momo voted for Izuka since the smaller girl was her first friend and a keen mind. The final results were 1 vote apiece for Koda and Katsuki, 2 votes for Ada, 7 votes for Momo and 9 votes for Izuka. How did I get 9 votes? Izuka exclaimed, paling at the results. It's not that surprising. Between the entrance exam, quirk apprehension test, and combat trial, you've done a lot of amazing things, Momo pointed out. But I didn't even want to be a candidate. Izuka whimpered as Aizawa emerged from his cocoon, sleeping bag. Well, it looks like it's Midoriya as president and Yaoyorozu as vice president, he said, uninterestedly. It was close, but I'm glad I lost to you at least, Momo said with a smile, only making Izuka more nervous. Yes, it's all very good and whatever. Homeroom is almost over, so we'll deal with choosing a representative in the afternoon homeroom. Aizawa waved everyone back to their seats and wiped the board, ready for the day's lessons. Izuka was noticeably quiet throughout the morning lessons, and the teachers frequently looked at her with concern when her distressed thoughts came out in the form of quiet mutterings as she desperately tried to work out how she'd managed as class president. In a hero situation, she was as confident as can be, fully believing in her strength, skill, and healing ability. Not to mention that without the threat of death looming over her, she could act recklessly so long as it didn't cause harm to others. But in a social situation, she had no idea how to act. She let Momo and Ochako, or one of the other girls, take the lead whenever the girls hung out together, and if Katsuki was around, he'd naturally take charge and Izuka was able to act confidently by looking to him. But now the whole class would be looking to her. Lunch came all too quickly and Izuka settled down to eat with her now permanent group of friends, Katsuki, Ochako, Momo, and Tenya. Momo looked around the cafeteria as they ate. People from all years and courses are here. Heroics, support, management, and gen ed, all assembled in one place. Tenya nodded. The elite of our generation are gathered here. Izuka, you're one of the leaders of that generation. You should be proud, he said, picking up on the cause of Izuka's nerves. I know, but I don't think I'm up to the task, Izuka muttered between bites of rice. Sure you are, Ochako encouraged. Ochako's right. You proved your leadership abilities in the trial yesterday, Momo said with a patient smile. Inwardly, she was sighing at the low confidence of the adorable girl she'd basically adopted as a little sister. But that was different. In the field, I can act fine, but in class, I just want to be another student, the green-haired girl complained. Katsuki snorted, don't be such a Deku. Everyone here voted for you, and you got 5 others to back you too. If you're only good at leading in a fight, then just imagine the class as your soldiers, and you need to whip into shape to go slaughter the enemy. Tenya looked a bit green at that image. While I dislike his choice of wording, I agree with Bakugu's sentiments. You've got guts and good judgment, Izuka, even if you lack confidence in a calm setting. You're the one I trust most to carry us through any danger. Didn't you want to president yourself, Ada? Ochako asked innocently. You've even got the look with those glasses. Katsuki choked on his rice. Round cheeks, you've got a hell of a weird view of things. Ada seemed to take Ochako's comment in stride. Like I said earlier, the desire to do something doesn't equal the ability to do it. I followed my own judgment on the matter. Ew, you sound so sophisticated. Are you a rich kid like Momo? Ochako chirped. Both Momo and Tenya gave the girl a deadpan stare. With a sigh, Ada answered, I don't like drawing attention to it. Wealth and station shouldn't have any bearing on a hero. However, I am proud of my family. The Adas have been in the field of heroics for generations. almost since the founding of the Age of Heroes. I'm the second son. Have you heard of the Turbo Hero, Ingenium? Izuka's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. He's the amazing hero whose Tokyo office has hired 65 sidekicks. I have 3 pages devoted to him in my notebooks. Tenya looked proudly at the girl. I'm glad to see you're a fan of his. He's my big brother. I aspire to be just like him. He is an upstanding hero that prizes the rules and guides the people. When I think of a leader, that's the sort of person I imagine. Until I can match that image, I think it's fine that I don't take a leadership position, he said, smiling. The 3 girls stared at him. I think that's the first time I've seen you smile. Ochako exclaimed happily. I as well. It suits you rather well. Momo smiled. Izuka just beamed at the tall boy. You should smile more. It's a good smile. Katsuki's eyes narrowed and he looked at Ida for his reaction. Izuka's happy smile was enough to make a badass like him fall for her, so he had to be careful none of the extras in his class fell for her too. Thankfully, Ida just smiled again and ruffled Izuka's hair, as if she was his little sister. The explosive boy sighed and internally declared Ida safe. Suddenly, a loud siren began blaring all across campus, startling the students. The siren quieted a bit as an automated message began to play. Security level 3 has been breached. All students, please evacuate the premises. What the fuck? Izuka, what's security level 3? Katsuki demanded. Izuka frowned worriedly. Level 1 is the UA barrier, Level 2 is the outer grounds, and Level 3 is the inner grounds and the buildings themselves. If an intruder has made it this far, it could be really dangerous. Katsuki growled. Well, we ain't getting out through the fucking door, he yelled, pointing to where the crowd was jamming the doors. People were pushing so much that those by the door were squashed against it and couldn't open them, since they opened inwards. But they couldn't communicate that over the chaos. Ada immediately tried to calm the crowd, only to get swallowed by the mob and pressed up against the windows. From his position against the glass, Ada was able to see the intruders. It was just the press. The group from this morning had managed to get in somehow, but they had already been met by President Mike and Aizawa-sensei, the pair of them looking like they were weighing the pros and cons of simply sending the reporters flying. Wait, it's nothing to worry about. It's just the press. Ada tried to shout, but like everyone else, he was drowned out by the panic. In the crowd, he could see Kirishima and Kaminari trying to slow the students and calm them down. And things were started to get dangerous as a few students fell and were nearly trampled. The people against the walls and doors were slowly having the air crushed out of them. If this continued, then in a few minutes there would be serious injuries. Suddenly, Ida felt the temperature of the room skyrocket and a loud explosion ripped through the air. Shut the fuck up and calm down, roared Bakugo, his hands smoking from the explosion. At his side was Izuka. Pink flames wreathed around her as she healed Ochako, whom had been knocked down and stepped on in the chaos. The rage on Bakugo's face was expected, but the calmer anger of Izuka was somehow even more unsettling. With the crowd silenced by Katsuki, Izuka stood up from healing Ochako and flared her fire shroud. Everyone be quiet and do as I say. No one can leave if you're trapping the doors shut. Back away from the doors, open them and then evacuate calmly, and if you please, try not to hurt any more of your classmates, she snarled. The students closest to her flinched at the anger of the small girl, looking less like the adorable cinnamon bunny and more like an angry angel of vengeance with her fire wings fully extended. Using the moment of calm, Ada revved himself up and charged to the front of the crowd, using Kirishima as a leg up to land against the wall above the exit, the impact leaving him in the pose of a figure on the emergency exit signs. Everyone, calm down and listen to Midoriya. Everything is fine, it's just the press. There's nothing to panic about. You're all students of the best school in the country. And yet you are panicking and hurting each other. Act like you deserve to be here, he scolded. Between Katsuki's explosive rage, Tenya's scolding explanation, and Izuka's justified anger, the students were cowed and began to calmly evacuate, lifting the injured students up as they went and either helping them shake off their minor injuries or taking them to Recovery Girl. Izuka watched each one carefully, restraining herself from helping heal any of them. None needed her, and after Ochako was hurt, she was too angry to focus properly. Plus, Aizawa-sensei had warned her not to use her healing fire so often, especially when the wounds were self-inflicted, which they sort of were in this case. Before long, only Izuka and her 4 friends remained in the cafeteria. Tenya sighed. That could have been a lot worse. Thank you for the assist, Bakugo, Izuka. The girl had fallen to her knees and was struggling to breathe, her shoulders shaking like she was encased in ice and a cold sweat building on her face. Katsuki knelt down beside her and took her hands while the other 3 gathered around, concerned. Bakugo, what's happening? Did she get hurt? Did she overdo it with her quirk? Tenya asked urgently. Nah, this is just what happens in situations like this, Katsuki said bitterly, drawing characters on the palms of Izuka's hands with his finger. Ever since the kidnapping, if she ever got worked up without having a chance to mentally prepare herself, then when the situation was resolved, she'd go into a panic attack. It's sort of a side effect of her quirk. She generates a fuck ton of adrenaline, and when she hasn't had a chance to mentally adjust herself, then this happens. He explained. He remembered the first time he'd seen this happen. He had been 10 and wanted to play a silly prank on Izuka and tried to scare her on Halloween. Dressed as a shadow with a black sheet over his face and torches inside to act like eyes, Izuka had freaked out, thinking it was Kurogiri, and it had triggered a panic attack. Katsuki still hadn't forgiven himself for that fuck up. He hadn't meant to look like the villain. He just thought a shadow was cooler than a ghost. He, in his childish mind, had thought Izuka would laugh at the prank. What do we do? Can we help? Momo asked. Katsuki gave a half-hearted smirk. You three are no use in this situation. Tell our shitty sensei that I'm looking out for Izuka. She needs fresh air and time, and she'll also need food. It sucks, but 9 times out of 10, when she gets herself worked up like this, she tends to puke, so we'll need to replace whatever she spews. A full stomach helps, trust me. Are you sure we shouldn't take her to Recovery Girl? Ochako asked. Nah, the old lady won't be any use here. Besides, she's going to be busy taking care of all the poor bastards that got trampled by the retard train. The boy retorted, his respect for the UA student body having dropped to 0 following the incident. Tenya gave Katsuki a strange look. You really do take good care of her, don't you? TCH. Stupid Deku is the kind of person who will heal your paper cut even if she was 1 heal away from dying from blood loss. I'm not a fucking idiot. I know I suck at taking care of people, so I let Izuka care for others while I care for her. Everyone gets what they need then. Get to class, 4 eyes, or else that teacher of ours is going to be pissed at us, Katsuki said, easily lifting the still shaking Izuka into his arms. He carried her bridal style, her upper body pressed into his as he held her close. Tenya nodded and handed Katsuki a small wallet. If she needs more lunch, it's on me, he said simply, walking away before Katsuki could refuse it. Momo and Ochako both wished Izuka well and followed the boy, leaving just Katsuki and Izuka in the cafeteria. Katsuki eyed the wallet before sighing and shoving in his pocket. Izuka mumbled into his shoulder, I'm sorry, Kaken. It's fine. You do the same for me, after all, he replied, heading for the gardens around the back of the school. And that's what bothers me, he thought. Elsewhere, as Tenya, Momo and Ochako were heading to class, they were suddenly stopped by another student, a girl from Class 1B with long dark green hair. Hey, you're classmates with Midoriya, right? Yes, we are. Can we help you? Ida asked. Yeah, I've been looking for Midoriya since this morning, but the press made me late for class, and then the alert happened at lunch. I was asked to pass along a letter for her from her older brother. The girl explained, handing a simple envelope to Ida. Could you give it to her for me? Momo frowned. Izuka told me she was an only child. Tenya regarded the letter suspiciously. Excuse me, miss. Oh, I'm Setsuna Takage. The girl grinned. Takage, can you describe the person who gave you this? Takage shrugged. Not really. He was wearing a hoodie, but he seemed angry and had a creepy grin. Plus, his hands kept twitching. That sounds kind of like Bakugo. Ochako whispered. But why would Bakugo call himself her brother? And why a letter? He doesn't seem the type to do love letters. If he wanted to say something to Izuka, he'd just say it. Momo countered. Well, whatever, I just got asked to deliver the letter, but you guys are in her class so you can do it. See ya, Takage said, heading off to her own class. The 3 Class 1A students gathered around the letter. It was in a plain white envelope, and the name Little Bird was scrawled across the front in messy handwriting. What should we do? Ochako asked. She didn't think it was safe to give the mystery letter to Izuka. Reading it ourselves would be a breach of privacy, if it really is a genuine letter to Izuka, but if it's something nefarious. Momo replied. Tenya nodded. We cannot read it. Let's give it to Aizawa-sensei, he decided. Heading to class, they found everyone gathered, finishing their lunch. Aizawa was grumpily informing them that the police had escorted the press out of the school, and that hero lessons for the day would be cancelled due to the need to repair the damage to the barrier that the intruders had caused. Tenya asked the man for a private word and explained what happened with Izuka, as well as the strange letter. Aizawa took the letter and opened it without hesitation, reading it carefully. As his eyes darkened, the 3 teens were certain they'd made the right choice. Good work, you 3, he said simply, tucking the letter into his scarves. Now I'm going to go check on Midoriya. Please don't tell her or anyone else about that letter, he said, speaking kindly but with a hint of steel. Sir, what was in the letter? Ochako asked, unable to contain her curiosity. An ill-natured prank. Not something she needed to deal with after a panic attack. Put it out of your minds, Aizawa ordered. Tenya, Ochako, and Momo exchanged concerned looks but ultimately agreed not to mention it again and headed back into the classroom to await the end of the lunch period. Instead of going to check on Izuka, Aizawa went immediately to the principal's office, where Nezu was looking annoyed by the damage to the barrier. Nezu, remember your theory that the destroyed barrier was a declaration of war? Nezu frowned. I do. It looks like you were right, Aizawa said, slapping the letter onto the principal's desk. Nezu leaned forward and read it, eyes narrowing as he did. Dear little bird, it has been so dull these past 5 years. I miss our little games. I saw you today, walking to school. You've gotten so big, you'd never fit in your old cage. But that's all right, we've got a new one. Kurogiri, and I forgive you for breaking out of the old one. We'll have to punish you, but then it'll all be over and we can be a little family again. We know those horrid heroes have been filling your little head with lies. But if you go to your old apartment tonight at midnight, we'll take you home and fix you. But if you tell the heroes about this little letter or refuse to come, we'll need to kill those heroes to prove we're better. Come home soon. Love, Big Brother Tamura. P.S. Kurogiri says hi. Also, we heard how you beat up Muscular. We hated that idiot, so we'll definitely lessen your punishment. He's a psychopath. Nezu growled. If Izuka had seen this, the self-sacrificing idiot might have obeyed. Aizawa finished the principal's sentence. Nezu sighed, rubbing his paws over his face. This letter arriving today can't be a coincidence. Shigaraki must be behind the destroyed barrier. His quirk matches the damage. Shota, go see to your class. I'm going to inform All Might. We can't allow Izuka out of our sight from now on. All trips outside of the main school building, regardless of class, will require a minimum of 3 heroes as guards. Shota nodded and began to leave, stopping at the door as Nezu called to him, guard Izuka closely. If we lose her, the enemy will never let us get close again. And the next time we see her, she may have been broken and forced to submit to their will. The homeroom teacher shuddered at the very thought. Not only would it be beyond horrible to lose a student in such a way, if Izuka really was broken by Shigaraki and Kurogiri, it would lead to an immortal villain with the combined abilities of All Might, Endeavor, and Recovery Girl. The heroes wouldn't stand a chance. Aizawa privately swore to protect the girl with his life. After all, being captured would be a fate worse than death for her. As the scruffy man returned to his class, he found Katsuki and Izuka walking back as well. The boy looked irritated and the girl looked nervous. Are you all right? Aizawa asked, looking at Izuka. Yes sir. I'm sorry if I worried you, she said quietly. Don't apologize. It's my job to be worried, the man said dismissively. Hero classes are cancelled because of the press. We'll just be having independent study instead, so you can go home if you aren't feeling up to it. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei, but I'd like to stay. I have some things to say to everyone. Izuka smiled, putting on a brave face. Aizawa noticed Katsuki gently take her hand. At least the silly girl had someone who would always look out for her. That's fine, but tell me if you feel overwhelmed. I know how panic attacks feel and I know they suck. If you want to leave, then tell me. The man instructed her, before leading the two to the class. As soon as they entered, they were immediately surrounded by the rest of 1A, all worriedly asking if Izuka was all right. Izuka smiled at them and bowed. Thank you for worrying about me. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's cool, Midoriya. You, Bakugo, and Ida got us out of a pretty tight jam back in the cafeteria, Kirishima said, patting the girl's shoulder. Are you feeling better now? You were pretty shaken, Ochako whispered, earning a friendly smile from the green-haired girl. I'm fine. If it's okay, I had some stuff to say before we elect the class representative, she said. The class nodded excitedly and returned to their seats while Izuka and Momo took their positions by Aizawa-sensei's desk. All right, President, start us off. Momo smiled. Oh, okay. Before we finalize the president, vice president, and representative, I have a couple of important things to say. Firstly, Izuka gulped. I don't think I'm the right person to be president. I'm not confident enough. I panic when situations go out of control, and in the cafeteria, I lost my temper badly. I don't think that's the sort of leader we need. But still, I want to try my best and prove I deserve your trust. So I wanted to ask everyone if it's okay for me to swap positions with Momo. The class looked shocked. So you'd rather be vice president? Kyoka asked with a raised eyebrow. Izuka nodded. I think it would be better for everyone. This way, I can learn how to be a good leader by watching Momo, who has the confidence and cool temperament. I'm sorry if I disappointed any of the people who voted for me, but I really feel this would be best. Hey now, it was probably not fair of us to elect you when you didn't want it in the first place. I think we should go for it. Kaminari grinned. Yeah, we kind of dropped you in it. Sato rubbed his neck guiltily. If you'd rather be vice president, then I'm cool with it. The rest of the class nodded and shouted their agreements. So Izuka happily stepped down to the rank of vice president and Momo graciously stepped up. Thank you for trusting me so much, Izuka. Momo smiled before turning to the class. I know not everyone voted for me, but I'll do my best to meet all your expectations and of course. Momo put her arm around Izuka's shoulders and squeezed her gently. I'll be working closely with Izuka, so it'll be the best of both worlds. Leave it to us. We'll make sure the class succeeds. Momo's words were met with a round of cheers, and when it died down, Izuka stepped forward again. On the topic of the student government, I wanted to nominate Tenya as our representative. Me, Tenya spluttered, a mix of surprise and joy on his features. Yeah, of the 3 people who reacted in the cafeteria earlier, Kaken and I got angry and might have scared others, but Tenya stayed cool and collected, easing everyone's worries. He is the positive image that the other students will think of when they think of Class 1A. Izuka explained. She's got a good point. Ada really helped out in the lunchroom. Kirishima grinned. Yeah, he was like one of those signs. Emergency exit Ada for class representative. Kaminari cheered. Ada stood up. If that is the wish of the class and vice president, then I cannot refuse. I graciously accept the position of representative, he said proudly. The class cheered again, and the rest of the day passed into an easygoing study session with numerous students coming to the class council trio to offer their suggestions or tell them about problems. The three were looking forward to the first full meeting of the student government. But as the day ended and the students headed home, Izuka couldn't help but wonder how the press had broken in the first place. If she had known, she might have been prepared for the nightmare that followed. Sometimes, Shota Aizawa really hated his life. The press invading the school yesterday had been a major annoyance, but still just an annoyance. The injuries caused by the panicking students, and the resultant panic attack from Izuka had sullied his mood further. But Aizawa had dealt with worse. Discovering the press had gotten in through a hole in the barrier that was created by one of the people responsible for Izuka's captivity 5 years ago, as well as discovering a threatening letter from that person to Izuka, had left Aizawa wanting to crawl into his sleeping bag, grab his cats and hide from the world, then to put a cap on a truly god-awful day. He had to tell All Might about Izuka's panic attack in the letter. The number 1 hero had, quite reasonably, gone ballistic and had only barely been able to keep his rage from showing in front of Izuka and Katsuki. All that was yesterday, and it seemed to Aizawa that today was just going to keep shoveling more shit onto him. It was nearly 1 p.m., the time for Hero Foundational Skills, which All Might was supposed to be teaching alongside Aizawa and 13 at the USJ. But at 2 a.m. that morning, a massive fire had destroyed an apartment building in Tatooine Ward. Specifically, the building that Izuka and her mother had lived in before moving in with All Might, and the place that Shigaraki had stated as the meeting place in his letter to Izuka. The police and a few heroes, including All Might, had secretly staked the place out, but the villains never appeared. Suddenly, at 2 a.m., warp gates began opening throughout the building, dropping small explosives and Molotovs into every apartment and stairwell. All Might had been able to save the civilians living in the building, with only a couple being injured, but the building had ultimately succumbed to the damage and collapsed, thankfully, while it was empty. Even now, many hours later, All Might was still going over the place with a fine-tooth comb for any leads, and so he wasn't coming to UA for the day. To compound the issue, almost no heroes were available to cover for All Might. All the ones that were available had already been roped into the other classes. In the end, even Gran Torino and Sir Nidai were unavailable, both of them currently being out of the city following leads on alleged sightings of Kurogiri. The only person that Aizawa was able to get to assist him was a sidekick of Sir Nidai, Juso Moshi Akacentopter. With the afternoon homeroom coming to an end, Aizawa-sensei stepped up to address the class. Today, your Foundation Skills class was intended to be supervised by a 3-man team of myself, All Might, and another hero you'll meet shortly. Due to All Might being called away to assist the police, a sidekick from the Sir Nidai agency, Centopter, will be joining us instead. Izuka smiled at that. She'd only met Centopter a couple of times, but she liked him a lot. He was very respectful of others and acted like a gentleman. Zero put his hand up to ask a question. Sensei, what are we doing in class? The second most common form of hero work, after support, is rescue. Whether it's a natural disaster like a flood or hurricane, or a man-made disaster like car accidents and forest fires, a hero must always be ready to save others. So today is the trial of rescue, Aizawa declared. Whoa, this sounds tougher than the battle trial, Kaminari said, smirking despite his nervousness. Yeah, but it should be interesting, Mina said excitedly. Hell yeah. This is the whole point of heroes. I'm raring to go, Kirishima cheered. Tsuyu added her own comment. If it's a flood, then I'm in my environment. Aizawa just sighed. His students were so loud, but he liked their enthusiasm. Don't get ahead of yourselves, he said menacingly, shutting everyone up. Anyway, unlike the battle trial, you've got a choice of whether or not to wear your hero gear. I recommend you do, though. Some of your gear won't be suited for rescue work, so it's better you discover how to improve them in training than in a real rescue situation. The training facility we're using is right on the edge of the school premises, so we'll be taking a short bus ride. Go get ready and meet out front. Izuka excitedly ran and grabbed her costume. Rescue was what she wanted to excel at most. It was the very thing that inspired her to be a hero. Her favorite videos, right from her earliest memories, hadn't been of All Might's numerous epic fights, but of him rescuing people with a smile, restoring hope to the hopeless and saving lives, making the world a better and happier place with his every action. That was the kind of hero Izuka wanted to be. If today was the trial of rescue, then Izuka was determined to rise to the top, learning everything she could and proving she can be relied on. The girl practically flew to the changing rooms to prepare and was among the first students dressed and waiting outside. Momo followed soon after, and the two girls stood by the bus, waiting for the rest of the class to appear. Once everyone had arrived, Ida approached the two. I recommend you have everyone line up into 2 lines to most efficiently and smoothly board the bus. Momo smiled kindly. Thank you for the recommendation, Ida, but I already checked out the bus. It's open seating. Everyone, please board the bus calmly and fill in seats at the back first. No fussing over seats or making swaps once you're seated, so stand by your friends if you want to be sat together. Izuka giggled. Momo reminded her of a mix between a mother and an elementary school teacher. The class obeyed, some smirking and some a bit annoyed by being ordered around. It wasn't long before everyone was boarded and they were on their way. It was a couple of minutes into the ride that Tsuyu, who had sat opposite Izuka, looked to the girl. Hey Izuka, you know I like to say what's on my mind. Yeah, I remember. What's up? Izuka asked. Your quirk is strange. It reminds me of Endeavor in appearance, but it feels more like All Might's, Tsuyu said casually. Izuka squeaked in surprise and Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the frog girl. Tsuyu was more observant than he gave her credit for. I guess it's a bit like theirs, since I can control fire and enhance my strength, but to be honest, I think my healing and flying are the best parts of my quirk. She isn't much like Endeavor at all, Todoroki said, his cold voice floating in from the back of the bus. Endeavor is immune to his own flames, but he can still be hurt by other flames. Midoriya's flames could burn him, but his couldn't burn her. That's so cool. I'm kind of jealous of flashy quirks like that. My hardening quirk is good for fighting, but not much else, Kirishima said with a half-hearted smirk. I think it's a great quirk. Izuka smiled. A quirk like that is amazing for a hero whose whole job is saving others. You'll be an amazing hero, Kirishima. The redhead grinned, showing off his shark-like teeth. Thanks. Hey, call me Ijiro or just IG if you want. We're buds, right? Izuka beamed at him. Sure. And you can call me Izuka. Katsuki growled. Hands off my girl, shitty hair. Izuka blushed, earning a few giggles from the other girls while Kirishima just laughed. Nah bro, we're cool. Flirting with another person's guy or girl is super unmanly. Izuka is just like a little bro. She's a girl. Kyoka deadpanned. A little sis then, Kirishima shot back. Katsuki just poked Izuka's cheek. You need to stop collecting weird-ass pseudo-siblings. Ponytail and glasses are one thing, but shitty hair is going too far. He joked. Didn't you hear, Bakugo? We're making a club, the Midoriya Protection Squad. Momo laughed. Tsuyu giggled, sounding a bit like croaking. An interesting idea. Hey Izuka, my quirk makes me useful in flooded or watery areas and yours makes you immune to fire. Plus, I can swim very well while you can fly. We should make a team together after we graduate. Izuka smiled and was about to reply when Katsuki turned his fiery eyes on the two girls. Hey Froggy, Izuka is forming an agency with me. You want in, you've got to prove you're a badass. Then I'll hire you as a sidekick. Tsuyu fixed him with one of her blank, unreadable looks. You'll need Izuka to get you business and sidekicks. Your personality is too rough to be really popular. The fuck did you say? The boy growled. See, Tsuyu said, poking her tongue out with a look of vindication. Momo's sweat dropped. I was joking about the club, but it looks like Bakugo has already founded it. Achako laughed. Maybe we should make it official after all. Aizawa just stared at the class with angry eyes. Settle down. We're almost there. Yes, sir. It was another few minutes, but finally, the bus pulled up outside a massive dome complex. It was monstrously huge, resembling a closed-roof Olympic arena. When the class was led inside, they couldn't help but gape at the amazing scale of the building and what had been built inside. The inside actually sunk several feet below ground, with a long stairway acting as the only way from the entrance to the floor of the facility. A walkway went around the entire outer rim of the building, on the same level as the outside ground, acting as a way of observing the students in the areas beneath. In the center of the facility was a fountain and 7 paths led from it, 1 leading to the entrance stairway and the other 6 leading to the smaller facilities. A small ruined city, a massive mound of yellow dirt that had buried a settlement, a small mountain range, a dome with red flames on the roof, a massive pool and another dome, this one with blue clouds, were the 6 facilities, arranged around the central fountain like spokes on a wheel. Amazing. This looks like Universal Studios or something. The class were looking around excitedly as 2 heroes approached, the first being a short person in a spacesuit and the other being a tall man in a black tuxedo with a centipede for a head, part of which was wrapped around to look like a centipede-themed scarf. The hero in the spacesuit began to speak. I created this area as a practical training area. Floods, landslides, fires, tsunamis. This place was built to simulate them all and teach young heroes how to act. It's the Unforeseen Circumstances Joint, USJ. 13. It's 13, the space hero. Izuka cheered, and that Centipter, a sidekick of Sir Night-Eye. Even though he's a psychic, he's got the record for the most rescues of all psychics in the region. even more than some independent heroes and those with their own agencies. Of all the sidekicks, he's the closest to going independent. I love 13. Ochako squealed. Dude, Centipter is freaking cool. Kaminari grinned. Looking almost excited as Ochako and Izuka, Centipter made a chittering sound that was reminiscent of laughter. Thank you for your introduction, Izuka. Sir Night-Eye asked me to pass along that he'd like you to come by the agency when he gets back. He supposedly found a rare piece of All Might merchandise, the hero said, making the centipede equivalent of a smile. 13 shuffled over to the stairs to begin the lesson. Before we begin, I need to say a thing or two, or maybe 3, perhaps 4. 13. Centipter nudged the space hero. Oh right, sorry. I'm sure many of you know this already, but my quirk is called Black Hole. It allows me to create a powerful vortex at the tips of my fingers. The vortex will suck in pretty much anything, but whatever does get sucked in is reduced to dust, 13 explained, lifting their hand to show the caps on their fingers. It's a great quirk for rescue. It can easily remove rubble and wreckage, as well as sucking trapped individuals towards you. Izuka said. Yes, 13 began, their voice becoming pensive. And yet it is also a quirk that can very easily kill people. That's not rare for a hero's quirk, and I'm sure many of you are the same. Izuka felt a horrible shudder go up her spine at a distant memory. She still remembered what it was like to watch Tamura decay a person in front of her eyes. And she still remembered how it felt to have her flames roar forth and consume all for one. She looked at her hands forlornly, the feeling of those long extinguished flames ghosting across her fingertips. Aizawa-sensei noticed with sad eyes, and Katsuki gently took her hand, earning a grateful smile from the girl. 13, having noticed the exchange but choosing not to comment, continued, quirks are an incredibly powerful, useful, and dangerous factor of today's society. Among the people, they are carefully regulated to ensure they aren't used in a dangerous manner. As a society, we can't feel safe otherwise. After all, everyday children are born that have powers that could kill easily. Without control, our civilization could easily fall apart. 13 pointed towards Aizawa. With Aizawa-sensei, you learn the limits of your body's power when it comes to your quirks, and with All Might, you learn what it was like to fight against, and more importantly, defend against others that used their power with the intent of defeating you. With me, you will be learning how to use your amazing powers for the sake of saving lives. I truly believe in my heart that our quirks do not exist to hurt one another. I hope that by the end of this lesson, you will all truly understand that heroes and their powers exist solely to help others. 13 did a little bow. That is all. Thank you for listening so patiently. It was awesome. Ochako cheered while Ada was repeatedly shouting bravo and clapping profusely. Aizawa began to turn to the class when he caught something out of the corner of his eye. A strange swirl of black mist had formed in front of the fountain in the center of the USJ and was slowly growing larger. Then a pale hand appeared from it. The underground hero gasped and Izuka took notice, before turning as white as a sheet at the sight of the familiar face poking out of the equally familiar mist. And no. It can't be, she shrieked, shaking like a leaf and almost hiding behind Katsuki and Kirishima, whom had stepped forward to see what was happening. The familiar face, or rather, familiar hair and eye exposed by a severed hand mask, was now a full figure, pale-skinned and dressed in black with severed hands absolutely covering his body. The form of Tamura Shigaraki stepped out of Kirigiri's warp gate, accompanied by a small army of villains. Huddle together and don't move, Aizawa shouted, surprising the students whom were still trying to work out why Izuka was panicking. 13. Protect the students. Kirishima frowned. What the hell? Who is that guy? Izuka, do you know them? Don't move, Aizawa roared, putting his signature goggles over his eyes. Those are villains. The students paled and gathered close together behind Centipter, whom had turned his arms into massive centipedes in preparation for defending the student. Down by the fountain, the black mist shrunk down to roughly human size, with only a metal neck brace showing where his body ended and his head began. The villain, Kirigiri, spoke, Eraserhead, 13 and Centipter, according to the curriculum sheet we obtained yesterday, the third teacher was supposed to be All Might, and yet he isn't here. Aizawa growled. So yesterday really was you. He snapped. Behind him, Izuka paled even further, her skin now almost gray from fear. She was barely breathing as her whole body rebelled, screaming at her to flee. She was no fool. They were here for her. Shigaraki stepped forward, his voice as creepy and unhinged as ever. Where is he? We went through all this trouble to pick a time when they were both here. We gathered up so many party members, and the damn boss doesn't even show up. He turned his eyes towards Izuka, just barely visible between her friends. Still, we got the main prize. He leered up at her. Nice to see you again. Little bird. Izuka shuddered violently and Katsuki shoved her behind him, ready to detonate the first idiot that came to try and take her. Bakugo, do these guys know Izuka? Ochako asked fearfully, trying to comfort the terrified girl. That misty fuck is the one who kidnapped her, and the asshole covered in hands used to torture her while she was held captive," Katsuki explained, growing angrier with every second. "The black mist can create warp gates between two locations, but I have no idea of the limits. Handy fuck will start to decay anything that he touches with all 5 fingers on one hand. I think he can do it with his feet too now, cause of some fucked up experiment they did with Izuka. No way. These guys are some of All for One's villains," Kaminari exclaimed. Momo turned to 13. "Sensei, are there intruder alarms here?" she asked urgently. "Of course, but something is jamming them," 13 said, slowly grouping the students together behind them. Todoroki frowned. "Is this the only place they're attacking, or are they all over the campus? Regardless, if they're jamming the sensors, we're not getting any help until the person responsible is taken out. They chose an isolated place away from the main building, at a time when a class was scheduled. They must have an objective. We need to protect Izuka," Taioka said with a growl. "I heard every word that creepy guy said. They came to kill All Might and recapture Izuka. Since All Might isn't here, they'll take Izuka and run away." Aizawa looked down at the villains coldly. 13. Begin the evacuation procedure and try contacting the school. If they've gotten around our sensors, it means they either have an amazing hacker or someone with an electronic disruption quirk, so we need to move beyond that person's range. Kaminari, try using your own quirk to reactivate one of the sensors or call for help," he ordered, preparing to fight. A loud slapping sound drew the attention of the whole class, with all of them turning to see Izuka standing, shakily, with a red handprint on her face. She'd slapped herself to shake some of the terror she felt and was now slowly getting control of herself. "I am fine. Sensei, you can't fight them all alone. Even if you suppress all their quirks, there's just too many of them. Your fighting style doesn't suit this kind of situation," she argued, her speech a bit shaky as she continued to battle with her panic. Before Katsuki or any of the others could stop her, Izuka ducked under Centipter's arms and ran to Aizawa, removing one of her gloves before taking Aizawa's hand. Aizawa felt the bizarre but comforting feeling of the link forming, and the moment it was finished, he tried the mental communication. "Izuka, I'm here. I know you won't back down no matter how much I beg you, and you won't let me fight in case I expose my true quirk, so this is all I can do. I don't know how your quirk will be improved, or the limits of what I can do with your quirk, but with this, I can fly around and erase quirks while you fight." Izuka's voice sounded and her sensei so wanted to scold the girl, but he couldn't bring himself to. She knew the horrors that these villains could unleash better than anyone. Finally, Izuka conjured some pink flames and forced them against Shota's eyes, making him wince at the pain, but healing his dry eye. "Thank you, Izuka. Now follow my orders to the letter. Get out of the building and fly around outside the dome. The ceiling is glass, so you'll be able to erase quirks by looking through it, and it will provide you a shield." "Yes, Sensei." Izuka smiled and darted back to the class, whom had watched the apparently silent exchange with confusion. 13. I'm counting on you," Aizawa yelled. "And you too, Izuka," he thought, before jumping down the stairs, goggles on and capture weapons at the ready. A group of villains with ranged quirks assembled at the bottom to unleash a barrage, but Aizawa unleashed his quirk, opting to test the empowered version for just this one erasure. The drain on his stamina was noticeable, and to his shame, it caused Aizawa to blink, internally cursing as the enemy launched their quirks. Nothing happened. What the foo? The villain's words were cut off as Aizawa wrapped them in his scarves and slammed them into each other and knocked them out. It seems the improved version of my quirk doesn't only last while I'm looking at them. It must shut off their quirks for a period of time. But how long? Aizawa thought, taking down a mutant-type villain that had thought he'd be able to work around Eraserhead's quirk. A short distance away, Tamura watched the fight with both amusement and irritation. Amazing hand-to-hand skills, plus his goggles make it impossible to see who he's looking at and thus whose quirk he's erasing. Pros really are a major pain, but it's the little bird that's really causing a problem. That horrid hero has trained her to link with him and support him. Who knows what his improved powers are? If we were anyone else, we'd be fodder. Meanwhile, 13 was beginning the evacuation and the whole class was heading to the entrance, 13 leading them and Centipter holding up the rear. However, just as they were about to reach the gates leading out of the facility, Kurogiri suddenly appeared, covering the whole entrance in his shadowy mass. Down in the battle, Aizawa cursed, "Shit, I hit him with the improved version, but it looks like it only lasts 45 seconds. Kurogiri loomed over the crowd, his yellow eyes narrowing on Izuka for a second. "Greetings. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for the presumption, but we have taken it upon ourselves to enter UA, the base of heroes, in order to reclaim our stolen asset, Izuka Midoriya, and engage in battle with All Might, the symbol of peace. It seems All Might isn't in attendance. Is he perhaps needed elsewhere?" The mist villain turned his attention fully on Izuka. "Phoenix, you have caused a fair bit of trouble. You are lucky we already knew of your weakness for heroes and their influence, or we would be much more angry. Why did you ignore our letter?" Because of that, Tamura destroyed that whole apartment building. Izuka froze. L letter. What letter? What did you destroy? Kurogiri tilted his head. Ah, so you didn't receive it. A pity, if you had, we wouldn't have destroyed your childhood home or even invaded here today. I told Tamura he shouldn't have passed it along through a random student. Tenya, Achako, and Momo paled drastically. The letter they'd give to Aizawa had been from these guys. The villain merely shook his head with a sigh. Well, that was a waste then. But this can still end well, Phoenix. Surrender to me. Take your deserved punishment for your rebellion and come home. If you do, the rest of these heroes will be spared. If not, we will ensure they all die screaming. Izuka's eyes widened. That wasn't an idle threat. Kurogiri wasn't a sadist like Tamura. But if he wanted to, he could kill just as painfully by closing his warp gates on a person's body, slicing them apart. She needed to think of a plan. Under no circumstances was Izuka willing to just go back to that hell, but she needed to be smart and figure out a way to fight back without risking the lives of her friends. With a sigh, Izuka focused on the link she had once formed with Mandalay of the Pussycats, reopening it to allow the use of her quirk. Izuka, kitten, this is a surprise. Why the sudden link? Mandalay asked over the link. Mandalay, this is important. I need to borrow your quirk. My class and I are currently besieged by villains led by All for One's men. We're trapped in the USJ. Please gather any heroes you can and get to UA. I'm gonna contact Recovery Girl too and get her help to get the closer heroes to help. Damn, I'll get there as soon as I can. Stay strong, kiddo, and keep the link open no matter what. Mandalay ordered. Izuka sent an affirmative and immediately opened the link with Recovery Girl, passing along the same message to her. Izuka, I'll assemble the teachers and call All Might, but all-out electrical and communication systems have been malfunctioning, so it may take some time for me to run around and gather them manually. Hold out for as long as you can, help is coming. Recovery Girl said, already running to find Nezu. The green-haired girl gulped. This would be the tricky part. She was currently already linked with 3 people, and from what she remembered from All for One's tests, 5 was the most she could link with safely. She was about to link with 21 more. Tapping into Mandalay's quirk through the link, Izuka activated telepathy, speaking with 13, Centipter and every member of her class. Everyone, this is Izuka. I know this is strange, but I'm talking to you telepathically. This is a feature of another quirk I have called Link Evolution. It allows me to form spiritual links with anyone I have skin contact with. While linked, I can use the quirks of those linked to me. And everyone linked has their own quirks permanently increased to be more powerful. You'll be able to use the normal versions separately, and the stronger versions will use up a lot of stamina. Plus, as long as we're linked, we can talk telepathically. The quirk I'm using now is borrowed, so it's only one way for me. Izuka explained, trying to explain as quickly as possible before Kurogiri got suspicious. I've already used this quirk to contact Recovery Girl, so reinforcements are on their way, but it'll take some time. Whatever the villains did to the sensors is also affecting communication across the school. Behind her, Izuka could feel the rest of her classmates relaxing a bit. Now please do as I say. Expose your right hand. I need bare skin for the link. Please do it subtly, or Kurogiri will know what we're up to. There was some quiet shuffling behind her as each student removed a glove or pulled up a sleeve. Kurogiri, having grown impatient, stepped forward and began to expand again. It seems you have no intention of surrendering. In that case, this is my role. At that moment, Kirishima and Katsuki both ran past Izuka, holding their bare hands up. Izuka slapped her palms against theirs, forming the links as the two launched an attack at Kurogiri, momentarily dispersing his mist body. In the chaos that caused, Izuka was able to quickly run and link up with the rest of the students and Centipter. But before she could link with 13, Kurogiri reformed, so that was your plan. Did you all know that if more than 5 people link with Phoenix, her body begins to suffer immense stress? You may all be the hero world's golden eggs, but that girl is a phoenix compared to you chickens. Kurogiri's body expanded. Surrounding them all, you will be scattered, and tortured, and slain, he declared as the class was absorbed into his warp gates. Shoji was able to grab Hagakure and Aoyama before leaping away from the gates, while Ida was able to stop Sato and Uraraka from being taken, leaving the 6 of them and the 2 pros left at the entrance while the others were all scattered. With his warp gates closed, Kurogiri's eyes narrowed in displeasure. At the last moment, the gate he'd opened to their base had been avoided as Phoenix grabbed hold of the pink-haired girl with horns. Still, it had no bearing on the situation, for despite his words, Kurogiri knew that all the villains had strict orders to capture, not kill any of the heroes or students. After all, without them, they'd have no way of forcing Phoenix's compliance. Elsewhere, Izuka and Mina appeared from the warp gate they'd been sucked into and found themselves falling down to the yellow dirt and sand of the landslide zone. Thinking fast, Izuka summoned her wings and grabbed Mina, landing softly on the landslide zone. Whoa, that would have been a nasty fall. Thanks, Izuka, Mina said gratefully, panting to catch her breath. It's fine. Catch your breath while I contact everyone, Izuka said, focusing on the links she'd made. The girl was being careful not to show it in front of Mina, but her body felt like it was on the verge of falling apart. Everything hurt from the immense strain of what was essentially 23 links. Each link beyond the initial 5 would double the strain on her body, so it was only sheer willpower and the strength of one for all that was keeping Izuka standing and not screaming in pain. Focusing on the links, she opened the mental communication with everyone. Everyone, this is Izuka. Please respond and tell me where you are. This is Tsuyu. Minta and I are in the flood zone. We're safe on the boat, but the water is full of villains. We should be safe until help arrives. Tsuyu responded. Izuka, damn it, don't do anything fighting. The links will tear you up. Katsuki yelled. I'm here with Tail Dude and the Animal Whisperer. I think it's the ruins zone. Stay put. I'm coming to you. We're wet in the downpour zone, but otherwise fine. Takoyami and Shiro are with me. There are villains, but we're holding our own. They don't seem that eager to kill us. Kyoka answered. Izuka, this is Momo. I'm in the conflagration zone with Todoroki and Kirishima. We're doing fine, so please don't strain yourself, came Momo's answer. Yo, Midoriya. This is Kaminari. I'm just down the hill from you. I'm coming up. Izuka looked down the hill and spotted Kaminari working his way up, carefully climbing the shifting dirt and sand. All the other students are here at the entrance with 13 and I sent up to reply. Izuka sighed with relief. That meant everyone was still on site. There was still hope that this situation would end without casualties. Okay everyone, help is coming, so find a defensible position and hold up. If any of you end up in a situation where you have no choice but to fight, then use the empowered versions of your quirks sparingly. Report any injuries to me as well. I'm linked with Recovery Girl right now, so I can use her quirk to assist my own in healing. Kaminari finally reached the top of the hill and stood beside Mina and Izuka. Midoriya, no offense, but why the hell are you still here? Use some fire and those wings to blast your way out of here. They're here for you after all, and if you stay, they might be able to capture you. Izuka shook her head. If I leave, Tamura, the guy with the hands, will slaughter you all. His quirk would bust through any defense. And even if I flew away, Kurogiri would be able to catch me too fast. It's safer for everyone if I stay and help, she argued. Secretly though, despite the fact she'd never run, Izuka doubted she even could nap. Her powers had been weakened so much by the number of links that she doubted she could fly more than a few feet or summon up any sort of flame that could bust through the reinforced glass that made up the USJ ceiling. For now, Izuka would have to hope the heroes arrived in time. For several minutes, Izuka listened with growing trepidation as she could do nothing but ignore her aching body and watch the battles happening around the USJ. 13. The only person she hadn't been able to link to had been seriously wounded by Kurogiri redirecting their own black hole quirk back on them. Most of the other battles were going better. Todoroki, Takoyami, and Bakugo were easily blasting through the enemy with some support from their fellow classmates. The entire conflagration zone had been frozen solid, leaving not a single flame throughout the place. Todoroki stood in the center with a frown. These flames aren't even close to the level of Midoriya or that bastard, he said simply as Yaoyorozu looked at him questioningly. Even at the landslide zone, Kaminari and Ishido were doing well defending Izuka from the few villains around. They'd come across a villain whose body was made of sludge, but Kaminari had easily electrocuted him into unconsciousness. Izuka's link evolution had provided both Kaminari and Mina with permanent strength boosts. Kaminari's nervous system had become somewhat insulated from outside electricity, allowing him to use his quirk a lot more before becoming shorted out, tripling the amount of electricity he could safely use. Mina's skin had also gained a special membrane between the surface and the glands that secrete acid, making her fully immune to her own acid, so no matter how much she used, she wouldn't damage herself. Oddly, Mina was also able to temporarily harden her horns, turning them from rubbery to solid for a few seconds. Both marveled at their new power and were eager to use it, even though they'd yet to actually try the empowered forms, instead only testing their own improved limits. Everything seemed to be going fairly well, until Izuka received a panicked message from Minta. Midoriya, the villains surrounding us are attacking the boat we're on. If they sink it, Asui and I are chummed. Darn it, I'm on my way, Izuka replied, summoning her wings. Just the effort of that caused her to stumble and fall to one knee, but she couldn't give up. Tsuyu and Minta needed her. She had to go beyond her own limits. P plus Ultra, she roared, blasting herself into the air and flying as fast as she could to the flood zone. Just as she arrived above the flood zone, one of the villains blasted the ship with a massive water attack, smashing it in half and causing it to sink. Tsuyu, grab Minta and jump as high as you can, Izuka ordered, channeling Kaminari's quirk into her arms. Tsuyu wrapped the panicking Minta in her tongue and leapt high, easily jumping a few dozen feet above the water. At the moment Tsuyu was off the ground, Izuka focused Kaminari's quirk into her fiery feathers, transforming her phoenix feather move into a whole new technique. "Take this, Thunderbird feathers," she cried, shooting the lightning feathers into the water around the villains. The electricity exploded outward, arcing through the water and zapping every villain inside it, leaving them unconscious and lightly smoking. Tsuyu landed in the water just as the last of the electricity was gone, leaving her and Mineta safe. Unfortunately, the effort of the attack left Izuka even more drained, and her mind felt foggy from all the electricity she used. With a faint crackle and pop, her wings fizzled out, leaving the girl to fall to the water below. Tsuyu shot her tongue out and caught the girl, helping reduce Izuka's impact with the water. "Gee, thanks," Izuka spluttered as she resurfaced. "You're welcome. You saved Mineta and I after all." Tsuyu smiled, swimming to the edge of the flood zone, right next to where Aizawa was still fighting the villains. To Izuka's horror, while Aizawa had cleared out most of the small fry villains, he was now locked in a fight with Tamura himself, whom was counting down the seconds until his quirk returned following Aizawa erasing it. "Hee, you're really amazing, Eraserhead, but I've worked it out. With the little bird having evolved your quirk, it takes 45 seconds before our quirks return if you use the powered-up version of your erasure. Not only that, but after every action you take, your hair falls back in front of your eyes, and the interval is getting shorter." Tamura cackled, blocking Aizawa's elbow strike with his palm. "You relied too much on the little bird's power boost, and now you're running on fumes." Tamura's quirk activated, slowly decaying the clothes, then skin of Aizawa's elbow. With a hard punch to the villain's face, Eraserhead managed to dodge back, taking out a couple of lesser villains as he went. Tamura got back to his feet with a creepy smirk. "No matter how you slice it, you aren't suited for long fights. Your style is taking out a group with sneak attacks, and because you abused your evolved quirk too much, you're even more exhausted than normal. So why'd you jump in like that? To give your students some peace of mind, to make them believe in you, to show the little bird that you heroes are the ones in the right." A shadow loomed over Aizawa, and he turned to see a massive creature with rippling muscles, pitch black skin, a bird-like beak, and an exposed brain, one of the Naumas. "You're pretty cool, Eraserhead. But when we kill you in All Might, the little bird will see that we are the right ones. But you wasted time fighting me. I'm not the trump card." Tamura grinned as Namu attacked the pro. Izuka watched in horror as Aizawa was left broken and bleeding on the ground, his injured arm even further mangled. It had all happened so fast. 1 second, the Nauma was beside Tamura, and the next, Aizawa was beaten beneath the beast's fists. Tamura regarded the fallen pro like a child staring at an insect with a broken wing. "You can erase quirks, a great ability, but in the end you can't do anything against overwhelming strength. This Nauma was created to be able to stand toe-to-toe with All Might. From the very beginning, none of you had a chance." Nauma raised its fist again, and this time, he slammed it down on Aizawa's other arm, crushing it and causing Aizawa to scream out in pain. Aizawa panted and wheezed through broken ribs. "Damn it, he snapped me like a twig. My quirk isn't affecting him at all. Is this strength not from a quirk?" Over at the water's edge, Izuka, Tsuyu, and Mineta were covering their mouths in a desperate attempt not to scream or cry out to their battered sensei. "Midoriya, can you do anything against that guy?" Mineta asked fearfully. He was shaking and crying, and Tsuyu was only a step behind. Izuka grimaced, tears pouring down her face from both the pain of the links and the misery she felt at being helpless. She couldn't muster any power, and she was too scared to break the links, in case one of the others needed help. But even at full power, would she even be able to match a Naumu designed to fight evenly with All Might? Kurogiri suddenly appeared beside Tamura. "Tamura, things are going as planned." Tamura looked towards him. "Kurogiri, are 13 and Centipter dead?" 13 is crippled. I left Centipter and the remaining students at the gate. One of them had a laser quirk that was powered up by Phoenix. In his panic, he shot the powerful version and blasted the door, melting it into slag. It won't open now without great force, and none of the students there can get through. As a bonus, the boy drained himself too much and passed out from fatigue. It will only take a few more minutes and we can finish our operation, the mist villain reported. Tamura chuckled. Excellent. Now let's get started with the final phase. Oh no, they're nearly done. Does that mean the others? Mineta squealed, his voice only barely muffled by Tsuyu quickly dunking his head underwater. This is unnerving. Izuka, can you contact the others? Tsuyu asked. Izuka nodded and began checking each of her links. Aizawa's was fluttering in and out as he struggled to maintain consciousness. Mandalay and Recovery Girl were both working quickly to get back up, both assuring Izuka that it would only be another 10 or 15 minutes and that they needed to hold out a little longer. More worryingly, several of her classmates had fuzzy signals, like they'd be knocked unconscious, and the few that she could speak to were panicked and running low on energy. Damn it. Help is still 15 minutes away and everyone is on their last legs. Everyone, please hold out a little longer. Another villain, a strange skeletal man with what looked like radio parts stuck into him, came running over to Tamura. Boss, I've gotten into the PAW system. Just talk into this and the whole USJ will hear you, the villain said, handing Tamura a small receiver from a ham radio. Good work. Now the stage is set. We just need our audience. And what better way of calling them than with a scream from our leading lady? Tamura suddenly turned towards Izuka, his eyes locking on hers. Before Izuka could even react, Namu moved and suddenly, Izuka was left standing on the shore of the flood zone, facing Tamura, Kurogiri and Namu. The brain-dead beast had one foot pinning Aizawa-sensei to the ground, and he was holding his hands out in front of him. In his left was Tsuyu and in his right was Mainta. Both were held by their heads and struggling to get free, but it was clear Namu had no intention of releasing them. One squeeze from Namu, and their heads would pop like balloons. Tamura smiled at Izuka. It was the closest to a normal, genuinely friendly smile that he had, and yet it still sent shivers up her spine. Little bird, there you are. I told you, didn't I? Heroes like this aren't worth supporting. They all follow scum like All Might and preach about saving others when they can't even save themselves. But forget all that for now. It's been 5 years and I've so longed to play one of our old games with you. And would you look at that, we have 2 players right here. He grinned, pointing to Tsuyu and Mainta. Here's the game. I'll name a body part and then you choose one of these 2 wannabe heroes. Then I'll decay that person's body part. Tamura grinned. Izuka paled drastically. There was no way she could allow this to happen, but she didn't have the power to fight back against the enemy. She was left with only one option. Izuka prayed Aizawa-sensei would forgive her for this. Tamura, this is our game, not theirs. I should be a player, not them. Izuka said shakily. Let them go and I'll take their place. I'll go back with you. Just please don't hurt them. The pale-haired villain watched her for a moment before nodding. Namu tossed Mainta aside and Izuka walked into his grip. Though unlike with Mainta, the creature gripped her wrists, leaving her hanging by her arms a good few feet off the ground. With Izuka in Namu's grip, Tamura turned to Mainta. All right, little hero. The little bird took your place, so you take hers. I name the part. You name the person who gets to lose that part. Am I clear? He said threateningly. Mainta gulped, tears streaming down his face as he shook like a leaf. He barely worked up the courage to nod. Tamura sneered. Let's start with an easy one. Right toes. Mainta, please, you need to pick me. Izuka yelled. No matter what part he names, you have to pick me. Izuka. Tsuyu yelled, disbelieving. And no way. Midoriya, I can't. Mainta yelled. You have to. Please, I can take it. I survived a year with these guys. I can survive a lot more. Please Mainta ... No, please Minoru. You need to choose me. Izuka screamed, desperately. Mainta's eyes widened. He had no choice. Izuka was being brave and sacrificing herself for their sake. He had to do what she said. I choose Izuka. Tamura grinned and moved over to Izuka, holding the radio receiver to her face, nice and loudly. Now, your audience is listening. He hooked the receiver to her shawl and knelt down, carefully removing her right boot before putting his fingers against her toes. And now the game begins. Shigaraki activated his quirk and in an instant, the toes of Izuka's right foot began to decay, turning into nothing but dust and bloody stumps. Izuka tried, she really did, but after only a few seconds, that horrendous, awful, familiar pain overtook her senses and she screamed. Her haunting screams echoed across the USJ, blasting out of the PAW system of the facility, and soon gave way to pained sobs as the poor girl tried to regain control of herself. Tamura smiled, a look of nostalgia in his eyes. Aizawa-sensei was struggling valiantly, as was Tsuyu, while Mainta had fallen to his knees, crying quiet apologies over and over. The villain stepped closer to Izuka to talk into the receiver. Boys and girls, was little Izuka Midoriya having all the toes on her right foot decayed? If you don't want to hear me do the same to her little frog friend, then all of you better get over to the fountain. You have 5 minutes, he instructed. They didn't need 5 minutes. Before the 3rd minute ended, the entirety of Class 1 was in the plaza, their hands either in the air to signal surrender or bound by one of the villains. Each looked exhausted, wounded and furious, but that was all replaced by horror as they saw Izuka, who really was missing the toes that Tamura had said he decayed. You monster, Centipter shouted, running forward only to be stopped by Tamura putting his hands against both captive girls' throats. Tut. Any interference and I kill them both. Now, I made a little deal with my little bird to save that boy's life. Tamura pointed at Mainta. She needs to finish the game before we continue. I think 3 rounds are enough and we've done 1. So, great boy, it's round 2. I say, right leg. Mainta sobbed, but choked out Izuka. Ah, so obedient. I love it. Tamura sneered, placing his hand at Izuka's right thigh, just below where her skirt fell. With another heart-rending scream, Izuka's right leg was destroyed, the remains of it collapsing to the ground, splattering Aizawa's face with the blood and dust of his crying student. Many of the rest of Class 1 was screaming and crying as well, and Katsuki was outright bleeding from the mouth. He had bitten his tongue to stop himself from screaming or attacking, which would just get Asui killed. He knew Izuka would be all right. No matter what, she'd live. But Asui wouldn't if he rushed in. He had to wait for his moment. No matter how much he hated himself for not being able to take away Izuka's pain. Wow, that got a reaction. Our audience is really getting into your performance, my little bird. Let's finish round 3 and then we can end this show. Great boy, Left Eye, the villain declared. Izuka choked out a sob. Tamura always ended this game with one of the more painful parts. This was going to be hell, but she had to endure. Only 7 more minutes and help would be there. She just needed to get Tsuyu free from Naomo. Minda cried his heart out. Not even able to look up as he cried Izuka's name for the final round. Tamura almost looked sorry for him. Almost. To really show off his sadism and prove how weak the heroes were, he didn't simply decay Izuka's left eye. No, he decided to take it a step further. He reached up and tore it from her head. Izuka screamed again, her throat practically bleeding from the abuse as a mix of tears and blood poured down her face. Several students vomited at the sight, especially as Tamura crushed and then decayed the eye. Even some of the villains were horrified of their boss's actions, including Kirigiri, who simply looked away. Tamura lazily flicked the blood from his hands and patted Minda on the head. Taboy, the game is over. Namu, release the frog girl, Tamura ordered. Namu obediently tossed Tsuyu away, where she was caught by Takoyami's dark shadow. Namu moved over to stand behind Tamura, allowing Yaoyorozu and Ida to run forward and rescue Aizawa, though he was in no condition to help at the moment. Now, we're just about ready to go home, but we've got 22 heroes and hero wannabes all tuckered out and at our mercy. I should really kill you all for leading our little bird astray. What do you think, little bird? Tamura asked, leaning towards the barely conscious Izuka. Please leave them alone. She gasped out, nearly incoherent from pain and stress. Really? But they need to be punished for leading you astray. Well, if I don't punish them, who will we punish? Tamura asked, as if he was a host of a children's show talking to his young audience. MB, punish me. Tamura straightened up. 22 lives. Can you take the punishment for 22 people? That's a lot of pain and a lot of deaths. I am a hero. I'll take it all. 1,000 times. Izuka spat. Despite the pain and hopelessness, the spark hadn't left her remaining eye and the fire in her belly hadn't been extinguished. She just needed to hold out for 3 more minutes and help would be there. If she could keep Tamura talking, taunting and torturing her for just 3 more minutes, then everyone would be saved. Izuka was a hero. She would endure. Tamura growled, a hero. Is that what you are? Well, congratulations, little bird. You're the only damn one here. He roared, slamming his hand into her remaining leg and decaying it. Izuka screamed again, more of her life's blood spilling to the ground. Fucking, half and half, blast the villains with your quirk, Katsuki roared, knowing full well that only Todoroki's quirk could defeat the villains without harming Izuka. I can't. If I use my ice, then Midoriya will be caught in it. Todoroki shot back. In her current state, the shock could kill her. Then don't use your ice. Katsuki snarled back. But you know full fucking well what I'm talking about. Use your fucking fi. I don't know. Katsuki's shout was interrupted by a portion of Izuka's side being decayed. The skin on the left side of her abdomen had been destroyed, exposing the muscle underneath. Tamura waggled his fingers at the arguing boys. Now, no cursing in front of the lady. Now how about I show you all something really interesting? Tamura put his hand on the back of Izuka's head, pulling it back so she was forced to face the horrified faces of her classmates and teachers. Despite the imminence of her death, Izuka smiled widely. Time up, she muttered. A huge explosion echoed across the USJ as the front doors were blasted open and a tall, muscular, blonde and extremely pissed man walked in, a terrible snarl on his face. Everyone, Izuka called, causing everyone to look back at her. It's okay now. Have no fear. Why? Despite the pain, her missing eye, the stress of the links and the blood cascading from her numerous wounds, Izuka smiled as brightly as she could, cause All Might is here. And with that, Tamura activated his quirk and Izuka Midoriya was reduced to nothing but dust. A haunting silence filled the USJ. The students of Class 1A, their 3 teachers and All Might all stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the small pile of dust that had once been their friend and student, Izuka Midoriya. Tamura Shigaraki, the villain that had invaded the USJ, had tortured her, destroying her legs, her eye and a part of her side, and yet after all that, Izuka had smiled at them. Even as she died, she smiled with pure joy. And why? Because All Might had arrived and that meant they were all safe. But All Might wasn't smiling. His body was vibrating with pure rage, his fists clenched so tightly that blood was beginning to seep from between his fingers. Everyone was frozen for only a second, but their grief-stricken minds made it feel like years, each lost in the thoughts of the friend they had just lost. Aoyama always loved himself and his quirk, believing he was the pinnacle of sparkle. The only drawback had been the pain his laser caused his stomach, and Izuka had taken that away. The evolution caused by the link had caused the beam that always leaked from his navel to crystallize into what resembled a finely cut jewel over his belly button, and now he was able to shoot his beam without pain and could even fire more powerful lasers. And what had he done with it? He'd tried to show off, attacking Kurogiri only to end up sealing the door with the power of his new laser, and to top it off, Aoyama had forgotten Izuka's warning about the stamina drain of the higher level powers they'd gained, so he had promptly passed out. He couldn't stop thinking that if he hadn't, maybe he could have gotten the doors open and allowed some people to escape. Then the villains would have had no hostages, and perhaps Izuka wouldn't have had to sacrifice herself. But now, the girl whose eyes sparkled almost as much as Aoyama was gone. Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Aoyama could do. Mina could only think of what had happened while Kurogiri was warping them. Even as terrified as Izuka was, she had rushed to try and push Mina out of the way of the gates, and when that had failed, the smaller girl had cradled her and ensured they landed safely in the landslide zone. Despite being weakened by the links, Izuka had ignored her pain and pushed herself to ensure Mina and the others were safe, and the moment that she learnt something was wrong with one of them, she had flown off without hesitation, a shout of plus ultra pushing her forward. Mina respected that. She loved that the smallest and frailest girl in class was the biggest hero, and yet she still looked up to the other girls with something like awe, as if Izuka felt she was unworthy of their attention. Mina had wanted to be her friend and big sister figure just like Momo, but now Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Mina could do. Tanjiro had had next to no real contact with Izuka, but he had respected her and her ability. The girl was skilled in martial arts, having created her own hybrid style based around kicks and acrobatics, proving how devoted she was. The tailed boy had been further impressed by how quick Izuka was to help others, as she'd fussed over him and the rest of Team B when they were injured after their fights in the combat trial. Tanjiro had thought to ask her about her fighting style, wanting to give her some pointers on her form, but he wouldn't get the chance now, because Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Tanjiro could do. Kaminari prided himself on being a pretty cool guy with a pretty cool quirk. But at that moment, he felt like the biggest loser on the face of the earth. For the third time in just 2 days, Izuka had saved his ass, and this time, it had cost her everything. The lightning boy had been grateful when she helped end the chaos that had nearly trampled him and Kirishima during the security alert, and he had been amazed when Izuka's link evolution was revealed, and it had allowed him to fight for so much longer. He no longer got his brain fried after just a couple of attacks. Kaminari was certain that with that new power, he would finally be able to return the favor and protect Izuka. But in the end, she had surrendered herself and allowed herself to be tortured to stop the villains from killing him and the others. Kaminari swore to himself that he'd be better, but it was too late for her, because Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Kaminari could do. Kirishima felt like a failure as a hero. He spoke highly of manliness, but how manly could he be if he allowed a classmate to die? Kirishima knew he could have done something. His quirk was made to be a shield for others. Izuka had said so herself. But that's what hurt even more. Izuka had been so impressed by his quirk, earnestly complimenting it, smiling that big shiny smile of hers, and she'd made it better. Thanks to the evolution, he had been able to push his hardness to a whole new level, moving beyond the usual rocky appearance and strength level to shining diamond. His limbs would retain their sharp appearance, but turn into a diamond-like substance that was able to swat away bullets and even cannonballs from one of the villains. Plus, because the material was transparent, it exposed the blood beneath the skin, making his hardened form look pure red, which suited Kirishima just fine. The boy had promised to thank Izuka for that after the incident resolved, but Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Kirishima could do. Koda was quiet. He was shy and didn't like speaking, and in the past, this combined with his unusual appearance had made life hard for him. Kids are quick to pick on those who are different, especially if they are soft-hearted. Class 1 was different though. They all seemed to just take his appearance and silence as part of his character and leave him to his own devices, occasionally offering quiet companionship. Izuka had been like that, always smiling kindly at him and amazed whenever he used his quirk. After she had seen him briefly use sign language on their first day, she had arrived at school the next day and signed a hello to him. It was a bit sloppy, but Koda was touched someone had gone through the effort of learning just to say hello. Plus, the boy couldn't help but adore Izuka's occasional rabbit-like mannerisms, the way she was quick to startle, highly affectionate, and even had an adorable habit of wiggling her nose occasionally when concentrating. If Koda had been a braver man, he might have tried to pet her hair and see if it was soft like a rabbit. But Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Koda could do. Sato could do nothing but stare down at his own hand, a finger tracing the line of skin that had once been a scar. Sato had that scar for years, and it had bothered him a bit. A pale line on his otherwise olive skin, a reminder of when he wasn't as skilled with his cooking. When Izuka had said she could only heal scars if they were redamaged, Sato had jumped at the chance. He'd get to see her quirk and would finally lose that damn scar. He was a strong guy and not afraid of pain, so he'd cut himself without flinching, and then Izuka had promptly scolded him with more fire than he thought she possesses. She still healed him, but looked so upset that he hurt himself that Sato genuinely felt guilty, especially after learning that using her healing could cause Izuka to suffer blood loss. He had made the sweets he promised and given them to Izuka, whom had loved them and eagerly devoured them, but not before offering to share them. Because that, Sato realized, was what Izuka was, the kind of person to put everyone before herself. Sato had been eager for a break when he could take Izuka up on her offer of baking together. But Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Sato could do. Shoji honestly knew next to nothing about Izuka, with the exception of what he had observed. He was a man with few worldly desires and little interest in squabbles, gossip, and frivolity, so combined with his appearance, he had been avoided a lot. It wasn't like he was bullied, like Koda was, but then again, who would bully the massive guy with 6 arms and the strength of a gorilla? Even the others of Class 1 had been a bit intimidated of him, though they accepted him as one of their own, Izuka included. He had only spoken to her once, asking if she was all right as they left school the previous day. Following what happened with the press, she had smiled, touched by his concern, and assured him she was fine, thanking him for asking. He respected the girl and her ability to move between quiet and kind in social situations to fierce and powerful in combat. He had quietly applauded as she had stepped down to vice president, not believing she was ready but unwilling to give up for the sake of the people who voted for her. Shoji had wanted to keep an eye on her, but Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Shoji could do. Kyoka was a girl who prided herself on her ears. Her quirk and her musical ability were all reliant on her hearing. So when she'd lost some hearing following the combat trial between her team and Izuka's, she'd momentarily been heartbroken. Then Izuka had come along and made everything better. With some pretty pink flames and a cheery smile, she'd restored her hearing. By that time, Kyoka knew that Izuka had healed most of the class and noticed that she was looking pale and a bit shaky, though Izuka had shrugged it off. It struck Kyoka how casual it had been for Izuka. She had just waltzed in, and a couple of seconds later, Kyoka's fears of deafness were gone. People charged premium rates for services like that, yet Izuka just did it, because that was the kind of hero she was. To Kyoka, that was something worthy of respect. She had been too shy and shocked to properly thank Izuka, but had resolved to thank her later. That chance wouldn't come now, because Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Kyoka could do. Zero was a very normal guy. People had always assumed that with a face and quirk like his, he would just blend into the background. But he had worked his ass off and gotten into UA's hero program. He was a part of Class 1 and his classmates respected that, each having worked just as hard to get there. He had pegged Izuka as a quiet, unassuming girl that had a lot more power than most expected. Zero liked her and would have admitted she was pretty cute, if it weren't for the fact Bakugo would likely murder his face. He was surprised when his 2 buddies, Denki and Ijiro, and told him about how Izuka acted in the cafeteria after the crowd heard Ochako. He had been kind of impressed too. The class's adorable cinnamon bunny had some fangs. Zero thought he might need to reevaluate how he saw the timid girl. But Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Zero could do. Takoyami always embraced the darkness. He was a child of the shadows and had never feared it. Dark shadow stopped him from truly being one with the dark, but Takoyami feared losing control of the volatile quirk. Izuka Midoriya, on the other hand, was a child of light. Every damn thing about her screamed light. Her quirk, her eyes, her smile, her personality. Even her hero costume was a dazzling white, decorated with red and gold. She was the opposite of Takoyami, and yet the boy couldn't help but be somewhat fond of her. He was no fool. Takoyami knew a few of the guys in class had small crushes on the girl, but that was to be expected. She was cute with an agreeable personality, but Takoyami didn't count himself among them. She was an oddity to him, a child of light that did not shrink away from the dark. When healing him, Izuka had purposely kept her flames small and dull to make him comfortable, and would verbally warn him when she was about to heal an area Dark Shadow was occupying, giving the shadow an opportunity to move. It was odd that Izuka recognized that Dark Shadow had its own will, and she would often greet Takoyami and the quirk separately. Takoyami didn't want to date her or have any sort of romantic relationship with her, but he did want to walk beside her. She was a safe piece of the world of light that would not scorn the darkness. But now Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Takoyami could do. Toru was easy to overlook. She was invisible after all. She had gone her whole life without really being seen and had developed a bubbly personality as a result, so people would pay attention to her. Over time, the act became reality, but Toru did still have one particular hang-up. No one looked her in the eye. It wasn't anyone's fault. No one could see her eyes, but as a result, people just looked at her chest, because it was the highest part of her they could usually see with her clothes. That was where Izuka had been different. She had looked straight at her, always trying to look her in the eye when talking, even though she couldn't see them. Naturally, Izuka didn't always succeed, sometimes looking at her mouth or nose instead, but she tried, and that was what Toru liked. and unlike a lot of others who tried, Toru didn't get the impression that Izuka was just looking through her. To top it off, Izuka had made a plan to let her shine during the combat trial, and the confidence boost had led to Toru securing them the win in their second match. The invisible girl really wanted to thank Izuka for that, but Izuka was dead, and there was nothing Toru could do. Todoroki had, for the last several years, despised half of himself. His left side, scarred by boiling water and housing the flames of his father, was like an eternal reminder of the monster that created him. But now was the first time he could honestly say he hated his right side just as much. Izuka had been right there, surrounded only by villains with no one else in the way to be caught up in Todoroki's fire, and yet he still didn't use it. Izuka would have survived. She was immune to fire. She would have been freed and had the chance to heal while the villains were consumed by the inferno, or at least badly hurt. There was absolutely no downside to him using his fire, and it would have saved her life. But he didn't. Izuka's screams and Katsuki's furious eyes told him exactly what he already knew. Shoto Todoroki was despicable. Worse than even his father, he had let a comrade die over his own pride. Todoroki wanted to cry, wanted to beg and plead, prostrate himself before Izuka and ask for forgiveness. But he couldn't. Izuka was dead, and it was all his fault. Tenya cursed himself. He cursed his slowness, his weakness, his cowardice. He cursed that he couldn't be even close to the strength of his brother. Ingenium wouldn't have let Izuka die. He would have saved her somehow. Tenya knew in his heart that he could have done something. He knew he was fast enough. It might have cost him his career, or even his life, but Tenya knew he could have gotten Izuka free long enough for one of the others to grab her and escape. It was just like the entrance exam all over again. He had frozen and chosen his own safety over another's, leaving a girl in peril, and this time no one was there to clean up his mistake and save the victim. Izuka had saved his spot at UA. She'd spoken in his defense and even convinced the class to make him their representative. So Tenya cursed himself. Izuka was dead, and he had done nothing. Ochako had no hope of stemming the flow of tears that cascaded down her face. Her stomach felt like she'd used her quirk non-stop since it manifested. But she'd already emptied the contents when that monster took Izuka's leg. Izuka was her friend. She saved Ochako from the zero-pointer and healed her ankle. In the combat trial, she'd treated Ochako like a real opponent and not just some soft little girl that couldn't fight. Izuka had become enraged when she'd been knocked down in the cafeteria, scolding the whole school for hurting Ochako, despite her own shyness. Despite the pain in her heart, Ochako took a rough battle stance, one she'd copied from Izuka, and prepared to fight alongside All Might and Katsuki. Izuka was dead, but Ochako could help her get justice. Momo felt the cold flames of hatred roaring up inside her. She'd dealt with bullies that mocked her or ostracized her because she was from a wealthy family. She'd weathered their comments and defied their stereotypes and had come to UA seeking to help others. She'd made her first friend in Izuka Midoriya, and soon adopted the girl as a little sister because the silly girl cared more for others than herself, even if she was in the most peril. Momo had wanted to protect her, the girl that had looked up to her. Izuka had convinced the class to make Momo the class president, and despite Momo knowing Izuka was more powerful, the younger girl followed her loyally. Momo had wanted to protect Izuka. She created a long bow staff and prepared for a fight. Izuka was dead, but Momo could still carry on her will and protect the class as president. Minda had gone silent, his eyes glassy. He had known that it was a long shot for him to become a hero. He knew exactly what others thought of him, what he was. He was a pervert, a lecherous midget with a weird quirk. Izuka had known that. Minda had made enough comments and spent enough time staring at her backside and thighs. But even so, Izuka had never looked at him like he was filth like the other girls did, like he felt he deserved. She'd been kind, supportive, and never did more than squeak with embarrassment at his comments. She could have kicked his ass easily, or set Bakugo on him, but she didn't. Even in the battle trial, she'd treated him like a valued comrade and not a nuisance like he'd expected. Hell, she'd stood up to Aizawa for his sake, and that was nothing short of insane when the guy was willing to expel his entire class. Izuka had been an angel in Minda's eyes, and then she'd surrendered to the villains to save him. Powerful, adorable Izuka had surrendered for the sake of pitiful, perverted Minda, and it cost her life. Minda knew one thing. When this was over, if he survived, he was leaving the hero course. Someone like him never had the right to stand on the same level as Izuka, and he certainly didn't deserve to stay when she was gone. Izuka was dead, and with her, all of Minda's dreams. Tsuyu always said what was on her mind, but now she didn't know what to say. Her mind was a war zone of anger and misery. She was bitterly miserable at the death of Izuka, furiously angry at the villains for killing her, disappointed with herself and her classmates for not doing more, and All Might for not showing up sooner. She was angry with Izuka for sacrificing herself, for demanding Minda to force all the pain on her instead of letting Tsuyu share the burden. And most of all, she felt utter hatred at the little voice inside that felt relief every time it wasn't her name that tumbled from Minda's mouth. Tsuyu wanted to scream, scold herself and friends, defeat the villains, and most importantly, bring Izuka back. The last one wasn't possible. Izuka was dead, but Tsuyu had every intention of doing everything else on her list, starting with the villains. Centipter and 13 knew. They had known for a long time about Izuka's true quirk. Centipter had learned from Sir Night-Eye, and 13 had been informed as a UA teacher. Both knew that soon, that pile of dust would glow and a completely healthy Izuka Midoriya would pop out. They knew it, but it didn't stop it from hurting. 13 had lectured the class on how important it was to use their quirks safely, and then bungled it so badly that the space hero was barely conscious, leaning on Centipter to stay upright. Centipter was even more upset to be virtually uninjured. It wasn't right that he, a pro hero, had gotten away unscathed while the young students were hurt. Izuka Midoriya was dead, but she'd soon come back, and both pros were determined to do whatever they could to protect her and all the students. They wouldn't fail again. Shoto was in agony. His arms were broken, his nose and jaw were cracked, his legs were bruised to the point of looking purple, and his back felt like Namu's foot was permanently lodged in his spine. And not a damn bit of it mattered to the underground hero. Freaking Izuka Midoriya had gone and sacrificed herself for him, throwing her life away for the sake of saving him. Aizawa was the teacher. He should be the one looking out for his students. When Izuka revived, Aizawa was going to put her ass in detention for the rest of her life. Then he was going to give her the biggest damn scolding he had in him. And then he'd hug her. Carrot and stick seemed to work well with the immortal girl. But first, he had to figure out how to move without his limbs, so he could tear Shigaraki apart with his goddamn teeth. Izuka was dead, but Aizawa was determined to not let that happen again. Katsuki was silent, his face a mask of cool neutrality. Anyone that really understood him knew that this was his most dangerous state. Raging, sneering, and exploding was the norm, but a quiet Katsuki that foretold a very explosive Armageddon for the fool that caused it. The fucking villains had killed Izuka, tortured her, and snuffed out her life like it was some fucking game. Katsuki had a lot of people he wanted to kill, half and half for pussying out on using his fire. The muscly fuck with the exposed brain for holding her captive. The misty fuck that kidnapped her all those years ago. And most of all, he wanted to murder Tamura Shigaraki. Katsuki didn't use a nickname for the man anymore. No, he wanted everyone to know exactly who was going to die for the unforgivable sin of laying a hand on his Izuka. When Izuka revived, Katsuki was wrapping her ass in bubble wrap and leaving her like that for at least a week. Stupid Deku worrying him. Izuka was dead, but it was only about 3.5 minutes until she revived, and Katsuki wanted to get some serious killing done before she came back. All Might, with his current expression, could easily be mistaken for someone else. Gone was his usual smile that shone even in the darkest times. Gone was the laugh that spat in the face of fear. Gone was the posing and joyful tone that eased the hearts of the people. Gone was the symbol of peace, and in his place was a god of war. All Might was like Ares, his rage so intense that it was palpable. Even the students and teachers he'd come to save looked up fearfully at the man, his teeth bared and a quiet growl rumbling in his chest as he walked down the stairs of the USJ, his eyes fixed on Tamura, the man that had dared to kill his daughter. The lesser villains were ready to pass out from terror, and even Kurogiri and Tamura took a step back at the intensity of the hero's rage. All Might was the #1 hero, but at that moment, he put that side of himself away. Heroes were valiant and saved the day. Heroes didn't do the things that Toshinori Yagi was about to. Izuka was dead and would soon return, and Toshinori wanted to get most of the bone-breaking done before then. I had a bad feeling, and came running back to UA from the crime scene in Tatooine Ward. I happened to run across Recovery Girl, who warned me of young Midoriya's message. Thanks to the two of them, I've got the gist of what happened. All Might looked at the faces of the terrified and crying students. You've made me angrier than I've ever felt. You've terrorized my students. You killed my student. They all gave it their all to fight against you. As a teacher, I'm proud of them. But young Midoriya was killed by you villains. All Might clenched his fist. I'll give you no mercy. In an instant, every single one of the small fry villains was unconscious and bleeding on the floor. All of them had at least 2 broken bones and 5 missing teeth. It wasn't a pretty sight, and All Might just flicked the blood off his knuckles, his eyes fixed on Tamura. Another instant, and All Might was standing in front of the stairs again. Every single student behind him, along with the 3 pros. All Might, Achako said, a watery smile on her face. I'm sorry, Izuka. We couldn't do anything. Be calm, young Uraraka. Stay back. I will defeat those 3. All Might pointed at Kurogiri, Namu, and Shigaraki. Fuck that, All Might, Katsuki said, stepping forward and cracking his knuckles. The fucks killed Izuka. I'm going to murder them. Ooh, that's a scary face. Do heroes commit murder now? Tamura taunted. Wouldn't that make you a villain? All Might didn't wait for another word to be said. He ran forward, putting his hands in front of him like an X. He was aiming for Shigaraki, but Namu jumped in the way. Carolina smash. All Might roared, delivering a cross chop to the villain's torso. Naomu was unfazed and swung his fists out in retaliation, forcing All Might to duck backward. All Might struck the creature a couple more times, only to come to the same conclusion. My blows aren't working, he growled, punctuating his sentence with another punch to Naomu's gut. This Naomu was designed just to kill you, hero trash. His shock absorption ability is the best in the world. If you want to hurt him, you'll need to slowly rip his guts out. Not that he's going to just let you. Shigaraki smirked. All Might chuckled darkly. Thanks for telling me. If that's what it takes. The hero darted around Naomu and grabbed him from the behind before leaning backward, smashing the villain into the ground with a massive backdrop slam. Hell yes, beat him All Might. Kick their asses for what they did to Izuka, Kaminari yelled, most of the class screaming similar encouragement through their tears. The dust cleared and the class was silenced. Kurogiri had opened a pair of warp gates, allowing Naomu's upper body to go through one and emerge from another beneath All Might's back, where he'd reached up to sink his claws into the hero's side. Shigaraki laughed. You thought if you stuck Naomu in concrete, it would seal his movements? It wouldn't have worked. His power is the same level as yours, but now you've given Kurogiri the perfect opening. Kurogiri nodded. This was the plan from the beginning. Naomu would stop you from moving. Then I'd drag you down into the depths of my warp gates and close it, slicing you in half. It will be unpleasant to have your insides spilling out into my body, but I will endure for the sake of killing you. Out of the fucking way, Misty fuck. Katsuki suddenly roared, rocketing forward and slamming Kurogiri's head into the ground. The explosive boy pinned him down, his hand pressing down hard on the metal brace around the villain's neck. He was holding him down with such force, the ground beneath the villain was beginning to crack and the metal brace was making strained noises. Just as Kurogiri was held down, a sheet of ice shot up Naomu's body, coating much of his right side in ice which penetrated right to the core of the creature's form. Todoroki stepped forward, walking over the ice with a dark look in his eyes. I'd not normally freeze a living thing so deeply, but I'm not feeling very merciful right now. Shigaraki snarled and moved to attack, only to be forced to narrowly avoid a trio of attacks as Momo, Ochako, and Kirishima all launched blows at him, keeping him busy. To top it off, Tamura couldn't destroy them as Eraserhead's eyes were firmly locked on him. Katsuki grinned cruelly, making his hand spark a bit against Kurogiri's neck brace. You wouldn't need to wear this thing if you really were just missed. I bet what little guts you've got is stuck inside this, like a fucking soup can. Give me a reason, Misty fuck. I'd love to crack it open and see what's inside, he said menacingly. Meanwhile, All Might easily escaped the grip of the frozen Naomu, springing back to stand beside the young heroes that had come to his rescue. Todoroki scowled at the villains. We won't let you kill anyone else. Not that scum like you could ever hope to kill the symbol of peace. Katsuki and Tamura both noticed a light beginning to form in the dust a short distance away. Katsuki smirked. Plus, it's not like you were able to actually kill anyone anyway. The class looked at the boy like he was mad, but their replies were cut off by a blinding light that quickly gave way to a massive inferno. A tornado of flame formed from the spot their classmate had been killed, and a very familiar winged shadow appeared in its depths. No way. It's impossible. The flames exploded outwards, scorching the still frozen Naomu and burning much of Tamura's right arm. From within the flames, the shadowy figure emerged. Izuka Midoriya, wings blazing, eyes sparkling, descended to the floor of the USJ like an angel from heaven, the flames of determination burning within her. Her wounds were healed, her lost body parts restored, and while her clothes were completely gone, Izuka was concealing her body in a dress made of fire that burned so hot, it appeared white. She truly looked like an angel, as if Izuka had been reborn as a celestial being. Izuka. The class cried out as one, running to surround the miraculously revived girl. None of them could truly believe their eyes. Most were crying tears of joy or screaming with happiness and relief. Their more stoic classmates were just smiling, happy and confused, but mostly just happy. Izuka had returned from the dead. She'd literally been reborn from dust and ash, like a phoenix. Tsuyu muttered, eyes widening. This explains everything. The fire, the wings, the healing, and the strength. It's why the mist villain calls you Phoenix. Why their leader killed you despite coming here to capture you. Why you survived your year of kidnapping. Your quirk is like a phoenix. Izuka nodded. Everyone, I'm sorry I worried you. I promise, I'll explain everything. But first we need to defeat the enemy, Izuka said, a guilty smile on her face. Oh yes, we will definitely be getting that explanation, Momo said sternly, before hugging the girl tightly, forcing Izuka to adjust her flames so they wouldn't burn her. Thank you for coming back to us. Momo, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have done it unless I needed to. I had to protect Tsuyu and Minoru, and that was the only way I could think of. I'll make it up to you. To all of you, she promised. Before I get back in the fight, you should all know, no matter how I die, I revive after 200 seconds, which is roughly 3.5 minutes. I can defend you, but if I go down, that's how long you'll need to wait before I come back. Whoa, wait a minute, Kirishima yelled. You just got tortured and killed right in front of us. And you're saying you're going to just go and sacrifice yourself again? Immortal or not, value your life a little, Izuka, he scolded. The Phoenix girl smiled sadly. I know. Believe me, I don't enjoy this. It hurts a lot. You can't imagine how bad having parts of you decayed feels. But I don't want any of you to feel that. All of you, all of Class 1 are my friends, and letting you get hurt would be more painful than taking the blows for you. Then we'll need to have a plan. Todoroki stepped forward. Katsuki was still holding down Kirigiri, and Todoroki's ice was holding Namu, who was suffering from the burns Izuka's revival inflicted. Shigaraki was also occupied, his eyes fixed on Izuka as he submerged his burnt hand in the fountain. Midoriya, you came up with a plan to defeat me and my team in the combat test. Think you can do the same here? Izuka nodded and looked around, examining both her enemies and allies. 13 and Aizawa were out of commission, though Aizawa was valiantly pushing his stamina to the limits by continuously sealing Shigaraki's quirk. The rest of Class 1 were mostly healthy, a few bumps and bruises but otherwise unharmed. Their main problem was exhaustion. Many had likely used their empowered quirks too much and worn themselves out. Only Tsuyu, Minoru, Katsuki, Todoroki, Momo and Ochako were at full strength. All Might was a bit wounded from Naomu's claws, but he could still be counted on as their main fighter. As for the villains, Naomu was weakened by burns and ice, Kirigiri was trapped and Tamura was hurt and effectively quirkless. It looked like an easy fight, but Izuka knew better. If Shigaraki was so calm, it meant he still had a chance. Okay guys, I have a plan. Firstly, everyone except Tsuyu, Minoru, Kaken, Todoroki, Momo and Ochako needs to get out of here. Head to the exit and get outside USJ. That Naomu was able to last this long and was likely designed to fight All Might, so I need everyone not at 100% out of the fight, she instructed. A few people grumbled, but none argued. If Izuka was going to get herself killed protecting them, then it was better they stayed out of the battle. Centaur begrudgingly led the group away, leaving Izuka, All Might and the 6 named students behind to fight. As they left, Izuka explained the plan, reopening links with the 6 students as the old links were severed by her death. 6 links was technically over her limit, but Izuka could handle it. With Aizawa gone, Shigaraki felt his quirk returning and straightened up. With the little bird back, the brats are going to be a problem. Namu, kill the explosive brat and take back our warp gate, the man ordered. To the shock of the heroes, Namu began to struggle, his frozen body breaking apart as he pulled himself up. As soon as the frozen pieces of flesh fell away, they began to regrow, restoring Namu's right side. With his restored arm, Namu tore at his own burns, ripping away the damaged tissue and allowing it to regrow. Damn it, I thought his quirk was shock absorption. All Might cursed. I never said that was all he could do. This is his hyper-regeneration. Namu is our masterpiece, the trump card to kill you, All Might. Shigaraki roared as Namu lunged towards Katsuki. All Might leapt to intercept the attack and was punched by a nasty left hook, sending the pro-hero flying back. With All Might momentarily out of the way, Namu continued his attack, aiming to kill Katsuki with a mighty blow. Thankfully for Katsuki, he had trained against All Might alongside Izuka and was able to leap upward, putting his hands on Namu's arm as he jumped over the creature's punch. The explosive boy continued his leap and with a small explosion to alter his trajectory, he shot himself downward with a vicious elbow drop into the beast's exposed brain. Namu didn't react, so Katsuki continued his attack by slapping both palms against Namu's eyes, then back-flipping off of the creature, landing beside his classmates. Izuka, your damn resurrection takes too long. The class was freaking the fuck out. Give me the plan, he ordered. Izuka obeyed and the other 5 just gaped. You knew, Ochako said accusingly. Of course I fucking knew. Who do you think keeps this idiot from killing herself all the damn time? All the UA teachers know too. Katsuki smirked. Ochako sulked. Izuchan, we're definitely talking about this later. Since Katsuki was away from Kirigiri, the warp villain was able to straighten up, and since he was free, Namu lost interest in attacking Katsuki, at least until Shigaraki spoke again. Namu, crush the kids. Kill the little bird too. If she's down, she can't save the brats, he ordered. Namu silently obeyed, running at the group only to suddenly slam into All Might. The two exchanged a few blows before Namu was sent skidding back towards the villains. TCH, you took a few blows there, hero, using yourself to protect the brats. It infuriates me. That's the same garbage you taught the little bird. She actually got herself killed to protect those pathetic worms. Tell me, hero, what justice is there in someone great dying for someone worthless? Shigaraki declared. Izuka narrowed her eyes as Tsuyu and Minoru looked down. Ignore him, you two, she said, flashing them a smile. You are not pathetic or worthless. Minoru, you saved Tsuyu just as much as I did by choosing me in Tamura's game. Plus you were instrumental in winning our battles in the combat trial. Tsuyu, without you, Minoru would have died in the flood zone and I would have probably drowned too after zapping the villains. You're both heroes and my friends. All Might grinned, the first smile he'd worn since arriving at USJ. Young Izuka is correct. We all have our parts to play. My girl, I heard your plan. I'll give you the opening," he declared, charging at Naomu. The artificial human ran forward too, and the two met in the middle with a mighty shock wave. The moment the two collided, Izuka flew at Tamura, flames surrounding her to protect her from Tamura's quirk. Even if he touched her, her flames would burn him. And with the damage done to his right, if he used it again, it would likely be reduced to ash, meaning he'd have to use his left. But truthfully, Shigaraki wasn't who she was aiming for. As predicted, Kurogiri moved between them, opening a warp gate. The gate would likely lead to the villain base, since his goal was to catch Izuka, but at the last minute, Izuka swooped upwards. "Minoru, now!" she yelled. Kurogiri's eyes widened as he suddenly found himself knocked to the floor again, this time by the small form of the great boy slamming into his neck brace. He struggled, but found he was stuck to the ground by a mass of purple balls, rendering him unable to move. Izuka smiled as phase 1 of her plan was successful. Ochako made Minoru float, and then with a bit of thread created by Momo, he had been tied to Izuka so that when she flew at Kurogiri, Minoru was hidden behind her and her flames, completely out of sight of the villains. Then, when she swooped up, she'd swung the small boy at the villain's weak point, pausing long enough for him to trap Kurogiri with his pop-off balls before flying back to safety. With their escape route cut off, it was time to take out the muscle of the villain attack. Naomu was still engaged in a punch-up with All Might, each reflecting the other's blows with their own. All Might was testing the creature's quirk. It was shock absorption, not negation, so there had to be a limit at some point. It would be easy for All Might to send the creature flying, but considering they'd already had one death today, they didn't want to risk Naomu rampaging wherever he landed. However, the group had already identified one weakness. Naomu couldn't use his regeneration on burnt areas. He had to manually tear those parts away to allow himself to heal. So if they could burn him deeply enough, they might be able to stop his healing altogether. Naomu took a furious uppercut to the chin, All Might launching him several feet into the air. From there, Katsuki smirked. "You know, those fancy moves earlier wasn't just to look cool. I worked up a real good sweat, and practically covered that ugly bastard in it." With a snap of his fingers, all of his sweat on Naomu detonated, causing the upper layers of flesh to be burnt away. Katsuki grinned at his handiwork. With his quirk evolved by Izuka, he could remotely convert his sweat into nitroglycerin, even if it didn't come from his palms. He could also detonate it remotely, draining a good chunk of his stamina, but blowing the shit out of his foes from a distance. The crippled form of Naomu landed in front of the heroes, and Izuka immediately bathed it in fire, unleashing as much as she could to stop the slow regeneration of Naomu. As her fire was reaching its zenith, Izuka felt herself growing stronger and turned her head, noticing that Todoroki had placed his hand against her back and was currently pumping his own flames into her. His entire left side ignited. "Todoroki," she whispered, "I cost you your life once already because I refused to use this. I still hate this flame, but if it'll save lives, then I have no choice," Todoroki said. The girl smiled at him. "Thank you." The two kept up their fiery assault until finally they let up and ended the attack, revealing what was left of Naomu, a metallic skeleton. The creature must have had a quirk that turned his bones into metal to support his strength, but with all its flesh and internal organs burned away, it was nothing but a giant metal sculpture now. Shigaraki looked on with widening eyes. "No way. You brats cheated and killed my Naomu." Katsuki sneered at him. "Don't worry. You're next," he yelled, running forward, All Might running behind him. Tamura growled and raised his hands, ready to destroy both these bothersome blondes, only for All Might to suddenly dodge to the side and Katsuki to be suddenly pulled back by a bungee cord produced by Momo. "A feign," Shigaraki cursed, only to be blindsided by a sudden flurry of snow. He spun around to see All Might had Todoroki stuck to his back with Minoru's quirk, and he was currently blasting Tamura with snow. From his other side, the villain was sudden blasted with sand. Katsuki had touched down on the ground and used the bungee cord to swing Momo into the fray, and she was currently created sand at a remarkable rate. Lastly, Izuka also joined the fray, using her link with Todoroki to mimic his snow flurry, while Tsuyu kept her tongue wrapped around a non-flaming part of Izuka's waist. The moment Tamura swung to try and decay one of them, All Might would dodge away and Momo and Izuka would be pulled away by their partners, both of them weightless thanks to Ochako's quirk. Izuka grinned. "I learnt 3 things from all those games you made me play, Tamura. First, you can only decay things that you can put all 5 fingers to, so powdery attacks like snow and sand are effective. Second, if I overstimulate you with physical sensations, swirling sights and targets that move out of range, you'll become easily confused. And third, when you become confused, your strategic mind fails and you become like a tantrum-throwing kid." Tamura growled like an animal. "Damn you. These fucking heroes have corrupted you. But I won't lose." He suddenly smirked. "That Naomu you killed was designed to take down All Might. I have another for you." Izuka paused and suddenly, she couldn't breathe. Gasping for air, Izuka's flames died out and she collapsed to the ground, no longer able to keep up her attack. Out of concern, the others stopped their attacks too. Look, Minda shouted, pointing to a spot a few feet from Izuka. A child-sized reptile was clinging to the floor, its scales refracting light around it, but its head was exposed as it used a strange hole on its tongue to create a vacuum around Izuka, sucking away her air. The reptile had a strange, toothless mouth and an exposed brain, identifying it as another Namu. Tamura, with the attention off him, leapt away with a giddy grin. That is the anti-Phoenix Namu. It is designed to perfectly counter you, little bird. It can create vacuum spaces to suffocate your flames. It can use a powerful suction to force you to fly towards it. It can swallow your body in any condition and is fireproof from the inside to keep you trapped. Its saliva even acts as a weak toxin that coagulates blood and alters it enough that your quirk can't use it for healing. Plus, it has a handy camouflage quirk built in. All Might growled. But can it take a punch? He yelled, jumping and aiming a punch at the small Namu. The creature squawked like a bird and jumped out of the way of the blow, releasing Izuka in the process. The girl immediately gasped for air and reapplied her flames to cover herself. Thankfully, the boys had been too concerned to notice her momentary nudity. Just as the lizard Namu was about to pounce on Izuka, it was shot in the tongue, causing it to sprawl to the ground with a whine. The heroes and villains both looked up to the entrance, where they witnessed the arrival of a small army of pro-heroes. Nezu and Recovery Girl led the entire UA staff into the USJ, accompanied by the Wild Pussycats, Water Hose, Bubble Girl of the Sir Nine-Eye Agency, and another hero that Izuka recognized as Telecaster, a pro-hero that could convert himself and others into electromagnetic waves that could pass through phone connections, both physical and satellite. It was likely his quirk that allowed the non-UA heroes to arrive so soon. Sorry we're late, y'all. We had to evacuate the other students along the way. Snipe greeted, lifting the rim of his hat with his pistol. Tamura sighed. I guess now it really is game over. Time to retreat. He whined. Kurogiri was free, Tamura having decayed his bindings while the heroes were dealing with the new Namu. Before anyone could stop them, the lizard Namu used its light refraction to momentarily blind everyone and allow Kurogiri to warp it away. By the time everyone could see, the Namu was gone and only Tamura's head was still visible in Kurogiri's warp gate. We may have lost this time, but next time, we'll kill you, All Might. We'll take the little bird back too. Tamura grinned and looked to Izuka. You'll be home again soon. Sensei will ensure it. Izuka froze. Sensei. Impossible. He couldn't mean all for one. She'd reduced him to ash. There was nothing left. There was no way he could have survived. She gasped. There was also no way to prove he truly died. What in tarnation is going on? Snipe asked aloud. They fled as soon as we showed up. It makes sense, since they were on their last legs, but after such a dramatic attack, it seems kind of anticlimactic. Midnight commented. Nezu hopped off Blood King's shoulders. They took us off guard. Even after yesterday's attack and the threatening letter, we still weren't prepared. But let's concern ourselves with the students' well-being for now, he said, walking towards the group of 7 students. I hear you discovered Miss Midoriya's secret. I ask that you keep it a secret, even from friends and family. It is extremely important. I've already extended this warning to the group outside. We won't tell. Ochako promised. With a quirk like that, if it got out, she'd be targeted. We'll protect her. Momo added. I owe her, so I'll keep quiet. Todoroki said simply, Minda nodding along. Resurrection sounds amazing, but it's a scary thing to witness. Izuka, please don't die again. Tsuyu said. Izuka sighed, leaning into Katsuki's arms as she released the links. I can't make any promises, but I will try. She smiled, her body shaking from the slowly dissipating adrenaline. Now where are Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei? I need to heal them. No, Nezu said firmly. You've done very well, Miss Midoriya, but from this point, you follow my orders. You are going to go to the nurse's office and stay there until your parents pick you up. The rest of you will be checked out at the medic tent being set up outside. We pros will round up the rest of the villains still here. School will likely be cancelled for the next day or so, so you are all to rest. Aizawa was already muttering about putting you in lifelong detention. Midoriya, I wouldn't push it. Izuka gulped and bowed her head. There was no arguing with Nezu when he put his foot down, so she hugged her friends and gave Kaken a chaste kiss on the lips before allowing Recovery Girl to lead her away to the nurse's office. The other 6 students were soon escorted out, allowing All Might to leave his hero form with a sigh. That girl, every villain she encounters kills her. I'll be gray before she graduates, Toshinori complained. No doubt, that girl is going to put us all through a lot in the coming years, but we can't deny that without her, many students would have died today. It was only thanks to her that we knew something was happening. Nezu replied. Toshinori stared up at the sky wistfully. Everyone in class wanna watch the villain torture and kill her. Shigaraki probably thought it would crush their resolve, but I could see it in their eyes. He galvanized them. Each was so furiously determined, and upon seeing Izuka resurrect, it was like watching children experience Christmas for the first time, the pure joy they felt. The League of Villains made a very powerful enemy today. Or should I say 19 very powerful enemies. The pro hero was also concerned with what Shigaraki had said. All for One was still alive. It was certainly possible. There was no body after Izuka's attack 5 years ago, and with the number of quirks that man stole, it was possible he had found a way to escape. Tashinori would be staying on guard from now on. Nezu smiled. A lot had happened. Class 1 had experienced death in their first battle with villains. Only time would tell what consequences these events would have. But the principal was certain of one thing. He'd be having to sign off on a new club, the Midoriya Protection Squad. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.